Closer. Lecter.
Yeah, this is Will Graham of the FBI.
Rubs the lotion on its skin or else it gets the hose again.
Was she a great big fat person?
Nationwide victims.
I ate his liver with some fava beans.
Have the lamb stopped screaming? I do wish we could chat longer, but I'm having an old friend for dinner.
Oh yeah, what's going on, everybody? Welcome to episode 208 of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast. I am your host, the MOOD to the fucking Z in the place to be. You better recognize fools. And of course, we've got the homies, my test tube babies. I know I've used that before, but it's also one of my favorite ones of all time. We got Mr. JP and the Jew himself, Jeremy, in the house. And you know what that means?
It's an old school.
It's just the three of us. We haven't done a show just the three of us. I honestly don't even remember the last time because it's either been a variation of us three and Dave, or I don't know. Every show just seems to be.
Yeah, I like what you say now. We're a collective.
We are a
22
collective.
Shots collective. I like that.
Yeah, I mean, I also incorporate a lot of the regular guests too. We have a lot of guests on the show, but yeah, that's why I incorporate them into the collective because I think them as part of the family, the 22 Shots fam, right?
I agree.
So
yes,
I say collective.
We're like the Wu-Tang Clan.
We are, exactly. I mean, they are a group, but there is a big collective. It's you know, there's lots of them. So, but yeah, cool, man. Episode 208. It just seems like every new episode that we do, we get further and further away from 200. And you know what else that means? We're getting closer.
We're
coming up with another list.
Exactly. We're getting closer to 250, which isn't going to happen for a long time because we do take the long break in the summertime.
250.
Because we do take a break in the summer. But I think by the time we do break for the summer, we're going to be, I don't know, man. We'll be maybe 215. I don't know.
15, somewhere around there.
So, I mean, we're getting
quarter way.
Yeah. So, I mean, eventually we're going to have to start thinking about episode 250. That's so crazy. It just seems like when we do a milestone show, we have to start thinking about the next one because we're pretty frequent, you know.
I know.
But you know that's the hard work that we put in.
250 favorite movie posters of all times.
I don't think we could do those types anymore. The numbers just getting so big.
I personally think that list shows are completely out of the question unless we just do something smaller, like the top 50 directors or something like that. But you got to do something within your means too.
We could do like
episode 1000, the best 1000 horror movies ever made.
We could probably do that. But that would be like not talking about it. It'd be just listing them off.
Right.
But no, like maybe something along the lines of like, what if we just did like a top 10 show? You know what I mean? For that, like a top 10, vampire films or something like that. I mean, that's special enough. We've never done that before.
No, absolutely. I mean, even something like one of the most requested franchise shows or something. Who knows? Who really knows, man? It could be anything, man. It could be anything. So,
right.
But
I'm
yeah,
on a fucking diet. It
We
sucks
could
major dicks. Being on
You're on a diet of major dicks.
Well, that too, but dicks suck.
well, I heard dicks are low in calories, so you must be doing something right.
I know. Just keep on sucking them.
Right, just high in sodium. You want to keep the sodium levels down though, so don't swallow.
Dude, listen, the biggest tip for someone to go on a diet, man, is like you just can't go too hard too fast.
Well, the problem is that diets are different for everybody. Like, it's truly amazing how certain people's bodies react differently and shit like that. Like, you look at how much weight I lost in such a short period of time, and because I went over and above. Like, I went really, really fucking hardcore. But
right.
I also grew up really out.
Different though, because that's like built into your personality. I think that someone like Jeremy, who honestly, have you ever dieted before?
No.
Like, you don't seem like a big like athlete or anything like that. So I assume it would be a little bit harder to stick to a strict diet. So
Yeah.
I would like
Well,
allow myself to
That's what
to
I was.
breathe a little bit.
That's also what I
And
was.
It's not like you are desperate either.
That's
No,
what
not
I was implying though too, man. You got to be aware of what your body is though too, because you know, to the contrary, I mean, from what people know me, I mean, I came onto YouTube in 2012 and I was big when I started on YouTube, but I didn't grow up fat, right? I was super athletic and I grew up super skinny. I didn't start gaining weight until 2007-ish, 8-ish kind of thing, like, you know, bigger weight. And like basically from those years until I started losing weight again, those were the biggest years of my life. Like people only knew me as this big person. Man. It was the biggest, drinking high calorie beers and stuff. Yeah. Partying like a motherfucker.
Yeah,
and
booze
of course,
and you know, just eating bad often.
Well,
You know what I mean?
my biggest problem is I never really ate that unhealthy. It's when I ate though. I was a night eater. I would fucking pack in so many calories at night, but I also drink. So that's where I gained a lot of my weight. But going back to what I was saying, I could lose the weight because I come from that background of athletics and stuff, right? I know how my body can react. And I pushed myself to the point and I was like, you know what? It's either going to work, it's not, but mentally I could push myself. And I was like, you know what? I've done this before in the past, hard regiments and shit like that, you know, just through sports and shit. So I just incorporated what I grew up knowing into, you know, eating healthy, like strict healthy but it's the exercise though, man. It's getting back into it and just hitting it hard. And it's been, you know, I've been down, like I'm like 180 pounds, 180, you know, it's... So, I mean, I was 275, dude. So even the wife said to me that day, she said, how the fuck do you lose 100 fucking... So, okay, you want to hear something crazy? So yesterday, I forgot that I had this Dilated People shirt that I got in 2009. I had bought this record off some guy and he threw in this Dilated People shirt and it was a large for free. And at the time in 2009, like I was probably 230 pounds, right? Maybe 240. Like I was big. And, probably in 2009, maybe 230. I don't know. But anyways, the point is the shirt didn't fucking fit. I never even tried it on. So yesterday I was going through my shirts and I have a shitload of shirts, man. And I saw it sitting there and I was like, oh my God, I've never even put this thing on. I wonder if it'll fit me. So I put it on last night. I'm like, perfect fit. I'm like, it's fucking crazy, man. I've had this shirt for 12 years, never wore it. And it just got me thinking, I'm like, damn, because you know, when I lost all this weight and stuff, people are like, oh, are you gonna be able to keep it off? And I'm like, you know what? I've been down in my weight from between 180 and 190 for a long, long time. It's been a year and a half, you know, maybe even longer than that. So, but yeah, no, it's just, you just got to keep up the hard work.
Well, when you think about it, like you would sit there and do a show and you would drink fucking 12 shock tops and those are like 200 calories a piece.
Well, you know what it is? Yeah, I mean, yeah, they are about 170 calories a piece, but it's not even the calorie wise. It's the carbs, man. Those beers are like 16 grams per beer. That is excessive, dude. That's what was making me fat was the carbs. I mean, I still drink a fair amount of beer, but I drink these Michelobes and they're carbs. They're 3 carbs. You think about that. One shock top with 16 carbs. I can drink, what is that? 5 of these was equaling one of those.
Mm-hmm.
That's
ridiculous.
I like
that Michelob Ultra
Light
too. I used to drink that a lot when I was in high school.
So my buddy's like, dude, like you're drinking a lot of beer, and like, how do you maintain your weight? And I'm like, just what I was doing, just eat healthy and stuff. And I'm like, dude, these beers have 3 grams of carbs. Carbs is what makes you fucking fat. It legitimately does.
Carbs and sugar will destroy you, and that's why I dieted. Like, I've always been the type of person to where I could put on 30 pounds and lose it with no effort. Would, you know, be a little bit more active and it would fall off. Mm-hmm. And then when I hit like 29, 28, 29, maybe like 25, 26, like it started. But by the time I was 28, 29, that didn't happen anymore. It didn't just fall off easy, you know. But if you look back at me through the years on YouTube, you'll see my face get fat and small and fat and small. Dude, it's actually quite fun.
So actually, speaking of going back through YouTube, like I never ever watch. I barely even watch the videos I upload. Like I'll usually click into it just to see if it uploaded properly. Right. So I never really watched my videos before. And I actually last night, I was trying to find Red to Kill because somebody commented on the Category 3 show saying, yeah, if you know, next time you guys do a show, review Red to Kill. And I'm like, man, we actually reviewed that one time, but I don't know where it is. I don't remember if it was a bonus review or what episode we did it on or what. I said,
it was just me and Jeremy.
Okay. Well, no, I talked about it. I think I talked about it. Maybe. I don't know. Anyways, the point is it was reviewed on the show, but so I said, hey, just do a quick search, 22 Shots, Moods, and Horror with the title. It should come up. Well, it doesn't. I couldn't find it even myself. But a bunch of my videos came up and I started clicking on them and I was like, oh my God. I am so fucking fat in that video. I was just blown away. Like, I clicked on a body bags video, dude. It looked like I had just finished 400 shock tops. Yeah, it looked like I just finished 400 shock tops and was like so inflated. My face was like, I was like, oh my God, crazy, dude. Like, when you go back and see yourself like that, you're like, damn, man, that's unfucking believable. But yeah, so I started clicking on a couple videos. I was clicking on podcasts because I wanted to see if it was in the show notes, and I couldn't fucking find it, dude. So I don't know how you search that type of thing.
It was on the Tetsuo trilogy.
Okay.
Show. That one was just me and Jeremy, I think.
Okay, so that's annoying because, that's one of the ones I didn't click on because it never came up on the pages. So, yeah.
Well, it's not on your channel, I don't think, because it's a mini shots.
Oh, that's fucking why. That's why I can search it. Okay, so I imagine if you do search 22 Shots of Movies and Horror and then type in a title, the podcast should come up on there. Okay, so that makes complete more sense. Thank you for that. Okay.
Yep, and that show... We did the Tetsuo trilogy and then Red to Kill. Mm-hmm. And we did Escape Room. Me and Jeremy reviewed Escape Room.
So I couldn't recall if I had talked about it because I definitely watched the movies. I watched all the Tetsuo movies and Red to Kill and stuff, but I never recorded with you guys. Because that's when
that was
back when you were having like a crazy life episode and you were, like,
dude. Like I just needed to take a step back and just, absorb everything that had happened to me. And I needed that to just get myself clear. Like I wasn't like people were like, "Are you depressed?" Like my friends that know me and stuff. Like I wasn't. I was just I just needed to sort shit out of my head just to really understand what the fuck had happened. And but I needed to clear myself, and that's how I deal with things. But no, I wasn't depressed. I wasn't having health issues. I wasn't fucking having anxiety. I wasn't no, it was none of that shit. This is how I deal with things. Like I've never experienced those type of things that other people have issues with. So I can't fully understand it, but that wasn't my issues. But anyways, I digress. Yeah, man. So, fuck's going on?
Well,
I'm on a diet. That's about it.
You said you were on a diet. I think that you should just maintain, what you were doing before. You said you were moving around a lot more. Get back on that. Drop a couple pounds and stuff, and just go easy whenever you eat, fast food or eat out or
that was the problem. Like I would go work and then I would leave from work. I would go fucking McDonald's and get 4 double cheeseburgers. And it's like,
yeah. Well, Jeremy, I know that feeling too, bro. Like I get off work at midnight or 11 p.m. and it's like, do I feel like going home and cooking? Not necessarily. So I'll just go to like Taco Bell and grab, like 6 beef and what are they? Beef and cheese burritos, the dollar things.
Dude, I used to be so bad, man. And like thinking back on this, man, I even wonder how the fuck I could ingest this type of food. But I remember being like 19 years old and going to the bars and stuff because where I'm from, it's 19. And but I remember, I didn't
even know that.
Yeah, well, Canada's weird. Every second province changes.
Wisconsin for a long time.
Yeah, it changes every second province legitimately. So BC is the far west coast. We're 19. Alberta's next to us. They're 18. And then it goes 19, 18, 19, 18 all through Canada. It's very bizarre.
Oh, yeah, I knew that because on the episode of that 70s show, they go up to Canada because they're like...
Yeah, so at the time, it must have been 18 wherever they're... So... But anyways, like we would party and, the bars would close. In those days, it was like 1 o'clock. So the first thing you do, I think the only places at that time that were open late were Wendy's and Burger King in my city. So everything else was closed by the time the bars are closed. So everyone would always rush over there. But I remember this guy I was partying with one night. He loved Wendy's. Like he's like, I need to go get some fucking Wendy's. I'm like, okay. So we went and got Wendy's and I grabbed 4 junior bacon cheeseburgers and a large fry. And I just fucking downed it. And this girl that we were with, she's like, and Burger King's right next door. And she's like, I want Burger King. So we drove over to Burger King. I got myself a double Whopper and ate that. And I'm thinking to myself going, no wonder I started gaining weight. I'm like, I just ingested like 3,000 calories plus the other probably 2,000 I drank and shit. I'm like, this is fucking crazy. But I'm thinking to myself going, how did I even eat all that food? That's an amazing fucking, but I had a crazy appetite because, when you do lots of workout and cardio and shit like that, you can build it up, but don't eat like that late night is the point. The point is just do not do that. So.
Oh yeah, I would eat like that and I would just go to bed.
Yeah, well, that's the worst thing you could ever do.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Well, there's a reason why sumo wrestlers, the reason why they get so big, they actually purposely ingest. Like I remember reading this one guy's diet, this one sumo wrestler. I can't remember what his name is. A very famous guy, but he would keep up his weight he would eat I think 120 or 150 pieces of sushi right before he went to bed. And then it would, build up. You would get fat that way, right? And that's how you maintain your weight, because in sumo wrestling, the point is to be bigger. It's better for you, kind of thing. So he'd eat 120 or 150 pieces of sushi before bed every night. And I'm like, could you imagine eating that much food right before, like even ingesting that much?
Sushi, that much raw fish too, like
that much rice, dude. It's a lot of rice. It's a lot, but the point is the carbs, right? So you build up, but I just thought that was really interesting. And I'm thinking to myself, going, that's exactly what we were basically doing when we partied all the time. We were fucking, either go back to the house and order pizza and eat like fucking a large pizza and then go to sleep. Not good for you, man. Mm-hmm. Not good.
Yeah. Yeah,
that's another thing that doos me in the fucking pizza, man.
The pizza, bro. I'm with you, because
I crave pizza every day.
How you do it, man. Pizza is always like, you can do cauliflower crust, but even then, it's still not the best for you. Yeah. But
it's just not good though.
Pizza is the hardest thing.
I tried the cauliflower crust and I was disgusted by it. I was like, this tastes like cardboard.
I tried it and it's okay. Like, the more towards cauliflower it is, the worse it is. Like there's mid ones where it's like half cauliflower and like half like other shit.
Yeah.
And it's like, but at that point you're still like, it's like 60 carbs or something like that.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it's like, it's not even worth it. But I don't hate it, but the pizza is definitely the hard thing for me. The always the hardest thing for me is just making myself want to cook dinner every night. That's the hard part for me, because I can eat healthy if I make it myself, obviously.
Yeah.
But it's just like, it's a pain in the ass, like, to sometimes,
it's all schedule, right? I mean, I understand
schedule. It's all schedule with me. Like,
the convenience
that's the hardest part about eating healthy for me.
The convenience of fast food is, it's real. It's real. That's why fast food chains are so not only convenient, but why they do so well, right? Because it's right there. I get it, man. People's schedules are always different and stuff, but I mean, it also helps if you like to cook and stuff. Like, I've always been a fan of cooking and shit. When I was younger,
I cooked today.
When I was younger, actually, one of the first things I really wanted to do with my life for real was actually be a chef. When I was in high school, like, I was just, honestly thinking of real options, right? Like, of course I wanted to be a big rap star, like that, those dreams are never going to happen. But then, I got into music anyways and did all that type of stuff. But I mean, realistically, something that would have been probably more better for myself was to do the culinary programs and stuff. Because I actually have a couple of friends that are chefs and do really, really fucking well. Like, really well for themselves and stuff. But it's fun to do, like, if you like to do it and stuff. But when you're a kid, all you want to do is, the shit that you really can't do in your life. It's like when you're a kid, like, what do you want to do? They're like, I want to be a doctor. Like, no, sonny, you're fucking stupid. You're never going to be able to be a fucking doctor. Like, you got to be realistic with your dream.
Justin Patrick.
Right?
What did you want to be when you were a kid?
I always hated when adults would say,
movies.
Well, so you're living your dream. Yeah. Mine was, culinary. I wanted to work in the music industry and stuff, and fucking 9/11 fucked my whole life up. It's like the worst shit ever. Fuck.
I wanted to be, I think when I was really young, I wanted to be a professional wrestler. And then when I got a little bit older, I wanted to be a rapper, like Moods.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I was a little bit older after that, I wanted
I just thought of think about JP rapping.
What? I'm not bad.
This would be funny.
I put some stuff in the show before.
Well, it was more with me.
With your mustache and your fucking... Oh, man, I'd fucking die.
I just wanted to do anything in the industry. It didn't really matter. Like, when I got into, engineering and producing and stuff, that was really fun. But, I mean, the music level was still really fun. I always did it later on by myself and shit, but...
I wanted to be a professional skateboarder. That was the last thing I wanted to do.
Yeah. I love skate. I mean, I was pretty much a professional BMXer for a lot of years. I mean, I just hadn't turned the age. I had all my credentials to be one, but up here where we're from, you had to be a certain age to even turn pro. It was weird. So I think they've changed that since, but I quit before it. So, but but skateboarding, no, that was a hobby of mine. I love skateboarding. I was never fucking Tony Hawk-ish. But
I mean, I was one of the best people in my area. That was something that I actually got really good really fast with, but I like kind of plateaued. Like here's what it is with skateboarding with me. Like I learned all the tricks, like the basic ones, right? Like, kick flip, fucking varial flip, all the shit. And then whenever you learn all that shit, tray flip, the next thing to do is to learn how to do it switch, right? With your left foot in the back.
Yeah.
And if you're right footed. And I couldn't fucking do it for I can't do anything on my left foot like that. and it just really discouraged me. And I was just like, man, I can never be good if I can't do this shit switch. So
Yeah.
I just kind of faded out. And by that point, I think I was like 18 or 19. So I started getting into, partying and girls a lot more too. And I skated less and less and less. So I kind of faded out of it. And I haven't touched a skateboard in like 10 years probably. So no, probably like 7 years. But I thought about it last summer. I was like, man, I should just buy a skateboard and fuck around for a little bit, but I might do that.
I just feel like I'm getting a little bit too old to do that. I mean, honestly, I'm getting a little bit more fragile. I mean, people always ask me too, right? Because they see me ripping around on my BMX all the time and shit. And they're like, man, you're fucking like, I'm pretty ballsy on it. Like I'm taking huge jumps and like doing crazy shit. Like I feel like I'm fucking 20 years old again, right? But I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, when I'm in the air sometimes, I've fucking done it a couple times in last year and the year before. I've wiped out many times, and like, but when you race, for so many years, you learn how to fall properly. Like you can't never really fully anticipate it, but you do learn, right? Like and then so it's expected when you're doing this type of shit. But I'm taking jumps and thinking to myself in the air, I'm like, man, this is gonna fucking hurt if I fall off. Like it's just not like the old days. But
yeah,
but
I feel
I
like
think it's
that
fun
now too. Like when you're younger, you just feel like you don't feel like anything's a danger. Like, you know what I mean? You could just walk across like a log across the river, the stream or something, and you don't really think about it. You just do it.
Mm-hmm.
But like I have noticed like that I feel like my balance isn't as good as it used to be. And okay, here's an example. Like we have a porch, and I was like the backside doesn't have a railing on it, and before I used to just hop off there, and like I went to go down there and I was like, maybe I should take the steps. I never would have thought of that before when I was a kid, but I'm like, I might fucking twist my ankle or something if I jump off of this right now.
Yeah.
Sprain my ankle or like, land wrong or something. I never felt like, you just felt like, you felt like you were like not as connected to the earth. Like now I feel like the gravity is a thing. But
it's real.
When I was a kid, I just never realized it. I just ran around and I don't know. I guess I'm officially old.
Kids don't do that shit anymore.
Oh, I know.
They just sit in front of their
just
sit in front of their screens. They don't know how to fucking go outside and play in the mud.
They don't. They honestly don't.
I can't believe that, dude. Like I was like, dude, like today it was like pretty nice outside. I would have been home from school and like just everywhere outside, out through the woods, just like doing whatever I could, going down the creek. Or creek, I don't know how you guys say. Yeah, it's creek here. But just like building tree houses and shit. Like it's crazy because I see like my younger cousins and stuff like that, and a lot of them are older now, but when they were just a couple years ago, it's like it just didn't exist.
Yeah.
Like when I was outside, when I was a kid, you walked outside and you saw kids. Kids were already outside. You're like, you got to run outside. You're like, I can't miss the kids. All the kids are going outside.
Right.
You like felt, if you didn't go outside for some reason, you felt like you missed something. Like you were like, man, I'm bummed I didn't go outside today. Like everybody was out, or you were in trouble or something. You felt like you really missed something. Like there's some adventure that you missed out on.
The pros and cons of technology, right? Right there.
True that.
It is a different world, man, for the youth of today. That's for damn sure, man. It's kind of sad actually to think that they're never going to have the same experience. I mean, I'm not saying all kids can't have those experiences, but most don't though. It's just a totally different world. And like what we sit here and talk about kids.
Well, it's like the whole stranger danger bullshit too. That's fucking going on. I don't know.
Yeah.
Stranger danger is an important aspect.
I mean, there's an argument either way. I mean, a lot of people claim that like even when we were kids, like the stranger danger, the abductions and child related crimes and things like that were always there. They just weren't publicized as much. I mean, you got to remember everything nowadays is just a hand away. It's just an arm's length away, right? All you have to do is click on Google. Like everything is so publicized and it's so over the top and shit like that. But they say like even back in the day the crimes were there. They just weren't publicized like they are today. So, but it's good to have the awareness of it though. That I think that's the point of it. But I mean, if you look at the numbers, child abductions and things like that compared to like when we were kids, they're not really that much different. There was a lot of crime back in the day. It just wasn't out there. So. Which is crazy too, because you wouldn't hear about that shit. And like, you got fucking 8-9-year-old kids like I was roaming the neighborhoods, doing whatever the fuck I was doing and shit, and leave in the morning, come back at dinner time kind of thing, right? You'd never have that today. Not in a fucking million years. I mean, if you let your kids roam the neighborhood nowadays, you're insane. Purely insane.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, I would be if I had a kid, I would definitely be like more.
Well, with my street too, like I live on in a nice neighborhood, but like my street, I live more at the front of the street, so there's a ton of houses behind me, so we have a lot of traffic by the front of the house, right? Because the street's really long. Yeah. Can
you tell everybody the story about that highway where all the girls got abducted and got their heads cut off?
With the Highway of Tears?
Yeah. Yeah,
Highway of Tears is actually. It's great,
I remember you telling me that story when you came and visited, and I don't think we ever talked about it.
Yeah, no, he's talked about that.
No, they've done. I think there was a documentary on Netflix about it too, actually, and I know there was a Dateline. They did a Dateline in town about it and stuff, so it's very well publicized. But it is really interesting that there's never been anybody, charged officially with. But then again, there's also they figure that it's 3 or 4 different people too, So it's been going on for almost 50 years. It's crazy, but no one's ever been charged with any of the killings. Isn't that fucking crazy? But I mean, that's the product of most likely being, a truck driver and things like that. Just easier to keep moving along. It's hard to pinpoint, right? So, but yeah, I mean, tons and tons of bodies, man. Tons of bodies. This is crazy, man. Kind of scary, but yeah. Oh, before we move along here, do we have any housekeeping or anything notable?
Because we're say this.
Yeah, because we're not going to do a news. So if there's anything to get out now, we might as well just say it. So.
Something that we haven't shouted out in a while. We still do have T-shirts. We've gotten a ton of new listeners lately. I know that there's been a couple of new Patreon supporters and stuff like that. So if you guys were unaware, we did print up like a pretty sick shirt that we've did probably about 2 years ago at this point, I think. And
almost a year and a half ago.
Yeah, we still have some available. I think we're almost out of certain sizes. But you could email or message us about that.
Do we still have shirts left? Like how? Like
yeah. Lots.
We got a lot of shirts left.
I can't believe those things ever sold out, man. Because they are like, I usually wouldn't even try to, I mean, me, man. I don't really like to fucking.
That's another thing I did. Thank you very much. I'll take all the credit for the T-shirts.
What I will say though, the actual prints and shirt quality is amazing. Like these are actually legitly good fucking shirts, man. I'm not just saying that because they're ours. They are legit, dude.
Like we didn't just go out there and do a third party service that you could do that anybody could do online. Like Jeremy had a connect in the T-shirt business and we got legit shirts and it cost a lot.
I've never heard anyone that had bought one and not say it wasn't the greatest, like one of the greatest qualities, man. Like the print is just incredible, man. And it's like that perfect kind of thick cotton too. I love that shit.
Nice shirts.
Yeah.
They were they cost us a lot. I know you just said that.
If you're interested in buying one of those, hit us up. Another thing that I wanted to mention, we did put a new tier on the Patreon for a specific show.
Oh, did we? I don't know.
Yeah, it was the Universal Horror Show.
Oh, that actually went on there?
Yeah, we did put it on. Typically, we charge what do we charge for a franchise with 4 films or more?
I think it's $30 up there or something.
Well, no, I'm saying franchise shows.
Yeah,
franchise shows are normally like $50, 50 or 60. This is 4 films and it's 25, I believe we put it up for. And so you don't get to pick the films necessarily, but the concept behind it is it's a box set. So we'll be reviewing the first volume in the Universal horror set.
So I guess there's potentially 6 of these shows.
Potentially 6 of the shows, and that specific tier, if Jeremy swears that nobody's going to do it, I think somebody will pick it.
It's been up there for like 2 months. Nobody's
right, but we never actually promoted it either, though. So
yeah.
If somebody would pick it and it goes over well, we could put other box sets in there. You know what I mean? Like maybe the Giallo box set or something that Vinegar Syndrome did. Or something else. Like the possibilities are kind of endless.
And we'll have to get Dave on those, considering he just did those with Duncan. So.
Oh, he's still doing them.
What a fucking sellout, man! This guy's like, I want to join 22 Shots. And he's like, fuck, I'm just gonna go record with Duncan. Why not?
Yeah.
But, actually, good box sets, because I mentioned this. I don't know if it was last show or the show before, but like I said, with all the love that Paul Naschy's been getting over the last couple years, man.
Paul Naschy box sets.
There's box sets, and there's just so many Naschy shows that we do. Like everything's getting good releases, man. It's amazing. It's like one of those cats that just we need to explore, because I mean I've seen the Paul Naschy sets are amazing. If you don't have those sets, you got to get them. Totally worth the money. But those would be fucking fun as hell to do. So
Yeah, the Paul Naschy sets.
Oh, that's all right. I spent $350 on Universal Horror Monster sets.
Yeah, and Jeremy bought all the box sets.
They're worth it though. They're worth it.
It would be nice to do those shows. I just bought the first 2 for now. And yeah, I would really like to do those. Those would be a lot of fun. Sam swears he's gonna buy it.
We never really do like older movies from the 50s and 60s.
And that's why I thought of that idea, or we thought of that.
Well, we
idea
would,
because...
I think, if we picked some of our own shows and stuff. But I think those are perfect because they're 4-film sets and stuff. And you know what I like about those sets is those are movies that some of those titles I would buy individually, but I love them because they're in a set, too. It's great. Like the value's there for them and stuff. But yeah, that's the other thing with the older Universal films from like the 30s, 40s, and 50s. Mostly 30s and 40s, man. They're short fucking movies, dude. Like 4 movies. Yeah. It's not that much prep. So.
Well, a lot of people have asked us over the years, like, hey, you guys mostly do 80s to present and, some 70s and stuff, but you guys don't touch a lot of stuff from the 30s, 40s, 50s. And it's true, we don't, and we never really have, even when we were.
Well, that's kind of bullshit because we review tons of 70s movies. Tons. That's true. Tons. People forget about the Italian month. Everything is pretty much from the 70s. And plus we've done, like, I mean, if you look at the history, if you go through everything, there's a ton of fucking 70s, but you got to remember we've also had the Patreon going for so long too. We actually probably have done
more 70s than 2000s. We definitely have.
It's crazy when you really think about it, because there's so many 80s movies, like legit popular movies that we've never covered. Tons. Like things like The Burning. We've never, like, there's so many films. Like, I mean, we did. I don't think so.
I think we did The Burning.
I don't think anyone reviewed. Maybe someone reviewed it individually on there.
Maybe. I don't really remember.
But I mean, Sleepaway Camp, we did that franchise. But I mean, I could legit say a lot of movies that we've never done. I mean, I can't remember everything.
I want to do the Halloween franchise again.
Well, I can tell you one thing. I mean, I would not be looking forward to that, but I can tell you one thing: the ratings would be so much lower, and I'd have so much more critique on it. I'm very angry with that franchise.
We were so young during that period that, like, I feel like I've came such a far way.
I know one thing. I know one thing, that my rating on part 4 would be. It would be so much lower.
Yeah. That I mean, that's funny, but it's like, I feel like
you guys have more connection to those movies than I do. So
not me. I didn't grow up with them.
Oh really? Yeah, but you grew up with the other guys, so.
Yeah, definitely. But, yeah. So the Universal box set show, that's available now. I really want to do it too. I think it would be cool. Yeah.
Don't be Jews. Go buy it. Don't be Jews.
It's really
don't be
cheap,
a Jeremy.
Honestly. It's really cheap. And you're supporting the show for the, $2,000 t-shirts that we bought.
Well, we should thank all the.
So this is going to be called the shameless plug portion of the show right now.
Right. But yeah, we don't do it often anymore.
Well, like you said, it's been up there for 2 months.
All the big homies who have supported the show this past week. We got somebody who chose to do a franchise show, and somebody who's decided
that's something that we
should
do. I don't mean to cut you off, but that is something that that I feel bad that we don't do more often, is shouting people out. We should fucking do that more often. You know what else
we don't do? Hang out with the homies.
I know.
There's a lot of people in that tier that, whenever we get on Skype, homies. We invite you for the.
If I could ever figure out how to fucking work Google, on Google Hangouts, I can't even do it sober, for fuck's sakes, man. Let alone fucking log off. But that would be fun.
That was
to do.
One of the funniest shit ever. Me and JP were just sitting here, silence, just dying.
You got to remember though, if I knew how to work it sober, it wouldn't have ended up like that, because I had problems even figuring how to do the. It's confusing, honestly. It's not set up very well. It really isn't. It should be so much user friendly than it is. Maybe it is now, because I haven't been on it in a while. Because YouTube, even I uploaded the video last night and they changed everything. With ads and all that type of shit, it's crazy. It was a different upload. So, but anyways, Jeremy, continue.
Sorry, one sec. Thank the homies who have supported the show. We have somebody
Sounds cock diet.
Yeah, my cock diet, my new salad cock diet, all in my mouth. So we have got a lot of people. So Elizabeth Schmidt came in. Peter Bell came in with, he's the one who picked the trilogy show, so we have a trilogy show coming up.
Is that the Peter Jackson show?
Dude, I have to
Peter
say, man,
Jackson.
I'm sorry to intervene here, but those first two names sound completely made up. It sounds
No,
like we're just making up names and throwing out, hey guys, we're gonna do shoutouts, but let's come up with some names.
Wow, do we really have 81 active patrons?
Yep.
Wow. That's
No disrespect towards the names. It just kind of made me laugh because those first two names just sounded like we just made the names up. Like these motherfuckers
Wow,
don't have any
I
followers.
honestly didn't know we had that many. I thought we had like 40. Like that's double. Like wow,
How
that's
many?
amazing. Well, you guys are awesome.
I thought we only had like
81.
50.
Yeah. One.
I think Exploding Heads has around like 100 and some. So
Well, that's
not
because
too
they're
bad.
making a movie though. That's because they're making a movie.
Right.
I heard they're making the new Halloween movie actually. So, rumor.
Yeah.
Christian's been making movies. I'll tell you that.
Yes.
Smashing VHS tapes.
That's
That's
original.
what I said. I was like, when he posted that video, I was like, that's the movie. They did the movie.
Right. That was funny. Yeah.
Yeah. So Godzilla came on.
Yeah, Godzilla came on. Ryan Sanders and Christopher Morrow came on with the Return of the Living Dead franchise show.
Huge show from him. That's something that I wanted to do for a really long time. And kind of perfect timing because there's 205 films in there too. And I recently picked up Return of the Living Dead 2 on Blu-ray as well. So that's pretty fun. I'm excited for
I picked that up too. Oh wait, I think you sent me that because you're a loser.
I can't fucking believe it
Did
took
you
that
lost
long.
too?
You're a loser.
I said this like 3 years ago. I'm like, man, it's so fucking nuts. We haven't done the Return of the Living Dead franchise, and here it is finally. But again, great timing, like you said. Which I just watched all the movies like during the first part of the quarantine. So, but I'll be happy to revisit. I'm sure Jeremy's really excited, man. 5 zombie movies. Oh, his favorite
I
subgenre.
can't wait.
So,
K9 Gaming, he's given us 2 European E's a month. I don't know what that is. Is that pounds? Is that E the pound?
No,
Euros.
that's euros, you dumbass.
Oh,
JP, you need to think that shit through before you talk. That sounded really bad.
really? What's a pound?
Did you just say, is the E a pound? Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure. No, the pound sign is the pound sign. It looks like a fancy ass L.
No, motherfucker, it is the pound sign.
Well, there you go.
It's an E.
Oh, the euros and E.
No, they're both E's. I'm looking at Euro 2. They're both E's.
I think
Well,
you're
whatever.
I think you're on E right now. Christ,
I don't understand what fucking. Jesus.
you are so bad with currencies, man. It's like unbelievable.
Like Canada's easy. The CAs. It's like Canada's.
I don't like Celsius. Tell me what Fahrenheit is. 'Cause
Yeah.
I'm American.
Get on the right page.
Dude, again, I love this. I love this argument because you guys are literally on the wrong page.
No,
right?
we're
the
on the
entire
right page.
world is on the Celsius. You guys are on this fair. You guys are one country. There's like 100
doesn't
other
matter.
countries. It's so
They're
bizarre.
wrong.
It's so
How
bizarre.
do you rate your dates in Canada?
But even if you're not, though, just put it this way. How do we write our date? Okay, just put it this way. Even if you're not on the Celsius thing as Americans, it's funny how most Canadians and most Europeans and people that are on, the Celsius can figure out Fahrenheit. It's really fucking easy to do. Like there's a formula to it that's very easy.
It doesn't look easy.
Dude, all you do is take the temperature, times it by 2, and add 35 to get Fahrenheit. It's
Times
super.
it by 2. Dude, you want me to do fucking algebra?
Dude,
Get
it's
the
not
fucking
algebra.
time?
I mean, if
It's called
it's
multiplication.
if it's fucking 20 degrees out, you know that's 75 fucking Fahrenheit. Right?
How?
40 plus 35 is 75. It's simple mathematics, yo. Dude, I'm an
That's
English
too much
major.
work,
I'm
dude.
an English major and I can do that simple
I
math
count
because
on my
it's simple
fingers,
math.
bro.
It's simple fucking math. But my point
Like,
is,
I'll be like, it's 8 o'clock. What time is? How many hours is 10:30? I'll be like 8:30, 9:30, 10:30.
Jesus, I'd love to see you do army.
it actually is
time.
kind of funny because people will
I
grab
do
my
that
phone
too.
sometimes and they'll look at it and be like,
Yeah, what is 15:30?
3:30.
15:30 would be
3:30.
So 12 would
3:30.
be
3:30.
12.
Shut up, dude. You fucking. I know you fucking know it. Quizzing JP.
My phone literally is in 24-hour clock all the time because
Yeah.
when you work in an airport, dude,
Well,
you just take
actually,
the 12 and add.
The 24-hour time isn't that hard. It makes sense to
All
me.
you do is add from 12.
I know.
Yeah,
That's
but
what I
Jake
was just
doesn't
doing.
know how to add.
Oh my god.
I know how to add. I just do it on my hands.
Well, this is Simple Mathematics with the 22 Shots of Moves and Horror podcast.
Yeah.
Right. Continue, Jeremy.
Oh, that was it.
Oh.
Well, there was some other people there too, man. We got
You're shouting out everybody.
Well, big ups to Godzilla
all
coming
80
on.
of them.
Big ups to
Maybe not.
Godzilla. You know, it's funny because I actually didn't realize he wasn't on until he said he was on. I actually thought he was on the Patreon.
Yeah, he came through big too with a nice 84 Canadian.
yeah,
wow.
but that's for the whole year.
Yeah, but I mean, it's still 84.
Well, it's good to see the homie getting his finances in order and shit like that. That's what he said anyways. I was like, well, fuck.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
it's been so long. Like, we talk all the time, but we never get to fucking hang out, you know, because we're following these rules. And I'm doing the quote
Also,
unquote thing.
Nicholas McPherson, he joined that. What did he just gave us the show, right? He gave us the Cronenberg show, right?
There we go. The top spenders. Taylor Hader has gave us $894.
That name is not
Dude,
real.
don't say that out loud.
Taylor Hader?
$894.
Dude, she's probably when she hears that, she's like, "What the fuck is wrong
Dude,
with me?"
don't give the totals out. That's ridiculous. But anyways, that name sounds made up
But
too.
that's
Taylor
Taylor.
Hader?
That's Taylor, dude. That's the Twilight
the
girl.
Biggest,
know,
the
but
biggest supporter ever.
But it sounds like it's
Wow,
fucking
dude,
made up.
Taylor. It used to be Derek, and Taylor came out swinging. I love her.
Oh, I mean,
We gotta
dude,
get
if this
her
was
again.
Friday, man, Derek got knocked the fuck out.
He's not even on the top 50 anymore.
Well, yeah, he hasn't really
Yeah. I know.
picked much lately. Well, Sam, where's Sam at? Sam's not even on there. Dave gave us $215.
Before he joined. Is Dave still a Patreon and he's part of the show?
Yeah, he still is, and we still
Shut
are,
up.
too. We give him like $6, and then he gives us like, every month in PayPal.
Dude,
takes
no
a fee,
way.
So
I had no idea. I just assumed he would have
we're
stopped.
basically paying PayPal each month.
I used
Dude,
to give
he's
him
paying
movies,
us to
like,
be
all
on the
time.
show. He's paying us to be on the show. We're pimping. We're fucking pimping Dave right now.
Well,
We are
That is-
pimping Dave.
action handy then.
I can't believe we're pimping Dave. That's fucking amazing. Dude, I wonder how he feels about that.
What was the one dude who was like, "I'm a Patreon member"?
Marky Collins.
Who?
Collins.
Oh, Dusty.
Oh,
yeah.
whatever happened to that guy?
I think he
Jeremy
ended up in the
Ball.
loony bin.
Jesus. Nice.
Yeah, it's we man. I'll tell you what, man. We've had some longtime supporters who have literally joined dates 2017. I mean,
Yeah.
Mark Latham, that guy's been hooking it up for a long time, man.
Since September 14th, 2017.
Yeah, number 2 all time.
But like Action Jack Man, he's been.
You know what? We
supporting
need to
us.
put these guys on the site, man, somewhere. I gotta
Fucking
do that.
Action Jack Man's been supporting us with $10 a month since 2017, and he hasn't said
And
anything.
he's never asked for anything, said anything, or I don't think he knows.
Dude, you know what I think happened? I think that guy passed away, and we're
What?
just draining his fucking
No,
bank account
you're
right now.
joking.
It never cut off.
You're joking, right?
Yeah, I'm totally joking, but wouldn't that be fucked up though?
Dude, that made me sad for a minute.
Dude, wouldn't that be fucked up? Like, he doesn't even, like, nobody knows his bank account is getting drained from 22 shots. It's not even funny, but it's kind of funny.
Where's Muscles, dude?
Muscle Dude, Fincinito. Let me find
The Horcholo.
Fincinito.
I think Moon's his wife's home.
No, that was definitely fucking Jeremy.
Oh,
They're
really?
yelling about stupid shit.
Yep, I heard
Fincinito.
Jeremy's mom in the background.
$78. Fincinito.
You don't have to say the amounts.
Why?
You just don't have to.
I'm a Jew. It's all about the money.
Jill. Good old Jill in there.
All right. Well, the point is that, you know, we're giving mad props to people that have been supporting the show, and it's not just about the money. It's, you know, even if you're listening and
I mean, it
you
is
know
for me.
sharing and
I
liking
mean,
and
I'm
comment.
not gonna lie, that money's a little nice sometimes.
Honest, well, you know, the money's it is what it is. But I mean, I honestly personally prefer. I mean, I know I'm different than you guys, but I personally prefer, you know, the feedback and stuff. I mean, and the negative stuff is good too. It's good too. I mean, you know, sometimes you got to cut
It's
off some
okay.
motherfuckers, but As long as it's legit, it's all good. But no, the comments is good, man. I mean, like and subscribing and stuff like that really does help. And I never say shit like that, but it really does help out the show. Move it around, get the word out there and stuff.
Comments are huge.
Yeah,
it helps the YouTube algorithm.
Well, that's the thing. That's why I like the comments, and it's.
Yeah.
But I mean, I get it though.
And who else is as cancelable as us? Can do as good as we've done over the years. You know what I mean? Like, we're never going to get any legit sponsors, so.
All right, I want to read a comment from one Mr. Guy named Mr. Tight White.
Oh, he's a troll. He's a fucking troll.
I thought
I don't like that guy.
No, I actually had to block him the other day because he was dissing the shit out of Mike and Venom, and he was just being a dick. And I was like, it's one thing to, he said to me, he's like, yo man, he's like, you're definitely no fucking Joe Bob. And even Jeremy couldn't have saved this show. And I was like, what the, I'm like, dude, he's like, he
gave me a compliment.
I know, but this guy's clearly trolling though, because he said, it's like Mike and Venom have the I don't know what he said, the personalities of a butter a stick, but he kept saying other shit on other things, and I was like, dude, you're clearly trolling right now. Like, you're just. And then someone commented and say, oh, I see him commenting on other people's videos, the same bullshit. He's one of those guys. He's one of those guys that makes videos, but he comments like the meanest shit to people. And I was like, fuck, you can say what you want about me, but don't fucking start dissing our guests and stuff. And I think he actually said something about Lacey too at one time too, and I was like, you know what, fuck this guy. So
yeah. I remember.
When did we do that contest? I need to do the drawing for that. What episode was that? The 400 samurai versus one?
I don't remember.
We announced the contest and we said just comment on Moods' video, and then we'll.
Oh yeah.
Did we not do that?
Yeah, apparently people don't listen to the show. I don't think there was one fucking person.
Well, I didn't say you had to comment like, hey, I want to enter the contest. I just said comment on it.
We probably should have made a safe word like, hey, just comment contest.
Oklahoma.
Right.
Yeah, but I can't find which show we did that on.
I think it
was. It had to be recently.
I think it might have been the.
What it had to be the category 3.
It has to be it is the Cat 3 show for sure. It has to be. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna do.
Reading roast comments about Jeremy. It was category 3.
Right. Yeah.
Right. So I'm gonna go ahead and draw that if you guys don't mind.
Go ahead.
I mean, you guys can hear me talk. I'm gonna set it up.
Oh my god, how professional from JP.
But yeah, that guy sucks. That tight white dude. He commented on my video too, and just being a douchebag. And I'm like,
give me a compliment. He's awesome. I like him.
Well, he's clearly just being a douche though. He was basically saying that me, Dave, and JP were fucking terrible and shit. And he's like, oh, Jeremy's the fucking fire. I'm like, dude, like, it's no disrespect to Jeremy, but I'm like, come on, man. But it's just the way he's saying it though, and like he's dissing all the guests that are on the show, and I didn't even bother. I was like, dude, I don't care that I'm not Joe Bob, because I'm not trying to be fucking Joe Bob. And if you're actually trying to be Joe Bob, you're a fucking idiot, because there's only one Joe Bob, right?
That's Joe Bob.
It's Joe Bob. So what it is, man. Like, whoever said I was trying to be fucking Joe Bob is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's weird. I mean, Joe Bob, nobody's as good as Joe Bob to me, so.
Well, no, and it's totally different though too. Like, he hosts a program. Like, we're doing like, it's totally different things. It's totally different things. I don't know what the fuck this guy's talking about.
Yeah, if you actually ever listen to Joe Bob when he's not doing scripted stuff, he's actually not super, like, I mean, I don't want to say anything bad about Joe Bob, but he's not like as good, obviously. He just sounds like a regular dude talking. Well, dude, if you ever just listen to him talk about stuff, but it's unscripted.
Of course. When you can write the scripts and, perform a show, it's always going to be better and shit. I mean, this is all dome stuff that we do. It's all dome. So, I mean, that's why I always welcome the hate and stuff. When you can, if you're going to give it to us but leave the guests alone, man. Like, stop being douches. Right, a lot of that's been happening lately too.
The winner of the Blu-ray of Crazy Samurai 400 versus 1.
Which JP will never send out to you.
No, I will. I got to send Watson something he won a contest, and I got to send Moods a package, but I just haven't got around to it. But no, I will. It might take a year, but I'll send it. I sent the one dude's thing like a year. What was it? it was like 18 months later or something.
My favorite thing of all time is when JP was going to send me an Amityville film, and it ended. He took so long on it that it actually came out on Blu-ray, and then he never ended up sending it to me.
I have a copy of Amityville 6 that's completely useless now.
It's fucking hilarious, man.
But yeah, so the winner of Crazy Samurai 400 versus 1. I'm sorry, dude, this movie actually sucks, but you know, it's a sealed Blu-ray. I actually omitted him from being entered, and DVD's nuts because I thought he was saying some bullshit, so I just did. Like
DVD's nuts. That's a great name.
Did you just read what he said? He said, "Holy fuck, man, this series has really jumped the shark. I used to get slight enjoyment from it."
He's a Howard Stern fan. Jumped the shark.
What series? What series?
That's what I'm wondering. Like, is he talking about our show?
What was the where was the comment?
On Cat 3.
Cat 3.
This series has jumped the. Why is that show getting so much hate? I don't understand. Like, there was a bunch of hate. Like, first of all, series. How is Cat 3 jumping the fucking shark?
I don't know. It's confusing to me, man. That's why I was like, what? But anyway, the winner of the Blu-ray, just hit me up with your address and stuff, and you might have to remind me a few times, but I'll send it eventually, is Carson Morton. Carson Morton.
Well, congratulations to Carson Morton. Another name that sounds completely made up. Jesus, we're just faking the funk over here, aren't we?
Yeah.
But
honestly, these shows, that Cat 3 show did good. I'm actually happy because that seemed like something that could not do maybe as well.
Well, I was going to ask you guys. I was actually going to ask you guys, man. There hasn't really been a lot of there has been some comments and stuff like that, but I haven't really heard anyone like from the Patreon or nobody even say anything like the last couple shows since the Twilight one. That one went kind of crazy with the comments, of course, because it seems like an attention getter. But the last two shows haven't really got any response, and I was just kind of curious, like, have you guys heard anything? Because just
what's on your video.
Okay, yeah. Well, I don't pay attention to the Patreon chat as much as you guys do, so maybe they mentioned.
They were talking about it a little bit in there. They always do.
Yeah, because they're the first ones to hear, right? So that's why I was wondering.
Yeah. Yeah, and actually, you know what? A lot of people listen to it early, I noticed, like, more than they used to. I think now that we have the player working on the actual Patreon to where they can just hit play and not have to, like, go through a third party and stuff, I think a lot of more people like the early access. But, yeah, it's nice. I think that it's a nice little perk you get. And just to shamelessly plug some more, if you didn't know, $1 a month gets, or you could drop 12 for the year. And
or 25 cents a week. That's 25 cents a week.
That's 25 cents a week. That's the price of
moods. We sound like a Hunger commercial right now.
Yeah,
Jesus.
That's the price of moods. Is cinnamon creamer at the cost
no,
of
that's just expensive.
Yeah, but you can get early access. So if you don't know, our show drops on Friday. It's actually available on Monday.
Speaking of that, man,
that's a crazy difference.
We need to update the Facebook page, man. It's still on the Cat 3 shit.
Oh yeah.
Cronenberg is live.
I would do that if I was an admin, but unfortunately I'm only a moderator, so I can't do that.
Yeah, as we record, Cronenberg is live, and it is what it is.
Cronenberg's live, which was a great show, by the way. I had a lot of fun with Watson on there. So much fun. In fact, he'll be back next week.
Yeah, I really set the stage with that fucking funny ass intro. So check the show out. It's fucking funny.
Dude, he did a really good job singing that.
Yeah, it was funny, man. It's funny.
Is it just me, or do you not want to leave the intro and just stay here for the rest of the show?
No, I want to do Deadmail. I haven't done it in 2 months.
Yeah, so it's kind of a different show, man. We're just gonna we'll move on here from the intro, and then we'll do some Deadmail, and then we'll do the feature reviews. But yeah, so let's do that, man. Let's continue along here, and that's the intro.
22 shots.
All right, so moving along with the show into a segment we have actually not done in a while, which is Deadmail.
Kick the shit about the mail, man.
You've got mail.
Trust the mail, man. Now his ass is trash like a garbage can. Caught up in some shit with the mailman.
I feel like we've done it recently.
Not in a long time.
No, I don't think we have.
Really?
What show?
It was like
music.
3 ago, maybe.
No,
It was before Twilight.
Nope, that was Paranormal Activity. Nope.
Man, we haven't done
Paranormal Activity.
We haven't done one in a while, man.
I don't know. I mean, like maybe it's just because I don't like it, so it feels like we always.
What the fuck, man? Why you always gotta bust my dickhead?
What are you talking about?
Jeremy fumbled that because he's chewing on one right now.
The one thing I do you don't like, of course.
I actually like Deadmail because
suck at it.
I like Deadmail because it's kind of a time capsule and it's fun to critique people's ridiculous opinions because it's fun.
I like that. I just think that Jeremy is bad at picking.
Well, not all the opinions that are written in there are bad though. Some of them are legitimately good, but it is fun
because he doesn't pre-read them.
This one I did.
Okay. All right. Well,
I'm just kidding. I like Deadmail.
Issue 202. Exclusive set visit. The Mummy Returns. Scarier than the first.
So sorry to cut you off, but issue 202, what year is that from?
This is from May of 2001.
See, I like to know the year because then I can create a picture. I can create a picture. Oh, 2001. Okay, so wow, that was
The Mummy Returns. And then we have Ginger Snaps, The Forsaken, Cut, Phil Fondacaro, Full Moon's Biggest Star, and
Who?
Phil Fondacaro.
What month is this from? Does it say what month these magazines are from?
Yeah, May.
Okay.
Yeah, this is May 2002. So you have a Ginger Snaps piece on there.
Yep, The Forsaken, Cut. Then it says Phil Fondacaro's Full Moon's Biggest Star, Fango's Video, Wilderness Beauty is the Beast. All right. And then on the back cover, we have a Tom Savini special makeup effects program. Learn the tricks of the trade from the master. Call now. Let's call and see if it's still active.
Wait, what? Oh, that number? I was about to say that. You know that school is like right next to me, right?
Wait, I got a star 67 just in case it's.
You're actually gonna call the number.
You're actually calling?
It probably still works.
That school's in my town.
I know, but I want to see if the phone number from 20 years ago is still active.
Oh, yeah, I guess it's legitimately 20 years ago.
Thank you for calling Douglas Education Center.
It is.
Our business hours are Monday through.
That's where Carly went to school.
Oh, yeah.
Not for the makeup effects.
So if you buy a Fangoria in 2001, you could go and still call Tom Savini's makeup effects school.
Or you could just get a fucking phone book in 2021.
Go to the page with the Chainsaw Awards voting, Jeremy.
I will when we get. What the? Do you want to do it? Fucking. Jesus,
but like a couple weeks ago when I was doing news, you were like, do this, don't read that, read that.
Right.
That's because he gathered all the news that day, so he was freaking out when you weren't reading the. Actually, the wife was listening to the show the other day, and she comes back and she's like, "Jeremy was fucking hilarious, freaking out on JP about all the news segments."
Yeah, he's backseat news.
That was fucking hilarious, man.
You weren't even gonna go to the Fangoria Awards.
And then I said to the.
I go through everything, bro. I do the whole.
There's 84 pages of that magazine.
I read all the fucking DVD releases. I was gonna read that because that's interesting. Now let's get into what people have to say. This message comes from Jonathan Watkins.
What?
Not Weltham.
No, we had a Jonathan Watkins.
Well, let's see on this. He writes, I just read your reviews of Hannibal, and I was surprised to see how favorable you were to the film. The only thing I agree with Anthony Tapone on is the fact that the film is not as successful as Silence of the Lambs, and I'm shocked that you didn't mention Manhunter, the first Lecter film, which Hannibal couldn't outdo either. Why is it that the rule of thumb for sequels is the bloodier the better? This film was very gruesome, all right. With the dog.
Where's this coming from?
Doesn't say.
Doesn't say his location.
His email is samloomis13@aol.com.
Sam Loomis? Loomis?
Sam Loomis.
Nice.
Okay, why is it that the rule of thumb for sequels is the bloodier the better? The film was very gruesome, all right, with a dog eating from a man's face and a man eating part of his own brain. I don't think anyone is in disagreement here, but to say this is scarier is plain ludicrous, and to say it is effective is even more ridiculous. The only thing Hannibal seemed to attain at any level was shock value. Part of the problem here is that Lecter is out of his cage. In the first two films, his creepiness comes from the fact that even behind the bars, he could do more damage than most serial killers on the loose. In Hannibal, he becomes just another one of those serial killers. Not to say that this film doesn't have its merits. Hopkins plays the part with gusto, and the scenes between him and the Italian cop are very effective. In fact, because of these scenes, I was really into the first half of the film. However, the second half is another story. Gary Oldman is fine as Mason Ferger, but the character is given about as much depth as your average slasher film Psycho, and his demise is anticlimactic to say the least. Julianne Moore is an adequate substitute for Jodie Foster, but the character of Clarice Starling has turned into an uninteresting FBI veteran whose motives I can't buy. She gets in the hot seat with the bureau because somebody opens fire on her and she defends herself. Give me a break. As for the supposed suspense, there is very little. I got tired of all the bloody showmanship from the dog to the brains to the hogs having a field day with Ferger and company. I found all of this to be nothing more than wasted FX work. Sometimes monsters should be left in the closet. They're much scarier behind closed doors.
Well, that's very interesting. I agree with 90% of that review right there. The gore doesn't bother me. I don't think it's hindering the film at all. But
yeah, dude.
Wow.
There's one thing I hate is when people complain about gore in horror movies. Like they want it to be this sophisticated thing, and they look at gore as cheap. And it's like, but it's not true. It's never really been true.
I just realized sometimes when you read spot on Deadmail reviews before you do reviews, it's going to sound a little bit repetitive. Like, wow, that actually is probably the first time that's really ever happened to me, because like I have everything mapped out. I'm like, man, that's kind of crazy actually. But we'll get to Hannibal in a minute though. But yeah.
All right, Frank Schmidt Jr. He also writes about Hannibal when he writes, if there are 4 words to describe Ridley Scott's Hannibal, might I suggest big budget Hollywood bullshit. As usual, people are sellouts and ruin a perfectly good horror premise with bloated bank accounts, enormous egos, and studio swine, like the ones at MGM who make the man-eating boars look like precious puppy dogs. How do they get away with
what?
Man-eating boars look like precious puppy dogs.
Boars. Yeah.
How do they get away with a graphic scene like the brain buffet with Ray Liotta as the hapless victim, which is basically the same as what happened to Hannibal's audience? The thinking parts of our brains were conveniently removed. I'll tell you how, with big names and big budget attached. Names such as Ridley Scott and Sir Anthony Hopkins, who of course was entertaining and excellent without even trying. But why did he lower himself to a sequel? Gary Oldman was also superb, but why would he...
Come on. Bad critique.
I hate that. I hate when people say that. Why would they lower their to a sequel? Yeah. Dude, you can make great sequels.
It's because
it's a sequel doesn't mean it's doomed to fail.
Because people fucking hate. Because people have this fucking stigma that all sequels shouldn't be either made or they're just legitimately hating them before they even happen and stuff. It's like a pre-notion with sequels and stuff. I mean,
yeah, he was doing well until then.
There is franchises that have sequels that are better than the originals, but people seem to neglect that fact. In most cases, Saw right? There.
Oh, come on,
dude!
I love when I say something ridiculous and you'll be like, and then it'll hit you and you'll be like,
dude, I just paused because I knew there was laughter after what you just said because you caught yourself saying the most ridiculous thing ever. But there's legitimately sequels that are better than the original films, and there's lots of good sequels and stuff. So I hate that critique. And again, this guy went in attacking the gore again, like it's a fucking horror movie, people. Right, yeah. And it's coming after a very. You're gonna have sequels to this type of shit. I mean,
I just hate the concept of like, if there's good gore in it, or not even good gore, if there's gore in it, that it's somehow a cheaper. Like these people still have this like highbrow mentality about them, where they're like, oh, I like my horror films proper. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, it's one thing. It's one thing to critique. You know, if you're going to talk about gore, you can't take it as a whole and be like, yo, you know, and make that the major problem of the film. Oh, they're just doing this, you know, blah 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 and stuff like that. You know, that's totally wrong because it's a horror film. You're going to have gore, but the fact that you can critique the level of how it's, you know, presented to us too. I mean, there's scenes in the film that are better. You know, the guts probably better than the fucking brain. Doesn't look that good, you know. Well, I mean, I think that, like,
oddly enough, you know, to get into like a foreshadowing of my reviews, like, I think that like the gore scenes are some of the more entertaining stuff in the movie. So it's like, well, if it didn't have that,
I mean, I'm not going to say that I have any problem with any of the gore scenes. I mean, I'm just saying, you know, if I was to connect, you know, probably the 2 gory scenes in the film with the guts and the fucking brain, I mean, the guts look a lot better than the brain. Even though the brain is kind of interesting because it's kind of unique in itself, because when have you ever really seen that in a film?
The brain actually kind of gets under my skin a little bit because it's just like,
Nasty.
grosses me out.
Yeah.
But it's just brain stuff does. Like Saw 3 when they cut open Jigsaw's brain, that fucking bugs me too.
Right.
Gary Oldman was also superb, but why wasn't he mentioned in the credits after being plastered with makeup? Maybe he didn't want to be associated with this anti-independent, overblown suit and tie, stamp of money making approval nonsense. If Wes Craven ever tried to insert an explicit brain buffet into one of his films, the MPAA would come down on him like a ton of outraged parents and teachers, and the scene would be cut.
A little bit.
Period. But Scott should get away with it because he's an Oscar-nominated director. The filmmakers should have remembered the original independent film, Silence of the Lambs and Manhunter, and not have been concerned with flexing so much Hollywood muscle.
I'm not sure how independent those films are. Independent had a different name back then, I guess.
So basically, the blunt of the argument was that Ridley Scott just has more pull in the industry than someone like Wes Craven because
I agree
of the level of films that he has accomplished and so. Okay.
I mean, you see it all the time. You see it throughout history with the, certain filmmakers could do pretty much anything, but if well, I mean, I do Roth or something.
I do agree because a lot of people judge people and on their basically their success, right? It doesn't when it comes down to music and stuff, people are like, oh, this album is so great. I'm like, why? Because it sold 10 million copies. It doesn't mean it's a great album. It means it sold well, right?
It's also fucking. The MPAA is like super. I mean, you can do a whole show on the MPAA. This film is not yet rated, right?
Oh,
you guys seen that doc? It's great. I mean, it's just they're fucking bullshit.
I mean, Ridley Scott, don't get me wrong. Up until the point he did Hannibal, for the sake of the argument, had done some pretty big budget, well-perceived movies. I mean, of course, he did fucking Blade Runner and he did Legend. And he did Black. I actually really like Black Rain. I think it's pretty good. What else did he do? I know he did Gladiator.
Gladiator.
What was the one? The other army? Oh, G.I. Jane. I know he did G.I. Jane. Stuff like that. So this guy done some definitely noteworthy and critically acclaimed type movies.
Thelma and Louise, he was definitely a big.
Oh yeah, Thelma and Louise. Yeah. So I mean, he done quite a bit of movies. So I mean, I get the argument when you're coming from that perspective and stuff like that, but I hate using it though too. I mean, it's just kind of setting the standard where just because you're this person who's achieved critical acclaimed movies and stuff doesn't mean it's like you're implying that there's a different set of rules. Yeah, I hate that argument, but it's true. It actually is completely true, and it's unsatisfactory because someone like Wes Craven, who's probably doing, to me, my taste in better films than I'm not saying that, Wes Craven's making legit better movies than what Ridley Scott is producing, but I like these movies a lot better and stuff. Yeah. The argument gets a little bit messy at that point. It's tough to digest. It really is tough to digest.
Horror was really neutered in the, late 80s to all through the 90s, like the MPAA. I mean, I was actually just watching, an old clip of Joe Bob talk about it in like the early 90s, talking about how the MPAA has just went ridiculously overboard at the last couple years with what they allow and don't allow with low budget horror. Right. Or lower budget horror, you know what I mean, where you're not. And I would say around when Hannibal came out, they were lightening up a lot. And like me and Jeremy were talking the other day, like by the mid 2000s, they had pretty much completely fucking
it was like the fallout.
They didn't even care anymore.
I always felt like it was the fallout from like the whole Silent Night, Deadly Night thing, man, because it was so heavily publicized, and MPAA was, there was a lot of pissed off people involved in that, right? And that's when the hammer came down and stuff, and for sure. Yeah. I mean,
well, the Friday the 13th films famously, part 7, around what was that, 87, 88, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
Those films definitely also factored into it, because they were getting heavily chopped at that point.
Yeah.
And then in the 90s, like when you think of like wide released horror, stuff that's really not the direct to video stuff, but like the stuff that's trying to get R ratings and stuff. I mean, what was gore? There really wasn't anything gory in the 90s. Gore was kind of dead by that point a little bit. When you think of like the popular movies,
well, it was the fallout from the fallout from those films.
Scream has no fucking gore on it.
It was the fallout from those films, though, man. Because when when you're making a film and the MPAA is going to cut the shit out of your shit, what's the point of doing it then? What's the point of spending your budget on the gore if you know it's going to be cut? right? So when you have this fallout and then you start making films in the early 90s, you're like, hey, well, let's push the envelope to the point where we're not going to get cut, right? So why spend the budget on the shit that's going to get cut, right? So they stopped doing gore. That's essentially what happened, right? I mean...
Right. Even a film, I remember listening to a commentary with Brian Yuzna on Return of the Living Dead 3,
right?
Which we will be talking about. And I assume we all have the uncut edition of that now.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
The Vestron title.
Yeah.
He talked about how that movie was like cut to shit by the MPAA. That was in 93. And one of the ways that they snuck in some of the gore shots was in the opening title. They put it in the title where it says Return of the Living Dead, like in the letters. That's where they used all the gore scenes.
Nice.
But like there was another story. I forget who was telling it. Oh, who the hell was telling it? Was it? Oh man, it was another popular filmmaker. What they would do is they would send the film, and then they would just say they cut it. And then they went and they started getting in trouble for it. I think that was maybe not Henenlotter, Stuart Gordon maybe it was.
No, I know what you're talking about, man. I can't think of who it was, but I remember hearing the story too. That's really funny. I mean, that's something that I would do, man. I'd be like, yo, man, I cut some shit. Can you imagine it comes back like, oh yeah, you did a good job with this new cut. You good motherfuckers aren't even watching that shit, are you?
And it's like I think that documentary is out of print now. It used to be on Netflix, but it's so interesting too because they're so weirdly specific about things where they're like, you can only show. Oh, Eli Roth used to talk about this when he did Cabin Fever, and the scene with at the beginning of the movie where like the long-haired blonde dude and his chicks is like banging. They're like, you can only show 2 inches of butt crack. You can't show 3 inches of butt crack.
But in Hostel, he gets away with fucking the most nudity I've ever seen.
Well, that's why I've always said it. I think it depends on who's reviewing. You got to remember, there's a wide range of people on the board here.
It's
so
inconsistent. That's the problem. There isn't.
That's why I don't like the rating systems. They're so stupid because when you specify and be specific about you can only show 2 inches instead of 3 inches of crack. What? Like what? Right. And then you hear stories of, when they were doing Return of the Living Dead and. The scene with Liana Quigley, like originally they wanted to shoot it with like full frontal, right? And then of course they had to make the prosthetic to cover up her vagina. But when you think about that, how many movies from the 80s do we see full frontal all the fucking time? But they're like, no, you can't do that. We're not going to get a passing list. I'm like, what the fuck? Like there's no rhythm to the madness, right? Like there's full frontal in tons and tons of movies, but in others people are freaking out like, oh, we can't do that shit. Hence the prosthetic, right? It makes no fucking sense. I've never understood how it's regulated. I don't even think it is regulated. I think it matters who is actually reviewing your films at the time, and then they have that power to do what they want within the means, right?
I really want to watch that documentary.
It's very systematic.
I remember they were really secretive. Like John Waters was in there a bunch and stuff like that, but they were very secretive of
who's in it. It's like old white people.
Yeah, it's like old like
no. And then that's the problem, right? Nobody knows who's part of the MPAA, and then you got. Of course, there's obviously a wide range.
It's the MPA now. It's not the MPAA.
Yeah,
I'm so
used to. I just like saying MPAA because it sounds cool. But the MPA, but you know what I'm saying though? It's like it's very problematic, and because they have these rules. But when you have a bunch of different people that have the power, you're gonna have a wide range of what is going and what's being cut and what's allowed and stuff. And I mean, for the viewer, we're going, this makes literally no fucking sense, right? So as a filmmaker, it must be so frustrating. So fucking frustrating to get someone
Super
going. You get this one guy reviewing your film going, oh, you can only have 2 inches of crack instead of 3, but then you got this guy who's allowing full frontal.
That? Do you pause the film and you pull out like a fucking tape measure, 3 inches?
Yeah, they tape the blanket up higher to eliminate.
No, I'm saying the guy from the MPA was he like 3 inches?
Yeah.
Got NC-17.
And then it was like.
Weird.
Oh man, you hear stories so much. Like I know Adam Green talked about it a bunch where like they literally like the stuff they were asking for in Hatchet 2 was literally like the whole scene's removed. Like and he's like, you do realize it's like cheesy, right? It's not like this isn't what people look like when they get their head cut off. Like
when you're doing over the top stuff comical. And it's first of all, it's comedy horror, right? But when you're doing shit purposely over the top, like that's the problem, man. Right, you got some person that's seen it for, the horror that it, potentially could be, kind of thing. They're not taking it for what it is, right? I mean, it's all perspective, and that's the problem with the system. That's why certain movies are getting overly cut and some aren't, and it's all bullshit to me, man. It needs to be a better system. But at least it's eased up a little bit. I mean, I think that...
It has. I think that it's definitely... I mean, me and Jeremy were talking about, like, 2005 specifically
05,
with
06.
Devil's Rejects and Hostel and, you know, The Hills Have Eyes the next year, and a couple of those films that were big, wide releases. Like, you don't even see stuff that hardcore today, really.
Yeah.
So...
Never.
Yeah, it is true. It is true.
We'll talk about that when we get to 05. We'll talk about that. Yeah. All right. This one comes from Trace from Baltimore, Maryland. Any moderate to major level film being bypassed for pre-release preview by critics is usually a strong indication that the distributors know that they have a bloody mess on their hands. Dracula 2000 approximately slinked into local movie houses utterly fangless and without a bat wing to fly on. Why Wes Craven lent his name to this poorly executed, cliche-ridden wreck is beyond me. For more suited for direct-to-video distribution than theatrical release, Dracula 2000 never rises above a bad Buffy the Vampire Slayer episode. From poor and uninspired acting to the contrived and silly scenes. For example, an airplane crash is reported on and covered by merely 2 people. It is easy to imagine Bram Stoker turning over in his grave, stick a stake in Dracula 2000, and send it to the celluloid purgatory where amateur drecs like this belong. Any opinions on Dracula 2000?
What was he saying? He said something about, like, the pre-screenings.
I'm just trying... Honestly, dude, I actually saw Dracula 2000 in the cinema, but I can't really remember too well, man. I just remember... Isn't Omar Epps in that one? Is it Omar Epps?
I've never seen it.
I've never seen it.
I know there's 3 of them.
We've all seen this one from Eric D. Harshman, and he writes, Hellraiser Inferno was the biggest pile of smoldering shit I have ever seen. It's the poorest excuse for a sequel since The Crow City of Angels. I swear in the interview in Fangoria 198, I kept waiting for Scott Derrickson and Paul Harris, Boardman, to admit that they simply recycled the script they wrote in film school and stuck Pinhead in it. His on-screen time was practically nil and a complete waste of Doug Bradley's talent and time. No wonder Barker hates this piece of crap, and I, for one, like the 4th installment. I really wanted to like Inferno 2, but no such luck. I hope the 6th is better, and if not, they need to kill this franchise before it bores us all to death. Well, will he have a rude awakening?
Yeah, again, though, like, I don't understand how you can say, like, Hellraiser 4 was good, but 5 wasn't.
I was going to say that's his first problem, is that he liked part 4, so I don't know. I don't know what to say about that, because that movie sucks.
I don't mind 5.
I like 5.
Keep in mind, we did reach out to Scott Derrickson when we did that show, and he did respond to us, and he said, no, he wrote that script for Hellraiser specifically. Take that for what you will. But I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, because we were always under the impression that it was completely a script that was just kind of molded into a Hellraiser film.
That guy.
Right. Yeah.
All right. These are the films up for the 10th annual Fangoria Chainsaw Awards. When you consider the first year of the new millennium or the last year of the last one, 2000 brought us a mixed bag of genre fare, but we combined through the remains and dug up nominees for our 10th round of awards. Send your complete ballots, blah, blah, blah. So for the best wide-release film...
Wait, hold up. What's that other stuff up there below that? The Hall of Fame.
Oh, fuck you.
No, that's interesting.
I'll get to it. I'm just reading.
You skipped it.
Send your complete ballot for the Fangoria Hall of Fame. Please sure not to vote for Dario Argento. Oh, you're going to make me say a shit ton of names. Oh, boy, we're fucked. Rick Baker, Clive Barker, Rob Bottin, Doug Bradley, Tim Burton, Bruce Campbell, James Cameron, John Carpenter, Jeffrey
You don't have to say all those.
Wes Craven,
all you have to say is they're already members.
At least they're easy ones to pronounce.
I know. Okay, so these are the nominations for Best Wide Release Film. So I guess of the year 2000.
And we're going to pick what we would choose.
American Psycho, The Cell, Final Destination, Pitch Black, and Shadow of the Vampire.
Oh my god. It's like American Psycho without a question.
Yeah.
Literally, I didn't even have to think about it.
I might say Shadow of the Vampire, but yeah, I'm with American Psycho too.
Oh,
Final Destination is...
I love Shadow of the Vampire, but, I mean, American Psycho, yeah, it would be my second choice.
Best limited release / direct-to-video film. Cherry Falls, Dead of Night, aka Lighthouse, The Phantom Lover, Requiem for a Dream, and The Wisdom of Crocodiles, aka Immortality.
Requiem for a Dream, without question.
Yeah, I mean,
Sure.
I guess they're considering it horror.
Well, I'm just picking one. I'm not going to question if it's horror or not. It's not horror. It's not horror.
Yeah, Requiem for a Dream is definitely the best of those.
Yeah, that movie's amazing.
All right. Best Actor. You have Kevin Bacon for Hollow Man, Christian Bale, American Psycho, William Dafoe, Shadow of the Vampire, Vin Diesel, Pitch Black, and Jude Law for The Wisdom of Crocodiles.
Has anybody seen The Wisdom of Crocodiles? I don't even know what that is.
No.
William Dafoe.
Yeah, William Dafoe for sure.
I haven't seen it, so I would go with Christian Bale, American
Oh,
Psycho.
dude, William Dafoe knocks that one out the motherfucking park, Babe Ruth style. He called that.
Plays Nosferatu, pretty awesome.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Best Actress: Kate Blanchett in The Cell. Oh no, The Gift. Sorry. Ellen Burstyn for Requiem for a Dream. Rhoda Mitchell for Pitch Black, Brittany Murphy for Cherry Falls, and Michelle Pfeiffer for What Lies Beneath.
Oh,
I was thinking about What Lies Beneath.
Pfeiffer,
I
maybe?
haven't seen that movie in a long time.
I saw that one in the theater too. Almost fell asleep actually. I remember.
Robert Zemeckis, right?
Yeah, Zemeckis did that film. It's a good movie. I almost fell asleep though, but I'm gonna go with Requiem, the chick from. I forgot her name already, but.
Ellen Burstyn.
Who is
Ellen
she?
Burstyn, man, she's awesome. She also starred in Twin Peaks too, right? She was in Twin Peaks.
Who's she in Requiem for a Dream? Is she the mom?
She's the old lady. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll go with her then.
Yeah. Best Supporting Actor: Vincent D'Onofrio for The Cell, Udo Kier for Shadow of the Vampire, Michael Parks from Dusk Till Dawn Part 3, The Hangman's Daughter, Keanu Reeves, The Gift, and Marlon Wayans, Requiem for a Dream.
I assume you guys are going to go Udo Kier.
Probably go with Udo Kier, man. He's good in that too. Yeah, he's really good.
I'll go with Marlon Wayans. I really like him in there, especially considering it's a serious role.
Dude, you got to see Shadow. You got to see Shadow of the Vampire, man. It's really good.
Apparently, I do.
It's really good.
Dude's only
man.
made 2 movies. It's fucking good.
Yeah, it's really good.
Best Supporting Actress: Jennifer Connelly, Requiem for a Dream, Barbara Gifford, The Ninth Gate, Erica Learshin, Book of Shadows, Blair Witch 2.
Wow.
Parker Posey, Scream 3, and Chloe Signy for American Psycho.
You didn't do that right, but I never do it right either.
I always call her Sevigny. Chloe Sevigny.
I think that's probably right.
That's probably right.
She's actually fuck, man. I think she won. Didn't she win awards for kids? Like she won for when she was in kids.
She's pretty popular.
Like, no, she was like Academy Award winning at this point. I think actually. I'll go with my girl, my number one crush of all time, Jennifer Connelly.
Yeah, I got to go with Jennifer Connelly too. She's great, and
she is. Yeah, she's really good in that movie. Yeah.
Best screenplay: we have American Psycho, The Cell, Pitch Black, Requiem for a Dream.
You didn't even say the names.
Shadow of the Vampire. Fuck you. I'm not saying their names.
What was this for?
Best screenplay. Best screenplay.
I'm gonna cut off your balls, man. Shadow of the Vampire is pretty strong.
Yeah,
in terms of like screenplay though, I think the American Psycho is kind of brilliant. Like the actual story.
Oh,
yeah,
it's such
adapted, isn't it though?
Well, yeah, but I mean,
in a sense, Shadow of the Vampire is kind of
adapted.
It's kind of adapted. Yeah. That's a really tough one, man. That's a really tough one. I'm probably going to say American Psycho just for being so damn quotable.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna go Shadow of the Vampire, but the other 2 are good picks.
God, dude. There's so many. Okay, yeah, that's a tough one.
Best score: we have American Psycho, The Cell, Hollow Man, The Ninth Gate, and Requiem for a Dream.
Who does the music for The Ninth Gate? I can't remember. Does it say?
Wojciech Kilar.
I remember the music being really good in that movie, but I can literally hear American Psycho right now, so I'm going to go with American Psycho because I can't remember the other tunes.
You can't hear Requiem for a Dream?
Requiem for
one of the most popular themes ever.
Yeah, I'd have to hear it. I haven't watched the movie in a while, so I'm just kind of, it's escaping me, but I can literally hear American Psycho right now, so. I haven't watched Requiem in a while, man. Like, I should probably pick up that 4K, because I never picked it up on Blu-ray.
Yeah, I don't know.
So I'm jumping from DVD to 4K.
I own it on Blu-ray, but not.
I got the 4K.
Yeah, I know. I got the DVD. Right when it first came out, actually. Old DVD.
All right. Okay, last up, we have Best Makeup / Creature FX. The Cell, Komodo, Pitch Black, Requiem
They were
for a
really
Dream,
digging at the bottom of the barrel.
Shadow
on
of
this
the Vampire.
Shadow of the Vampire.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't even seen it, but I know what it looks like.
I swear to
So
God, there was
Shadow
only
of the
like
Vampire.
4 movies made in 2000 because they're nominated in every category.
Yeah. Ginger Snaps wasn't on here. I guess it probably wasn't out yet for them.
Well, it's in this issue, and that's 2001, so these are all the awards from 2000. So
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, Ginger Snaps technically was released in 2000.
Yeah, in the film festivals, though, right?
Yeah.
All right, last up, these are the DVDs coming out in May 2001. Hellraiser Inferno, Shriek. If you know what I did last Friday the 13th, which we were just talking about that not too long ago.
It
What?
sucks. It sucks.
Isn't those the video reviews? Isn't the chopping list the stuff that's coming out?
No, those are the VHS tapes. We're going to the DVDs. I'm gonna fucking cut off your goddamn balls, JP, and shove them down your fucking throat.
Well, he needs your balls for his diet. You know, very high in protein.
Stitches from Full Moon. Oh, look at that cover. It's fucking.
I mean, all these things I just mentioned are saying DVD, so I don't.
Strawberry Estates. The
Oh,
Step.
I just picked that up.
Stepdaughter. And that's it. Anything else, JP? You're fucking sick.
Yeah, well, those weren't the DVD releases. Those were the DVD reviews. But that's fine.
But Strawberry Estates, I actually literally had that in my last update. That's really fucking strange.
I never cross-checked your work, but you've probably been doing it wrong the whole time.
Of course he was doing it wrong. He's too busy chewing on your balls. Tasty Mexican balls. Oh.
I'm not gonna fucking explode. I'm not gonna get mad. Okay, JP. Whatever you say, buddy.
Do it.
I'm just saying, like this says, the chopping list is the stuff that's coming out.
Then you could do it. Or
Do you
could
have
go
the
listen to
magazine in your
fucking
hand, too?
Exploding Heads, and they stole my
you have the
fucking
same
segment
one?
anyway.
Yeah, I have this one.
Oh, crazy. I was wondering how the
Oh,
fuck you knew what
has
he
the
was doing.
scan on the computer. He doesn't own it. He's looking at the
I own this magazine.
Weird.
Or you could go listen to fucking Exploding Head dickheads who stole my segment too on their fucking show.
Have you listened to it?
No, but I know they stole it.
This is right at
Yeah,
the
they
time
stole it.
period where I was not buying anything because I was a poor fucking student, living in Vancouver, so I wasn't
Well,
buying magazines.
I
so I
honestly,
don't have
dude-
anything from these years, from 2000, 2001, 2.
The
Like,
Fangorias from this era are like considered probably some of the worst. So.
well, I mean, to be honest, the content was definitely not making it a top tier magazine, right? How
I mean,
could
there's
you?
a huge spread on the Mummy Returns on the next page.
There you go, man. I mean, there was decent independent. Did Fangoria? I don't remember in those years. Were they covering like the Asian films and stuff, like the foreign stuff that was
Yeah,
coming
they
out?
do.
Okay.
They, like I said, the 2005 one. There's a huge article on Tartan Asia Extreme, and like its birth, which was actually a really cool read because you hear like the guy talking about how American cinema kind of sucks right now, and he's gonna bring in all these awesome movies that nobody's seen.
Yeah, it definitely. As we plow through 2005, it's
You see that?
I've seen a bunch of the Asian films. I own tons of Remote 5 and stuff, but it's definitely hit and miss though. I wouldn't say if you're going to talk it up to the point where it's like, oh, the Asian they own the market. Yeah, they were pumping out some movies, but quality wise,
Yeah, they're actually, I watched The Maid and I was like, yeah, this like, the popular ones, like
The Maid was okay. It was
it was okay.
The Booth sucked.
The popular movies like that came out on them, like the Vengeance trilogy and the Phone and stuff like that. Like you've heard of the popular ones, and then the ones, if you maybe haven't heard of them too much, they're probably not the greatest.
Yeah, it's been hit and miss. Like I watched The Booth, which I was super excited.
I like The Booth.
See, I was super excited for it because I was like, man, it's in a radio station. Like, I can kind of relate to it and blah. And
the main character is kind of a douche.
Dude, I thought it sucked, man. Plus, I also hate I hate that era of filmmaking, like the whole, the in between kind of like analog to video type thing that was going. Oh man, that look is bad. But I just didn't like the story in it, man. I thought it was really kind of convoluted. And,
I didn't love it, but I thought it was okay.
Yeah, that wasn't. Yeah, the what is it? The digital video, whatever it is, a DV. Yeah, it's like, ugh. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of films from that era that looked like that, and that's like the ugliest fucking video look you can possibly have.
I have no idea what Dave's number one's gonna be. I probably do.
The Devil's Rejects.
Do you have any idea what other people's are gonna be?
I know Jeremy's. I probably know Carly's. I know yours, I think. And I probably know Dave's. I think I'm gonna do well.
Man, I'm struggling, dude. I'm almost at 60 films, and I only have 3 that are in my top 10 right now. Like nothing else is. They're just not making top 10.
Yes, the only one that's in my top 10 currently that is Santa Sleigh.
Yeah, this is it. It's just, oh my god, the quality is.
But I haven't watched any of the the good quote unquote movies, the ones that I know that I like.
Right. Which I have. I've watched all the big ones. So.
Well, that's not good.
No, it's not. It's not. I mean, I haven't revisited Hostel.
I mean, The Exorcism of Emily Rose and fucking The Descent and The Devil's Rejects. Those are the only 3 movies you like.
You know what, man? I like the Exorcism of Emily Rose actually a lot. I think it's a really, really well-made movie. But I mean,
you gave it a 9. How is that not going to make your list?
Well, I mean, because it's quality of film, though, too, right? I mean, it's something that I would not really probably go back to. I mean, it's definitely a great movie. It's shockingly good. Because, I mean, I remember, like, a lot of people at the time just kind of shitting on that one and stuff. I think it's because it had the stigma of exorcism in it. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it was kind of one of those things, and
I liked it too.
It is good, though. It's actually really well made, surprisingly. So, I don't know. I guess we'll see.
Well, I guess it's time to get drunk, fellas, and talk about some shitty Hannibal movies.
Is that it for Deadmail? Okay. Cool, man. All right, so that is going to do it for Deadmail.
And now, our feature presentation.
Yo, who this?
Yo, Modes, it's your boy, the ill-mannered funky child, calling you to remind you that the featured reviews on this episode contain spoilers.
Aw, yeah, man, that's right, brother. Thanks for the heads up, playa. Now go back to being an unproductive asshole.
Fuck you. I tell your listeners to stop being so dumb, silly, sensitive.
Yeah. All right, so moving into the featured reviews here on episode 208. And of course, that is the Hannibal franchise. This is a Patreon pick. We're not 100% sure who actually gave us this one, but...
Because I suck.
Yeah,
because Jeremy slacks. But he says that we've had it for like a year. I don't remember having it for that long, but if we did... sorry that it took so long, and I'm gonna just preface this by saying, homie, whoever gave us this, I do apologize, but I did not enjoy this. Like, I on the surface, I was like, cool, I never seen these movies, like, I want to do these. Did not have fun.
Okay,
this was one of the hardest preps I've had in a while.
Okay, so that was
really?
Actually
it's only 5 movies.
Well, I mean, the thing is with this, man, if you're not enjoying these movies, every movie here is 2 hours plus. Same. You know, pretty much, right? So, I mean, it's, over 10 hours of prep and stuff, and pretty much, it gets very repetitive and stuff. But so, JP, you'd never seen anything besides Silence of the Lambs before?
I had seen Manhunter when we did the 86 show.
Oh, yeah.
And I had seen Hannibal Rising back when it came out. Mm-hmm. And I had seen, like, some of Hannibal. But, like, when I say I didn't really see them. I just remember I didn't really remember them for the most part.
Right.
I never seen Red Dragon at all, though. But yeah, when I started watching these this week early, like Sunday, and I pretty much watched one a night every night. And after I watched one, I would watch an episode of the TV series, or multiple episodes. And I found myself dreading watching the movies and wanting to just keep watching the TV series.
What about you, Jeremy? What's your history with this franchise?
I seen Silence of the Lambs and Hannibal Rising in the theaters back in the day. That's it.
Okay. Yeah, I've previously seen all these movies. I'd seen Silence of the Lambs through Hannibal Rising when they came out. Obviously, I didn't watch Manhunter when it came out because I was only 6, but I'd seen these movies. I've seen Manhunter and Silence many times. I hadn't seen Red Dragon or Hannibal Rising since they came out. I think I'd watched Hannibal once after it came out, so maybe this is my third watch on Hannibal. But yeah, Red Dragon and Hannibal Rising were very, kind of foggy in the mind. So yeah.
So when I started watching the TV series, just because originally the show was going to be weeks down the road, and I wanted to actually watch, because I knew it was only 3 seasons. I wanted to watch the whole series, but I planned, okay, maybe I'll just watch the first episode or the first 2 to kind of just get a vibe for the show, just so I could bring it up or mention it. But I ended up watching the entire first season in a week, along with these movies, and they're like 40-minute episodes. There's 13 episodes in the first season, so I watched a lot of that show.
Right.
And I'll tell you what the show's about briefly. So do you remember I don't know if it's said in Manhunter, but it's definitely said in Red Dragon, when the character Will talks about whenever the Hannibal Lecter thing went south, he used to be like his psychiatrist or whatever.
Yeah.
And he mentions he helped him with the Hobbs case.
Yes.
Well, the first season of Hannibal,
that's mentioned in Red Dragon, yeah.
The TV series is basically that Hobbs case.
Oh, okay.
So it's a prequel essentially, and of course they take
a prequel to the prequel.
Yeah, they take creative liberties in the entire thing because it's obviously completely different.
So it's kind of technically in the order, it would be between Hannibal Rising and Manhunter essentially.
Yeah, so we're following that Will character, and I don't know, because like where the first season ends, I'm like, I don't think this would follow into what would happen in Red Dragon, but I guess it technically could.
Yeah.
But I think they kind of use that as just a starting point for it. And I'll say this, like, it's so much more interesting than the movies.
Right.
Because it basically follows Will, and when he first meets Hannibal Lecter, and Hannibal is like this super sophisticated, like, a lot like how Anthony Hopkins is in Silence of the Lambs, super smart, and Will is also this super smart guy, but he has like these demons. It basically reminded me of Dexter. It's a very Dexter heavy show, where Will is this guy who goes to these crime scenes and he gives his analysis. He like pictures what happened there, and he sort of recreates what he thinks would have went on. And it's to the point where it's almost like a gift, where he's just so good at it that it's pretty unrealistic, but at the same time you're kind of down with it. And he meets Hannibal, and Hannibal starts basically, coaching him, because this Will, from putting his mind inside of the killers all the time, is getting, kind of disturbed himself. But Hannibal is like fucking with him the whole time. Like he's basically, they crack the Hobbs case, and Hannibal calls Hobbs and warns him just to see what would happen if the killer knew that they were onto him and stuff like that. And that stuff is really cool, and the stuff with Hannibal is great. Also, the gore. I cannot believe this show was on NBC. Like, people talked about that, and I thought they were overblowing it. Like, it is really gory. It's like some of the most gory shit on television. It's gorier than any of these movies. And it has tons of scenes of Hannibal cooking like lungs and livers and brains and stuff like that. And I showed you guys pictures from The Mushroom Killer, where this guy was like planting these people underground and keeping them alive while fungus grew off of them for a while and stuff like that. And there's like
kind of like Motel Hell a little bit.
Yeah, it reminded me of that. They had tubes coming up out of the ground and stuff. But it's a really solid show. Now, I don't think I didn't blow it like some people were, but again, it's only the first season. the third act of
good for a diet, though.
First season. What's that?
Oh, I just said it was good for a diet. I'm just muttering.
Yeah. The third act of the first season is kind of a little bit. It goes into like a really weird territory where Will is suffering from some sort of like cognitive disease where he's like hallucinating and Hannibal's like pushing it further. And I kind of didn't like that stuff. It just felt a little too silly to me. But everything else I really enjoyed. And there's some really, really good. I mean, Gillian Anderson's in there a little bit. The guy who plays Hannibal is definitely like the second best next to Anthony Hopkins. And I could totally see people actually thinking that he's better. Yeah. Because he's different, but he still has a lot of the similar qualities to it. And Lawrence Fishburne has a really big part as like the lead detective as well. And he's really good in it. But I definitely recommend checking it out. It's, in my opinion, way better than the movies, minus Silence of the Lambs.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, maybe one day, you know, with me with TV series, man, it's not really one of my major priorities. So,
right, I agree. I barely ever do it, but it speaks to a show where I only was planning on watching the first episode or two, and I kind of got wrapped in. I literally would watch, like, you know, Red Dragon, and then I would, while I'm watching it, I'd be like, man, I'd rather just watch the show right now, you know. So
right.
That's speaking volumes to the show that I was much more interested and invested in what was going on in the show than
like the whole series is like 28 hours. It's like I could watch 14 movies instead of watching this TV series. I'd rather just watch 14 movies.
And I get that too. I do get that because I did feel like I could have been watching 05 movies and stuff like that. But I'm not gonna jump into season 2. I hear that eventually it gets into the Red Dragon part of it. So I don't know if the third season does that or it was going to before it got canceled. I know that the show got canceled before its like true end plan, which is, you know, pissed people off. People are still to this day trying to get it renewed, and it ended in 2015. So.
Okay, so I will say we're probably going to get into spoiler territory, so I mean,
right.
it's
franchise
kind of,
shows. Spoilers.
Yeah, so kind of a given, but I'll just mention that anyways. But okay, starting out with the first film in chronological order from 1986, directed by Michael Mann, is Manhunter, which is of course based off the book called Red Dragon, which of course was readapted later on in the franchise. Also,
this is a weird thing because normally you have with franchises like one book and then it's adapted and then they make sequels to the movie, but every one of these movies is actually a book. Yeah, well, except for, you know, the readaptation of Red Dragon. It's kind of it's kind of fun. It's still based on Red Dragon in the book.
Yeah, it's kind of funny when you really think about why they redid Manhunter, right? Because it already existed in cinematic form to redo, you know, I guess for a different audience kind of thing, but
and because of Anthony Hopkins.
Yeah, I think it was like to connect the Anthony Hopkins
version of it. It really is, I guess, you know, but I mean, that's probably the coolest thing about the film, but anyways. But yeah, like I said, you know, of course, directed by Michael Mann, who, this is actually one of his first, one of his earlier directorial films. You know, he'd previously done Thief, which is a fantastic film. He also did The Keep, which is kind of...
He hates it.
Yeah, he hates the movie, but it's one of those films that like everyone tries to seek out because it doesn't really have too many.
It does now.
It does have a DVD, you know, after all these years and stuff. But
Australia.
Yep, I have it.
Yeah, so he had done basically Thief and The Keep, you know, before Manhunter came in 1986. He's responsible for doing Last Mohicans, which is fantastic. He also did Heat, The Insider, Ali, Collateral, fucking Miami Vice, which I didn't really care for. I didn't really care for Public Enemies also. But he had a good run of great films and stuff. So, but here's Manhunter, starring William Peterson, who of course was just coming off the movie To Live and Die in L.A., directed by William Friedkin. You know, starring. It's just such a fucking great movie, man. William Dafoe is fantastic in that movie, but that's pretty much why he got the role in this film. Actually, William Peterson actually had a small role in Thief, also. Come to think of it, this movie is starring Brian Cox as Hannibal Lecter. Brian Cox doesn't really get a lot of screen time in this film as Hannibal Lecter.
Right?
Yeah, it's not a lot. So you don't really get a full appreciation for Brian Cox's acting.
It wasn't about Hannibal in this one.
No, it wasn't.
And it's not necessarily in Silence of the Lambs either, but it's definitely more of a major aspect.
Yeah, it's more of like they just kind of go to him a little bit in this one. But Jack Crawford, of course, the FBI agent leader.
Fucking Noonan, man.
It is played by Dennis Farina, who's like just screams that part though. Like he just screams FBI, like his look and stuff. And of course, Tom Noonan, who plays a Tooth Fairy killer, aka Francis Dollarhide. And you know what? Stephen Lang plays the seedy motherfucking tabloid journalist reporter Freddie Lowndes in this. And you know who Stephen Lang is? He most recently played. Well, yeah, Don't Breathe, and he also played in VFW. He's the bartender in that film too, which I thought was really cool. So this movie actually has a pretty notable cast. Joan Allen's also in the film too and stuff. But quick little synopsis: former FBI profiler Will Graham returns to service to pursue a deranged serial killer dubbed the Tooth Fairy by the media. So I mean, I
love this movie.
It's pretty accurate. I mean, basically what happens, the reason why Will Graham's character is returning to the FBI is because, of course, the story is that he was once a patient of Hannibal Lecter, and something happened with them and shit like that.
No. Was he a patient or was he? Yeah,
he was a patient.
Yeah. So something happened with Hannibal Lecter and stuff like that. Anyways, it was very traumatic, and of course he retired from the FBI. And of course, now the story picks up years later. He's retired with his family and stuff. And of course, there's a new serial killer on the loose. And they figure the only way to catch this new Tooth Fairy killer is to call up Will Graham, because Will Graham the way he perceives the criminal mind is so different from everybody else. He can really kind of adapt to it and figure things out.
They talk about that a little bit with his son, about how,
so
the thoughts and stuff.
And the FBI has a beat on this killer. They realized a pattern after the first two family killings. They're happening on a lunar full moon and things like that. And these families are being stalked and killed. And so they bring in Will Graham the case and like, yo, man, like we need your fucking help. Like, there's a pattern here. This is what the case is. And he kind of brings him out of retirement. And now Will Graham is, of course, on the hunt for this killer dubbed the Tooth Fairy killer.
Say he's on the manhunt?
He's on the manhunt for the dubbed infamous family killer dubbed the Tooth Fairy. And he's dubbed the Tooth Fairy because he actually has a thing with his he bites
his teeth are all messed up.
Yeah, which is actually kind of cool how they do it, because in the story I think that's kind of interesting that it's actually like a prosthetic in a sense. I think that's actually kind of cool. So but yeah, that's basically the breakdown of the film. And it's it's a police story. It's trying to figure out who the fuck is doing this killings and stuff. So but Jeremy, your thoughts on the film?
I fucking love this movie. I thought it was absolutely fucking fantastic. I think Michael Mann, you could tell this was a low budget movie and he didn't have a lot of money, but I feel like he was able to get the most out of his actors, especially Tom Noonan. I thought he was absolutely he just steals the screen every time he's on the damn screen. I mean, he's just absolutely horrifyingly creepy as the Tooth Fairy killer. I mean, he's just so amazing.
He's a lot better than the guy in Red Dragon. I'll give you that.
Oh, yeah.
The guy in Red Dragon's not even believable.
Yeah. Like, he's actually, like, crazy, and he's loony, and just the things that he do, and, he's just absolutely fucking fantastic.
He reminds me of, like, the same feelings I get with Buffalo Bill and Silence of the Lambs.
Yeah.
Where, like, they just seem fucked up.
Yeah. He's just absolutely fucking great. And then, like I said, it's a low-budget movie, but Michael Mann, he pulls off an amazing fucking soundtrack in this movie. It's freaking awesome.
This was a bomb, by the way, too.
I don't understand why.
It had a $15 million budget and only made 8.6 back.
I thought all the acting was really good. Like we talked about earlier, the scene in the supermarket between William Peterson's character and his son, absolutely fucking fantastic. And
plus, it's cool to look at all the cereals.
The cereal boxes, yeah. I found myself actually noticing continuity, because there was a scene where they actually stopped talking, or they were talking and they kind of cut back and forth and stuff, but they're not walking, and the background had changed a little bit. I was like, motherfucker, because I was looking at the cereals. I'm like, oh yeah, that's cool. That box hasn't changed in 35 years. Yeah.
And I just love there's like so much white in the movie. It's very much like a giallo in that sense. It has a lot of similar framings of early Argento movies. You really pay attention. But I love the scene when he walks into the fucking bedroom and all the blood is just splattered everywhere. And it's a really
Are you
effective...
talking about at the beginning?
Yeah, it's a really effective shot. It's just a crime scene, and you can see all the tape from the outlines of the bodies and the JP's favorite blood spray happening. It's just a really, really great fucking crime movie. Is it a horror movie? I guess so, a little bit. It's more of a crime mystery kind of film. I guess it's Tom Newton propels it into a horror film, but I really fucking like this movie. I thought it was really, really good. I really dug it.
Okay, JP, what are your thoughts on the movie?
I'll say this: like the first time I seen it, and this was Brandon's number one of '86 when we did that show. When I first seen it back when we did that show, I didn't really care for it too much. I did think it was a good movie. Don't get me wrong. I think I still gave it like a 7.5 or an 8 or something like that. But I wasn't really into it. And this time watching it, I definitely liked it a lot more. I was really into the investigation narrative of it. But I will say I did want more Hannibal because those scenes are good. Whenever he goes and visits him and stuff like that, and I know Anthony Hopkins is Hannibal, like that was Hannibal to me. So watching it this time, I was like, let's see if this guy can hold a candle to Anthony Hopkins, and honestly he kind of does. Like he does that. In fact, I would say that Anthony Hopkins almost looks like he took some of that performance and applied it to his.
Oh, he probably did.
Yeah, so that's kind of interesting watching that. I think the killer in this one feels really real to life, and you could see this guy being a killer. The pantyhose looks ridiculous, but in a creepy way.
Mm-hmm.
It's just weird, you know what I mean?
Just like that scene with him like standing in when his love interest is fucking feeling the tiger, and he's standing in the background against that white background with that monotone look on his face. Oh man, he's just fucking creepy as all hell, bro. He's fucking great.
I'm still not like a massive fan of it. Like Jeremy seems to really love it.
Yeah.
It does give me kind of Giallo vibes, which is funny that he mentioned that, because it does. Even like some of the colors that they use, like in the bedroom and stuff, like the blue and stuff, and like the dark look to it feels kind of atmospheric. I really like Will, the lead there. He's really easy to follow, and I like the little stuff with his, the psychological aspect, how like doing this type of stuff messes with you a little bit, and then also the whole like history. Like it's cool in this one because you don't really know the history between him and Hannibal, but you get the sense that it really like terrified Will, and their back and forth, the dialogue is really well written.
Yeah, it's explained a lot more in Red Dragon what happened.
Yeah, that's the difference between Red Dragon. They definitely they give you visually what happens with their confrontation and stuff like that. This one's implied. They do bring it up, but they don't go into it too much at all. It's kind of like the whole Red Dragon aspect of it too, right? They don't. Right. It's briefly mentioned here, but it's more. I
just think it's like so fascinating that he is so. He takes so much pride in his job that he's able to put to the side that this fucking asshole almost killed him.
Mm-hmm.
I find that relationship so interesting that these two characters are able to stand each other, even though.
Well, I mean, that's
the sense that they had a good relationship in the past, and I think the TV show
it's not
really
even
showcases that, because Hannibal and Will become really good friends, and I don't know if that's in the books, like the Red Dragon book. I'm sure they go more in depth into the backstory with that, but they're friends in the TV show. They become really good friends, and that's why that relationship is so. Standoffish and tense because of the history between them, and you get that sense in this movie. Like, even though you don't know, they don't specifically say what happened. I mean, they do, but they don't show you what happened.
No,
like, and the long history that they had, but you get the sense, the way that they treat each other, they have a mutual respect for each other.
That's what it's all about. Mm-hmm. It's all about the respect here. I mean, why else would after their battle and Will being stabbed up and shit like that, why would he ever go back to Hannibal for advice on a case and things like that? There's a respect there. He understands the psychology that we're shown, but the character also knows the psychology of the situation too. And like, you're probably not going to crack this without that help. And you put your differences aside and look what he does. He goes and does it. But I mean, there's still this level of game madness to it though too. It's like, you know, even though Dr. Lecter still respects the shit out of Will, he knows Will is fucking smart. They even mention that. He's like, well, you're so fucking smart, you know, like, and shit like that. There's this crazy respect with the intelligence and the psychology there and stuff. But
we don't
Hannibal
really
Lecter,
it's like Hannibal looks at it as like a challenge,
well,
right? Because
that's
he is
why
so elite.
That's why
and
he's
when
willing.
He sees someone that could match him intellectually, it like piques his interest.
That's why he fucks with him, because I think he has all the respect for Will, and then he's going to be able to save himself and his family though too. That's why he puts it on him to do it. It's like a fucking game to Hannibal Lecter, right? He knows really he can't lose. He's already locked up. He doesn't give a fuck, but he knows who's doing these killings. But he's like, okay, let's put this on Will to really show what he's made of, right? By, you know, when Lecter basically gives the fucking Tooth Fairy his address to go and kill him. It's kind of a revenge thing though too, but he wants Will to prove to himself who he really is though too. It's kind of cool. The psychology there is interesting. It's a lot deeper than just a revenge thing for Lecter. Obviously, Lecter's, you know, deep down is a little bit disturbed and pissed off because Will technically caught him and he's locked him up for life and stuff like that. But now he's going to play with him. He's going to play a game. But I think if you look at the psychology, I think that Lecter knows that Will is so fucking smart. He's gonna decipher this and he's gonna figure it out. And he's gonna save his family and shit like that. I think at the end of the day, I don't think the true motives is actually to kill him. It's for Will to win and survive that whole game. It really is.
I think it's also like could be just to see. Like he thinks that Will probably succeed.
But I think deep down he wants him though too, because I think he knows that he's so fucking smart. He'll figure, because when you're gonna put shit into code, it takes masterminds to figure that shit out, man. It really does. And you know, to do everything that he did and figure this out and stuff. I mean, it wasn't just him. He had help.
This one, yeah, I was gonna say then his colleagues help him.
Of course. But he's still part of it though, right? They still have to put all the, you know, the variables in motion and stuff like that. And it's really cool, man. I like the whole breakdown of the psychology of the film and how the investigation goes. I think the movie's got really good pacing with that also. There's really not a lot of downtime. There's always something happening. It's always kind of progressing. And but yeah, I mean, one of my favorite things about this movie is like, I've never really thought that William Peterson was the strongest actor in the world. You know, I always thought he was better as like the CSI guy, to be honest. He's good in To Live and Die in LA and stuff like that, but he's good in this. He's okay. He is what it is. He did a little bit of, I wouldn't say like method acting, but he actually went and did a lot of work with I think it was Chicago Police Department and stuff like that. Like I read and stuff. So he actually went and shadowed and did all that type of stuff. So got really into the role, which I always respect as an actor doing that stuff. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I just think the psychology in the film is just, it's just really well done. I haven't read the book. That's the thing. I always have problems with this adaptation, because when you watch two adaptations of a story, you're wondering how it really holds up to the original material, if they change things or whatnot and things like that. Like, I don't know.
Well, from what I understand from people, Red Dragon is more closer to the book than
That's
this
what I heard
is.
too.
So basically, in this version, they left out where they exploit more of the Red Dragon stuff, right?
Yeah,
because they go into, I mean, the Red Dragon stuff is a big portion of the Red Dragon version of
also,
the story.
I can't remember. Do they give a backstory on the Tooth Fairy like they do in Red Dragon, with the like abuse and stuff?
No,
I think that they mention it in this with, you know, because he was raised. I think they mention in this one that he was raised by his grandma and he was abused, but they don't go into it though. I don't.
Yeah,
I think
they go into it a little bit more.
It's part of the profiling. It's part of the profiling here with the Will Graham character. I think they do mention it and stuff, but yeah, they go into it a lot more, and they actually use it against him at certain points in Red Dragon also.
Oh yeah,
right.
The end.
So that's the differences right there. We kind of mentioned all the big differences between, you know, the adaptations, but this one just works a lot better for myself. I actually don't really care for a lot of the actual Red Dragon stuff, because they get into like the split personality thing of it and stuff a lot more, and to me, it's not as fun to watch. You know what I'm saying? Like, because he's really struggling with it and stuff, and they really do change up a lot of things in Red Dragon. But
yeah,
I mean, from this version of the film, does it work?
Did you like it? Like It sounds like you liked it.
No, I really do like this movie. I think it's actually quite well done. Like I said, the investigative portion of the film and trying to figure out things and stuff, I think is really cool. Like I think incorporating, the tabloid character and stuff is really cool because he has a history with him and they bring him into it and stuff. And then what happens with him, I think his death is actually one of the coolest in the film. I think it's a lot more vicious in the Red Dragon version. For some odd reason, that one's just brutal. But I mean,
I just think about the South Park scene. It's funny because like you think about South Park where I forgot what episode where the guy captures Cartman and he's in the basement and he's showing them the slides and he goes, "Do you see?" It's like you would always think it was from like Silence of the Lambs or one of those movies. You wouldn't think it was from Red Dragon. It's like, do you see?
Yeah. I just think it's really cool, man, like how they eventually figure out where the Tooth Fairy character's getting his motives from, like he literally works at like a film lab, right? They do videos, they do film and stuff like that, and he's picking his victims through these videos that he's processing and shit, and it's actually kind of a cool premise.
That was kind of cool.
I love how they break it, because when you watch the investigation and how they come to this and stuff, it's actually pretty damn cool. Like it keeps you intrigued through the whole thing, and I think that's a really cool premise, man, because this guy
he pieces it together, how he doesn't see the glass cutter. He brought bolt cutters to a glass cutter.
Right. And that's what I'm talking about, because then he realizes, but he's watching something that's where it derives from. He's like, they saw something that was shot maybe previously, kind of thing, right? Shit is changing this. Like, it's kind of cool how they do it, man.
There's something I just noticed too, relating back to the TV show again. You said that the tabloid Freddie Louds.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even realize this, but there is a same character type thing in the TV series named Frederica Freddie Louds, which is it's a female blogger, and she's a big part of like the story, and that's fine. I didn't even realize that connection was there.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
crazy. I really like the Francis Dollarhide character in this, though, is that like, just stemming from the core narrative is like, this guy is not just your typical non-working serial killer and stuff. Like, this guy actually legitly is in society, right? Like, he's working at this place and stuff. I like that in the storyline. I think that adds a lot of depth to the character too.
I think it feels like a real killer.
Well, that's the thing. He's trying to be part of society. Like, he has a job. He's actually not just part of the job. He actually kind of runs the whole department. Like, he's one of the bigger heads in there and stuff, right? I think that's really interesting, because you have a lot of serial killer movies and it just seems like they're just kind of in the underbelly of society and shit like that, but he's trying to fit in and stuff, and I really like that. I think that's kind of cool. So
you like the score?
The music is fantastic.
The score, actually, all the music's good.
Yeah,
dude. Some of the
at the end,
it feels really 80s, but
yeah.
I mean, some of the musical cues in this are good. They're not as amazing. Sounds of the Lambs, one of the most memorable scenes ever for me is the musical. You guys probably know exactly what I'm talking about, but that musical cue is phenomenal. But yeah, the music is great in this, man. It really is good.
I'm kind of pissed I didn't pick up that Blu-ray. I'm pissed off at myself.
What do you guys like about like the whole? I mean, obviously this character, Francis Dollarhide, has issues stemming from his childhood. He's a product of his abusive upbringing and stuff like that. I mean, this is very common in serial killers and stuff. When you've been overly mentally abused and physically abused and stuff, sometimes it leads to shit like this. But just his whole notion of why he's placing glass in the eyes and like his motivations and things like that, I think it's just it's credible to what the serial killer mind state is about. I really like the idea of what he's doing and shit like that. And I like, I mean, some of my favorite scenes in this movie are the scenes of them watching the videotapes. I don't know what it is, because they're watching like these old VHS tapes of the family and stuff like that. And you're seeing the family.
Alive.
It's voyeuristic, you know what I mean? Like,
right.
But
I think
it's not your family. So
but I just feel like you're knowing that these people all got murdered by this douchebag, right? And now you're seeing them alive.
No,
and you see the aftermath.
You don't see they don't see in that video. They don't know in a couple weeks or months or whatever they're going to be murdered.
Well, that's the thing, man. Like, you don't know these people that are being. The whole point of the movie is investigating the murders of these people that we have no there's no depth to these characters, but the video themselves, what they show, is adding so much to it, man. It adds so much like depth to it. It's like you just feel for these characters, because when you watch home videos and knowing that they're dead, it's just like it's like a totally different level. I love that aspect of it, man. I think it's great. Really cool stuff.
I'm good if you guys are.
I don't think I have anything else.
Okay, well, Jeremy, you start with ratings,
All right.
I guess.
Manhunter, 1986, first time watch. Like I said, I'm kind of pissed I didn't pick up the Scream Factory Blu-ray, but really dig this movie. So I'm at a 9.
GP.
Not as into it as Jeremy is, but I do think that it's really well made and it's a good movie. I'm not a sucker for the like crime thrillers like I think that I am sometimes, because I usually like a good investigation narrative, but like I don't know if it's just like, I don't know, man. I didn't enjoy these that much, but this one was a nice starting point. I liked it more than I did the first time. I'm gonna stick with my original rating I gave it back in when we prepped for 86 with an 8 out of 10.
Okay. Yeah. I think this movie is actually pretty well done. I do have issues with it. Okay, first of all, what did you guys watch the theatrical or the director's cut?
Theatrical, because the director's cut's only on the Blu-ray.
Yeah,
and that's one thing I have a problem with the Blu-ray though too, is because for some odd reason,
Def, right?
It's in standard def, and like when you watch the director's cut of the movie on the Blu-ray, but it's in standard def.
That's just Scream Factory not going the extra mile like the other companies do.
It's a very lazy release in my opinion, because basically it is there's only like 4 or 5 scenes in the film that are, the cut portion from the theatrical, right? So I don't know why they couldn't just try they already remastered the film. Why not just put these films, the scenes into do a director's cut remaster? Anyways, it's a little bit frustrating, but the problem is when you watch the movie, one of the first scenes in the film is actually one of the cut scenes, so the quality is even less than the actual, the standard def quality. So you're like, what the fuck is this? Yeah, the quality is not the greatest on those cut scenes and shit, but there's not really a lot of big difference. Like one of the scenes that is a big difference for me from the theatrical to the director's cut is after the whole shit goes down at the end with the tooth fairy killer. Basically, once all that shit happens, you have Will Graham. He goes to the place where basically the next victim's house, and he knocks on the door, and just to see them because they were next in line, right, to die.
But how does he know who was next in line? I guess from the tape.
From the tapes, and he basically knew. So he basically by disposing of the tooth fairy killer, he saved their lives and stuff, and it's just kind of crazy. Which it's not needed in the theatrical cut at all, but it's kind of cool to see that though. At the same time, there's a little bit differences. I mean, there's a scene with extended dialogue. It's not really much difference though. It's not gore scenes that are cut. Just put it that way.
Right. Yeah. Well, this isn't really a horror movie. You know what I mean? You could fit it in the horror genre, but like they weren't like making this movie and being like, we're making a horror movie. You know what I mean? They were making like a dark crime thriller.
Right. So, like I said, I enjoy the movie for what it is. I think the messiest part of the movie is the third act. And I meant not the full third act. I mean, once they get to where the tooth fairy killer is, which I forgot to mention. I actually really like the fact that he's has this thing for the blind girl, which kind of makes sense to the psychology of what's going on with the glass and the mirror and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
I think it's really interesting that he's literally they kind of go into it more in depth in Red Dragon 2, with the character and stuff like that. But because he fights it, with his personalities and shit. I think it's kind of interesting. But there's a scene there which I can never get over. I've seen this movie a bunch of times, and the fact that that Will jumps through the fucking glass and attacks the fucking tooth fairy killer. And okay, so my problem is with the scene though, is that Will is a very, very smart person. Like he is always 2 or 3 steps ahead of every situation. This is how his mind works. I feel like that moment is a total lapse in screenplay or whatever. I don't know if this happens in the book, but his character should never do something like that. Why would you put yourself into jeopardy when you don't have to? Right? There was no reason to go after him like that. You know what I'm saying? Like you didn't have to put yourself into danger and possibly get yourself killed by going through that glass at that moment. And I always felt like it was such a stupid thing. Like his character would never ever do that.
It's spectacle.
It's totally spectacle. But when you're watching a movie about psychology and brain activity, like this movie is it's all about thinking. It's all about working things out. It's all about sorting through things and how I can do the best job and how I can catch a spurt. You're gonna just go and jump through fucking glass and attack this guy? No, because
Jason.
Because really, realistically, man, he probably could have just shot him through the fucking glass, but he chose, even to jump through and attack and risk your life and have a battle. I don't know, man. I always thought that was actually kind of a silly thing. It just doesn't make sense to the character. And it's always been my big problem. I mean, it's a small kind of gripe, Like I said, though, man, Will Graham is put on a pedestal. It's not just me critiquing, that scene. It's the fact that he's also put on a pedestal and he's brought back into the FBI because he is this smart. You think this person of this type of intelligence would do something that fucking Jackie Chan-ish?
Yeah, because a
No.
regular FBI agent wouldn't do that.
No.
Like in real life.
But he did. But the thing is, he didn't have to do that, though. Right? He wasn't forced into that moment where you need to attack at this. I mean, kind of, but not really. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you're not going to risk yourself. It's a high risk move. I mean, it's a low percentage shot, dude. Like, you're doing half court shots here, man. Right? You know what I'm saying? It's like it's a low percentage shot. So it worked out for him. But like I said, I've always thought it was kind of goofy and silly for a movie that's very, very serious and kind of well put together and stuff. I think it's kind of a lapse in character there. But again, it's a movie, it's spectacle. You need that kind of heroics. It's all about the heroics at this time. I just didn't see Will Graham performing fucking, Jackie Chan moves and shit. It's kind of weird. But
how much points do you take off for that?
Not a whole lot, man. I enjoy this movie. It's it's not one of my favorite movies of all time. I don't even think it was even in my top 10 in 86, to be honest.
It was nowhere close to my 86 list. It still wouldn't be.
But I'm the person that also has Terror Vision on their top 10 though. So,
I would put Terror Vision higher than Manhunter for me personally.
I'm also in at an 8 out of 10. I think it's a solid movie. I don't think it's a Hall of Fame type material movie. But I think it definitely has its good points. It definitely has its good points. Good performances, really good performances. I would have loved to have seen more Brian Cox in the film, but again, it's not about that character and stuff. But knowing what we know now and shit, because obviously when they redid Red Dragon, you had to incorporate more Hannibal, hence, Anthony Hopkins in the film because of what we're doing here too. But I would like to see what Brian Cox is going to do with it because he's pretty good. He's honestly pretty good in it, right? So, but so that is Manhunter from 1986.
A killer is on the loose.
Keeps them alive for 3 days. Then he shoots them, skins them, and dumps them.
A rookie FBI agent is on his trail, but in order to track him down, she'll have to match wits.
I'll help you catch him, Clary.
Believe me, you don't want Hannibal Lecter inside your head.
All right, so moving along here into the year 1991 with The Silence of the Lambs, directed by Jonathan Demme, who, up to this point in his directing career, he actually started out directing straight up exploitation films, man, with Caged Heat and Crazy Mama, 74 and 75. Isn't that crazy?
Well, this was an Orion movie, so it wasn't the biggest budget.
No, but I'm just saying, like,
yeah.
He started out doing those kind of, exploitation films and stuff, which is kind of interesting. But you look at his filmography from what he'd done a couple other films after that, but he did a lot of shorts and things like that. And then kind of leading into Sounds of the Lambs. Like, it's just like a totally different type of level of film that he was really doing at the time. And of course, he got bigger projects after that. He did Philadelphia in 93 and stuff. And, he did a lot of music videos and shit like that. But kind of interesting filmography for this type of level film. But all right, so synopsis. A young FBI candidate.
What's Beloved from 1998? It says it's a horror movie.
Don't know.
Never seen it.
With Oprah Winfrey.
What? That's crazy.
And Danny Glover.
Don't know. All right, so a young FBI cadet must receive the help of an incarcerated and manipulative I can't even fucking say the word.
Manipulative.
Cannibal killer to help catch another serial killer, a madman who skins his victims. So, of course, Silence of the Lambs is, very, very...
22 Shots Hall member.
Yeah, it's a very notorious film, man. It's got a great cast. Jodie Foster playing the lead, and Clarice Starling.
She's so good in this movie.
We got Anthony Hopkins, who becomes Hannibal Lecter.
So good in this movie.
There's just a lot of, character actors and people you recognize in this film. But, yeah, I mean, what do you say about Silence of the Lambs? Who wants to start on Silence of the Lambs? I mean, this is a very well-known film. We don't really have to go too depth into to plot here.
You guys agree this is the best one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we all know Moots' favorite scene that he gags every time when she's walking down the hallway and she gets slinged with chisel all over her face.
That's Miggs, man.
It's just so mean to do that to somebody.
I know.
You've never done that to
That's
somebody?
disgusting, man. Even for a dude that's locked in the depths of a fucking psychiatric ward, it's like, come on, dude. Fuck.
Right to the face.
Well, he gets his comeuppance later. Comeuppance.
Right.
Comeuppance. I get it.
But yeah, dude. Like, I think the reason why this one is the best one is purely, well, there's so many reasons. It's like perfect, the story itself is told so well. The little pieces that you get of the mystery throughout, from the moth all the way up to, like, seeing, he reminds me of a Ted Bundy type too, when he's like, the way he like kidnaps people with the car and stuff. Ted Bundy used to do that shit, right? And the chick in the hole, the
puts the lotion on the skin,
puts the creepy as hell. Even when she takes his dog and shit, he's so mad. He's so mad.
The thing I appreciate about this movie now that I didn't even realize, back in the early 90s, I saw this movie right when it came out. I was pretty young. It's probably a movie I probably shouldn't have been watching for two reasons. Content wise, I mean, it's not overly explicit when you watch it and shit like that, but it's very psychological and stuff. And the one aspect I never really understood was the title. I never understood the title when I was a kid, Silence of the Lambs. Because I was like, what the fuck? Because, you don't really, as a kid, when you're 11, 12 years old, you don't really realize, the conversations that Clarice and Hannibal Lecter having and stuff, and the psychology of where the title comes from, her upbringing and things like that, and what she's trying to accomplish, and and what she's setting out to do and things like that. And it's more a story about her trying to, like, almost kibosh that past, put a rest to that whole thing. And I think it's really cool, man, because there's a different level of psychology here, in a sense. Like, Hannibal Lecter isn't just helping her solve a crime, he's also helping her her psychology, because that's where
I think it's interesting, because I feel like he sees Will and Clarice, even though we have no idea who Will is in this, and half fucking everybody else who was watching this at the time doesn't know who Will is.
I think this core narrative really shows who Hannibal Lecter really is, because at core, like, he actually is a psychiatrist, right? And like, even though he's in this spot and she needs his help, he's going to not only help her with this, but he's going to help her. But the way she perceives it as, you're just talking out your fucking ass kind of thing, right? You're trying to get into my head and shit, but he's literally trying to help her, right?
Well,
her personal.
I think that he sees her differently than he sees Will. Like, he sees her as potential. You know what I mean?
Right.
He sees her as somebody interesting that he sees potential in.
No, he's
like,
he's trying to make another Will, almost in a sense, right? Because Will was already that person when he came to see Hannibal. Right. And Clarice is new to this, and she has some problems stemming from her past. But he sees the potential, and he knows if he can help her, he's creating another master. It's again, coming back to Hannibal being a manipulator of the mind, and the psychology is he's fucking getting in her head, but in a good way. It's kind of weird. Like, it's weird because you see Hannibal as the bad guy, but in a sense, he's actually theoretically helping out a person. Like,
these things are just making me hate Hannibal Rising even more. It's just, I don't know.
Right.
I think that what's so interesting about their relationship too is, like, it's like this weird blend of almost like a romance, but not. Like, I don't think there's an actual romance there, but you do hear people say that this movie is like a romance between them two, but it's almost like a father figure thing, and a mentorship.
Clarice never has had a real father, so it makes sense.
Yeah, and there's all this like heavy complex relationship, but at the end of the day he's still a killer, and he you know he will kill people to just satisfy whatever he has going on in his own head, you know.
Right.
And I love the line, like, dude, you could sit there and watch, like, this entire movie could have been those two talking in a room, and it just, the way they feed off of each other, even like both performances, Jodie Foster kills it, Anthony Hopkins kills it, but like, you know, even when he's like all the way up to the FBI, like that, it gives me cold chills, because it's like how like legit and in like control he is with everything, and you get the sense that he knows the killer early on, like right away. You know what I mean? Like he knows who it is, but he plays this long game. He's playing riddles. You know, I think they even mentioned that in Red Dragon, the riddles thing.
Absolutely.
But it's fun to him, and it's entertaining, and it makes sense. You know, what else the fuck does he have to do? You know what I mean? But it's super interesting. And Clarice comes in there. You know, she got her big boy pants on, and she's gonna try to, you know, she knows the danger of Hannibal Lecter, but she also is a capable person, but she's young in her capabilities, and there's still sort of this maturing process that's going on with her, but she's still ahead of the game for what somebody would be in her.
Yeah, because she's just starting. It's like her first case.
Well, that's why he's willing to really kind of dig deep into her psychology too, right? Because, you know, that's what he does, right? He sees the almost the not, I wouldn't say immature, it's probably a bad adjective, but he sees that she is a newbie, right?
Right, and he says stuff just to get under people's skin too, and she's like,
which they do bring up. Hannibal says a lot of things.
She's like, he, you know, when he's like, did the farmhand make you perform fellatio and stuff? And she's like, that sounds like something Miggs would say. And, you know, you could see Hannibal's kind of like,
but he says it's so calculated. I mean? Everything that he says is so calculated, because every time you react or how you answer and stuff gives him more than you could ever think of intel, right? Because he can decipher your reactions and what you say. He just gathers so much more out of it. Right? You might not even think you're giving that information away, but Hannibal is deciphering it so much more than you could ever even imagine. Right? That's why he says those things. He gets under your skin. He makes you unnerved, but he's deciphering everything to the point. I think the dialogue, the screenplay is fantastic in this movie. Like, it's one of my favorite scenes.
Near perfect, man.
Is when Clarice first comes down, and of course the dude that was jerking off or whatever, I can't remember his name right now. Miggs. And he says, "Oh, I can smell your cunt." And then of course Clarice starts talking. When Clarice starts talking to Hannibal Lecter, and Lecter's like, he's like, "What did Miggs say to you?" And she's like, "Oh, I can smell your cunt." And he goes, "Well, for one, I can't smell your cunt." And like the way he just says it, and just like it's that
scene is so brilliant, because there's so much going on there. One, he's testing her, he's putting her in an uncomfortable situation. Like he's not actually like that, right?
Absolutely not.
He doesn't swear. He's very
absolutely not
academic,
right? But he's letting her know by saying, "For one, I can't smell your cunt," and then he gains her trust right there. Like right there, he's telling her without telling her that you can trust me right now. I'm not that dirty motherfucker that's gonna fling cum at your face.
No, I don't know if it's that, but he's seeing how she would react, and then he says even later, "You were doing so good. You took this uncomfortable situation that I put into place, and you handled it well. You when he said, you told me what he said, you were vulnerable when you did that, right? Because that's an awkward thing to say, right? If you're a woman, you know, like he said, "I can smell your cunt," you know, that's uncomfortable.
Well, he's also deciphering her person though too, right? That's exactly what he's doing. He's seeing how she's going to be able. He's learning things right there. He's figuring out if she's able and capable of standing up to the material that she's investigating. Because there's certain people, they don't really know what they're getting themselves into case wise and stuff, and he's learning everything about her. He's learning right away that she's kind of hard, like she can take that, and that you know what he's going to teach her and what she's about to find out in this field, that she's qualified to do it, right? Which is kind of cool. It's kind of cool,
and that's. It reminds me of like a chess player.
It's kind of
he's just looking like 10 moves ahead, and he's just like on a higher game of chess. Like it's super neat to watch him work.
It is a cool scene, because if she can't tell Hannibal what Miggs said, he knows right there that she's not capable of deciphering and dealing with what she's about to get herself involved in with Buffalo Bill.
She's not able to be vulnerable, and she's not able to like stand proud. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because like, it's genius. It's a really well written script.
Really,
and
really fucking well.
I think that Jodie Foster is, if anything, Hannibal, the next film, shows how important Jodie Foster was to that role.
Well,
I just feel like she's like so like lifeless in that movie. It's like it's not even anywhere near the same characters, and you don't.
But you know what?
Whatsoever.
But in Hannibal, it's also the script though. The script is just they completely abominated the Clarice character. They make her out to be incompetent. No, they make her incompetent. They even make a joke about it to the point where she fucking gets a World Guinness Book of World Records fucking certificate for the most people shot by a female FBI agent. Like they throw that jab at her. They completely annihilate her character. They assassinate her character in the movie.
It doesn't feel like the same person, and it also doesn't feel like
it's awful.
Like you know how like they'll be like, well, she's weathered and been through a lot 10 years later. No, this character would never be like that.
No, it's a bad script. It's a really, really bad script, and I don't like the character. Obviously, you weren't going to get back Jodie Foster, but
actually, no. I read that the only reason she didn't do this film was because she was busy on another film.
Oh, okay, but
not this film.
But I will say when we get, just quick. I mean, Julianne Moore as fucking Charlotte Clarice Sterling. No.
Fly, little Sterling.
No, but it is a big thing with the script though too. It's the way they approach the character and what they did and stuff. But anyways,
we'll get there.
But anyways, man, Silence of the Lambs, dude. This is another one of those films where I think this movie's just full of fantastic scenes. I mean, obviously,
I love this scene with him in the cage, man. It's upstairs in the library wherever he is when the cops are watching him, and he's upstairs in that cage. But they give him everything that he wants because they know who he is.
Fucker got a second dinner.
Yep.
Lamb chops, extra rare.
Right. Dude, that scene is so brutal. How he does those guards in, man. Like, holy fuck, man. It's just like so genius, man. It's so genius. But I love how it all develops, man. Like how he ends up there. Like the whole script is fantastic, man. It really is like super well written and shit.
It's as close to perfect as you could get in terms of like how every scene kind of matters and stuff like that. And there's so much going on in it. And then I also just love the unfolding of the narrative of Buffalo Bill, which is a great, like we mentioned in the first film, that Tooth Fairy Killer was really good. I think Buffalo Bill is perfect. Like he is a amazing killer. And I love the whole like trans thing where they, they're talking about like, he's not a transvestite. He's just like literally thinks that he'll be happy if he's something else because he hates himself and stuff.
Yeah. Ted Levine just fucking murders the role of Buffalo Bill, man. It's just he's so perfect in that role. Like his look,
Goodbye Horses
his tone.
I feel like when he's dancing around and he tucks his cock in his fake vagina. I mean that scene is just absolutely legendary, and it lives into pop culture even today. So I just feel that shows you how strong he was as that character. If you're able to transform and do something like that and pull it off like that, you're a goddamn good actor, because you got to have some good skills to do something like that.
Yeah, it's like one of the greatest musical cues, man.
Yeah, I love that song too. Goodbye Horses. Like I have that on a few.
Oh yeah. It's like what an amazing musical choice, man. For that,
it's like that space rock type shit.
Right. It's fucking that early synth sound. I love that shit, man. It's so great. It's so great.
Yeah, they do it great in Maniac too, the remake.
Yeah, I just again, the whole investigation of how they catch it. Like actually, one of the greatest scenes actually is when I love the scene where there's a kind of a cross-section scene where you got Clarice and Jack Crawford and stuff. They're going to one place and they're going into this place, and Clarice is actually knocking on the door of like Buffalo Bill's house. And that same scene where they're breaking into the wrong house, right? Because they have a beat on this, and then she thinks that she's just going to investigate, the mother, which we find out that like he actually took over this house. He killed the fucking lady. And he just basically took over the house. So that's why she ends up at the exact place where Buffalo Bill is, doing all the shit and stuff like that. Which is really cool.
for years I couldn't follow what was going on there. For
Yeah.
years when I was a kid, I was like, what the fuck?
I love
I couldn't figure out how she got there and why they were at the wrong house. I was like,
Yeah.
you know, it took me years to understand that.
But I love that whole, you know, the fact that he's.
I don't like the night fishing shit.
Oh, it's fine.
It's not really my favorite shit,
Intense.
but like the way they figure out that he's skinning people and stuff, and that he was a tailor and all that type of shit, and like, but that's what leads into her going to that place because she wants to go talk to the lady, right? It's pretty cool, man. But like, I got to say, man, like the actual aesthetic of that house is so fucking disgusting. It just it just encapsulates the character. Like this guy just has no regard for anything but himself. Right,
You know
he's living like a fucking animal, dude. It's disgusting.
You know that house is like 30 minutes from me.
And it's for sale, right? Or it was for sale.
Yeah, it's always for sale.
It's
But
so
It's funny
disgusting.
because it's right next to train tracks, so it's like loud as shit
Yeah.
there. But yeah, that house is actually, dude, I've never went and looked at it, and it's only like 30 minutes away from me, and we've been in that town so many times. It's I'd say it's about 30 minutes away from me. And in fact, my mom used to live in that town like 2 years ago. So I would go there all the time to take my mom's stuff, and I never stopped by and checked out the house and just looked at it. But yeah, it's pretty neat.
You know what I always found funny about this movie? And like, I've realized this before, but it got me thinking about it again, is the fact that Clarice is driving like a Ford Gremlin. It's like the same car that Wayne drives in Wayne's World. It always cracks me out, man. Because they came out around the same time. I'm like, what's with the Ford Gremlins? Right?
Yeah,
Like,
Earthmobile.
Yeah, didn't Wayne's World come out in like 91 or 92?
yeah, it was. Wayne's World came out in 90 or 91, around the exact same time as this. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
but it's just funny because you don't see a lot of fucking gremlins in movies and stuff, and they're in like two of the probably the most popular movies of the 90s. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of strange. Just a weird observation, but yeah, it's actually one of my favorite scenes in the movie is when they're breaking into when the SWAT team is breaking into that house, and then and Clarice is, I keep wanting to call her fucking Charlene. I don't know why. Clarice is, actually knocking on the house.
She did play an awesome serial killer, Charlene Theron. So
yeah, she does, man. Yeah,
fucking monster was.
Oh yeah,
her transformation, man.
She looks just like whatever the hell her name is.
Yeah.
I forget her name.
I remember an
movie.
interview with her when she said that she had to gain a bunch of weight for that movie and stuff, and like she just lived off of donuts. I was like, that's an amazing job right there. Just eat donuts and shit.
Somebody should give us that movie. That's a good fucking movie.
Yeah, I would be down to watch that. I haven't seen that since it came out. What was that?
I love the real case.
Or
What is it?
something?
Eileen, whatever the fuck. I've seen many.
Eileen Warren.
I've seen the
Yeah.
documentaries. I've seen I've seen everything on her. She's very interesting killer.
Yeah,
But again,
super interesting.
But again, a very much a product of her upbringing and her abuse and stuff. Right? It's the same old story. Creates these monsters, literally. Right. One of my favorite things about this movie, man, is the score of the movie. And the tone of it, it's so dark and dismal, and it's just it never strays away from what it's trying to accomplish. It always keeps that same kind of tone throughout. It's kind of a darker film and shit. I love the look of it, man. It's honestly one of the best shot movies of this era. It's shot so beautifully. It just captures that tone so perfect, man. I love it. It's not like
your number. What did this make?
Like number 5 or 6. For Moods, it was like 5 or 6. It was 2 for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was 2 for me as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is, like I said, though, this is probably, without a question, probably the best made movie of 91.
It's not my favorite, though.
But it's just not my favorite. Like, I would rather watch other films over this one, even though I can fully appreciate what they've done here. There's not really anything wrong with this movie. It's acted brilliantly all the way around. The script is amazing. It doesn't overstay its welcome. One thing I like about this movie that we haven't actually discussed, every movie in this franchise is like 2+ hours, time. This one runs in just under 2 hours, but the pacing is perfect. They do the story of Buffalo
This
Bill
movie
perfect.
does not feel long.
No,
Like,
that's
you could watch the entire 2-hour thing. I mean, I just watched this for 91 like less than a year ago, and before that, I watched it for the summer series when we did the 90s. So I think like this is my third time in less than 2 calendar years, and I wasn't sick of it. Like I was still interested to watch it, and it's one of those movies like where once you start watching it, even if you were just gonna put it on in the background or something, you're gonna like start paying attention to it because you get sucked into the good acting and the good narrative and stuff.
Well, I originally wasn't going to watch this in chronological, but my OCD honestly wouldn't allow me to skip. to Hannibal, and I was, because I just rewatched this movie. I just watched it.
Yeah, I actually said that I was going to.
Right. So I again watched these in complete chronological order and stuff, but I'm kind of glad I did, because starting the movie, I wasn't like overly excited to rewatch it again, but you get like 10 minutes in the movie and you're like, oh, man, this shit's so good. Just everything about it, man. It never drags for a moment. I just love the way the whole story develops, man. I mean, they don't overdo it with the Buffalo Bill character. They don't overdo it with Hannibal Lecter. Like, there's all these elements to the film. There's all these characters that get so much screen time when you really break it down, right? Like, no one really has more than others and stuff. It's just, it's a really, really well, kind of thought out, edited film, and the pacing's fantastic. I think that's one of the best things about this movie, man, is that there's a lot happening, but you're not overdoing it in certain aspects and shit. And they managed to put in enough, with Buffalo Bill and his story and shit like that. And it's pretty cool. It's really well done.
It's like Manhunter and Red Dragon, but just a better version because they have more Hannibal. I mean, that's basically what it is. And it has Clarice.
But I think even like the acting and like the actual story is better. Like, the story of the Tooth Fairy Killer and the story of Buffalo Bill was like way better whenever you really think about like what all happens, and it's a little bit creepier to me too that he's skinning people.
It's definitely more interesting to me for sure. Like one of my other favorite scenes in the film is when they show Buffalo Bill abducting that girl that was walking home with the groceries and stuff. Hey, can you help me move this fucking?
Yeah, that's what JP was talking about.
I love the scene because when he says to her, he's like, he fucking punches her or whatever. Or no, before he punches her out, he's like, "Are you a size 14?" He fucking just clocks her out,
and his voice too, man. His voice is creepy.
Yeah, it's fantastically done. Love that scene, man. It's great stuff. But I mean, you gotta admit, man, the whole moth thing, it's crazy. That's like really cool stuff in the narrative to break that down.
And it fucking came from Orion. Who would have thought?
Right. Just a lot of little cool things in the investigative thing. And like the more you rewatch this movie, you look at everything that they're doing and stuff, and the way everything progresses makes sense. Like you could actually figure this out from the way they're doing it. You watch some of these movies, you watch Giallos and other things, and sometimes things just completely don't make sense.
Orion did a Platoon. I just remembered that.
I mean, they did RoboCop. They did bigger film.
Dances with Wolves.
They did films that won awards, but they didn't do like big budget shit.
First Blood, Terminator. They did a lot of good stuff.
Anyways,
I didn't say they didn't do good stuff. I said they did low budget stuff.
Anyways,
how many times can we talk about Silence of the Lambs?
Well, I was talking to you guys like, oh, Orion made this movie and Orion made that movie. You guys are fucking dicks.
No, that's because I was responding to something he said.
Because Orion's always known as the budget studio from back in the day.
So I will mention right now, man, that Anthony Held plays, Dr. Frederick Chitlin in this movie, which we'll get to him when we talk about Red Dragon and stuff, which I think is probably some of the coolest things that they incorporate the actual person into that. Also, Frankie Faison, who plays Barney, is also another character that we'll get to too, which they again, didn't recast, which is really cool. Those are cool elements. I'm always a big fan of reincorporating people into to storylines and stuff.
He's in multiple movies, right? He's in Red Dragon. He's in Hannibal. He's in Silence of the Lambs.
Who's that?
Barney.
Oh, is he actually in Hannibal? Is he the black?
He's the guy at the beginning.
Oh, maybe he is actually.
The guard you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe he is. Yeah. I think actually one thing that doesn't really get mentioned a lot in this is that the FBI director in Silence of the Lambs is actually played by Roger Corman, which I'm not really too sure the story on that. Why he's in the movie for that part, but kind of cool.
Yeah.
That's not fascinating. Why the fuck would Roger Corman be in a fucking Silence of the Lambs movie? He has like, I
agree. It's fascinating.
He must owe somebody a favor.
Probably. It's just so strange, man. It's so strange. Like at this point, like he wasn't really directing movies at all. He was, still producing and things like that. But he didn't really do a whole lot of acting in his career either. But why Roger Corman for the FBI director scene where he's on the phone kind of thing? Strange. It's really strange, but.
Does he have any ties to the De Laurentises?
Oh, he probably does. All these big producers and stuff probably have ties to all to each other
Everybody.
in some. I mean, really, there's only so many producers that are doing all these movies and stuff, right? So I'm sure.
Was this even one of the De Laurentiis ones?
It was. I think this movie. I know De Laurentiis did Manhunter for sure. I'm not sure if they were involved. I know that they had the rights to the Lecter character, which they lent for this one. I know that's the way the story goes. I'm not sure if De Laurentiis was actually involved in the production of this.
Yeah, because like the Hannibal TV series couldn't mention Clarice, and the new Clarice TV series can't mention Hannibal.
Right. And I think the stipulation
the Clarice,
the stipulation, I think, between Manhunter and was just the spelling of the name was different, but they did lend the rights to use even sane Hannibal Lecter kind of thing.
That's interesting, JP. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
With the new series.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, that's what I was told.
Yeah, I always thought it was really interesting, actually, because Gene Hackman was tied to this movie at one time, right? He was supposed to play Jack Crawford, and he was actually in production with the film too, right? With Orion or something like that. And yeah, it's kind of a shame, man. Fucking Gene Hackman would have been cool.
I wonder if they ever had anybody else in mind for Hannibal Lecter.
I mean, I like Scott Glenn. I think he does a good job in this film. I forgot to mention him as Jack, so he does a good job.
Excuse me.
Got some cum in your throat?
That would be you.
Yeah, aren't you on that diet? Yeah, even though I mean, I think I've already rated this movie before. I think we all have on this podcast, actually, because it doesn't sit in the Hall of Fame.
Yep.
But so I don't think a rating is really much surprise to anybody. But I don't know if I mentioned this before, but the one scene in this film I always, I mean, it's another one of those things where it just gets you thinking, right? It's like, how the fuck did that happen? The amazing scene with Hannibal in the jail cell, in the museum. Is it the museum? Yeah, I think it is. And okay, so he escapes.
Mm-hmm.
He escapes. He kills the guards and stuff like that. How the fuck does he suspend the one guard up on the top of the cell? How does he do it?
He's Hannibal fucking Lecter.
No, but honestly, like physically, how does anybody?
I know.
But it's literally like 30 feet high. Like, how the fuck did he do it? I mean, I think his escape is one of the coolest escapes of all time.
Pulley system.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, we can break it down like that, but I mean, I'm just more nitpicking. But I just always thought it was funny because it's so fucking high.
Maybe he ran up a floor and opened the doors and pushed them down.
No, but you would have to have the equipment to even do the pulley system to do it. Like, he was in very critical time here. I mean, it just doesn't really make a lot of fucking sense that you could ever do something like that. But anyways, it leads into his actual escape, and I think is one of the coolest aspects of this fucking movie. It just goes to show, and I think it's really well written because Hannibal Lecter is a mastermind. He's very creative. He's very smart. He knows how to do things, and I think his escape is so clever. It's something I've always taken away from this movie. I think it's one of the coolest things. Why not use someone else's face, right? It's so fucking...
that's interesting. Just to go back to what we were saying about did De Laurentiis produce this one? Actually, no. He produced Manhunter, and he passed on this movie because Manhunter had flopped. He gave the rights away to Orion Pictures for free.
Was it the whole rights, or was it just the name of...
The rights to Silence of the Lambs, Because I believe De Laurentiis...
he had the rights to Silence of the Lamb because he did Manhunter. Silence of the Lambs was a different story.
Right.
I thought it was just the character name of Hannibal Lecter.
Dino De Laurentiis... when he did Manhunter, he signed a deal to have the filmmaking rights to the future novels in the series.
There you go.
Because in fact, Dino De Laurentiis pressured the writer to write Hannibal Rising, the book, due to a rights expiring issue.
Okay, that makes sense. I didn't realize he'd signed on to do future projects because I was wondering how that came about because I'm pretty sure he wasn't involved, but I knew he had the rights to Manhunter for sure.
It's kind of crazy. He did Hannibal, and then his next movie was Red Dragon, and then the next movie he produced was Hannibal Rising. So he did all three in a row.
Right, but he obviously saw the success of Silence of the Lambs. Let's jump on that fucking train, right? So, kind of makes sense. I mean,
I can tell you what, I didn't watch Red Dragon for 2002. when we did that show, and
Right.
if we get 2001 or whatever fucking Hannibal Rising is, I'm not watching them again in the future. So just letting you know now.
I always thought it was very interesting that, you know, the original person that was cast, or not cast to play, but the original thought for Lecter was Sean Connery. Thought that was kind of interesting.
I could see that.
Yeah. But, I mean, it went to... I think the story is Hopkins got it because of the Elephant Man kind of thing, right? I think that's how the story goes.
That's a great fucking movie too, man.
Well, good performance, right?
Yeah.
You're playing that type of, yeah,
And he's good at magic. Fuck.
very in depth, right? Yeah.
You like magic moods?
Magic is great. Yeah.
Yeah, magic. He's great in that movie too.
Yeah, it's very underrated, man. Yeah, so I think there was actually a lot of people that were actually considered for the role, but I always remember Sean Connery because I'm a big Bond fan, and I'm like, I can't even imagine Sean Connery playing Hannibal Lecter for some reason. It just doesn't, you know, like Sean Connery didn't really do a lot of, like, I guess so-called risky roles. I mean, up to this point, wouldn't that have been the weirdest thing ever? Bond going from Bond to fucking serial killer. That's weird.
People.
Right? It's just, he'd never done anything like that. Kind of crazy, but yeah, Sounds of the Lambs, man. I don't really know what else to, I mean, it's a movie that's been really talked about to death. I mean, it's critically acclaimed on all levels. I mean, it won so many awards. I mean, wasn't it one of the movies that won like Best Picture? Director?
It won Best Picture.
Yeah, it won like best. It won like every major category in '91, I think.
It's what, that and The Exorcist, the only two movies.
So,
but just cleaned house.
I mean, did Misery win something?
Well, no, I'm talking about like Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actress, Best Actor, like Best Screen. Like it won like 5 or 6. Like it was crazy. Like all the major Academy Awards, which is unheard of for a horror film.
Right? What did your boy Ebert think of this? Do you love it?
Well, let's see. It won 5 Oscars. Let's get back
5
to
Oscars.
that.
Yeah.
Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actor, Best Actress, and Best Adapted Screenplay.
So I just said every one of them.
Nominated for Film Editing and Best Sound.
All right, Roger Ebert, Sounds of the Lambs.
Like
he
I
gave
said,
it four stars.
That's his perfect.
And you know what scene got it nominated for Best Editing was the scene with, you know, the dual house scenes. That's the scene I was talking about. I bet you any money, because that scene is edited so well. Because you think you don't realize what's happening. It's so cool. Very well done.
Yeah. All right. So ratings, I guess.
I mean, I don't think we really have to go into too much. I mean,
Mine hasn't changed, so
yeah, mine hasn't changed
mine
either.
Has.
9.5.
Mine has. Mine's changed. Well, it's my turn, Jeremy. So fuck off. So yeah, my rating, I gave it a 9 on that show. I think that I just really wanted to put People Under the Stairs ahead, and I think I'd given that 9.5. But yeah, I'll go, man. I think you can't not give it a 10, right? It has to be a 10. There's nothing. It's like perfect.
Dude, you suck so much Wes Craven's cock. It's ridiculous, man. Put People Under the Stairs over. Like, I mean, are we talking in terms of just favorites, or?
I like People Under the Stairs more, and I agree that this movie is like higher quality in some aspects, but the other aspects in People Under the Stairs I like more. I like the social commentary in there more. I like the characters more, honestly. And
well, this one has social commentary too. It tells you that serial killers can, you know, help your psychology. Also, they're not just bad people. Come on. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I'm gonna bump it to a 10, dude. I got to.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm also giving it a 10. I just think it's kind of ridiculous. I mean, that we're supposed to believe that he could actually suspend somebody. I mean, it is what it is, right? I mean, it's one of those parts where you're just like, it's so ludicrous. It's so fucking ludicrous in such a well-made movie. But the thing is about that scene that kind of bugs me is that he doesn't need to be suspended up there. It's totally theatrical, right? It's pure theatrical.
Right. I guess you have an issue with like the spectacles at the end of these movies.
Well, I mean, my gripe with it though is, like I said, it's pure theatrical. It's just for the audience. But in reality, I mean, it's so ridiculous, dude. There's no need to do it.
Than jumping through the glass, though.
No, because that right there, it doesn't even make sense. There's no way he would put himself into that type of harm. It's ridiculous. When he doesn't have it, you could have shot him right through the window.
Dude, I actually didn't like this movie growing up at all. I think it just went over my head. Like, I couldn't, like, follow the story. But, like, when I was, because I watched this real young, like, 96 or something. I just never could get into it when I was a kid.
I mean, it's a big boy movie.
I guess. All right.
I can see that. So, anyways, yeah, that is Silence of the Lambs from 1991.
Hello, Clarice. I've been in a state of hibernation. I need some action, Clarice. I need to come out of retirement and return to public life. I couldn't help noticing on the FBI's rather dull public website that I have been elevated to the more prestigious 10 most wanted list. Is this coincidence, or are you back on the case? If so, goody goody.
All right, so moving into 10 years later exactly, into 2001 with Hannibal, directed by the one and the only Ridley Scott. I remember back in the day finding out that Ridley Scott was directing a, Hannibal, and I was like, damn, that's crazy. I had really, really high hopes and huge expectations.
You had belief.
I did, man, because obviously Alien was, a favorite of mine growing up and stuff. And it's Ridley Scott, man. He's done lots of great movies, which we just talked about and stuff. He's done lots of good stuff.
Dude, this is the prime example of a movie that I would use to say, like, you can have all the bells and whistles, you could have the most talented people in the film world, but sometimes a movie like TerrorVision is just better than this.
All right. So, quick little synopsis.
Technically.
Yes, technically, to me.
Okay.
Because not technically, what do you mean by technically? Do you mean
it's
like
well made?
Okay, but does fun and entertainment not count as well made? Does cohesiveness to a story not mean well made? Like, just because the lighting's good and the sound's good doesn't mean that another film that has a cohesive narrative, even if it's silly, it's still a cohesive story where the characters are, fleshed out to a certain extent. Like, you could have other aspects that make it well made, and it's not just about lighting and sound and visuals.
Okay, well, let's break it down even more. Okay, so of course Hannibal is, of course, starring Anthony Hopkins as Lecter. We got Julianne Moore replacing as Clarice Starling. We got Gary Oldman, who plays one of the villains in this movie, I guess you can call him that. Gary Oldman's, Gary Oldman. He's amazing pretty much in everything. Ray Liotta is in the film.
Playing Ray Liotta's character that he plays every time.
Yeah, it's Ray Liotta playing Ray Liotta. And of course, we
Pretty
mentioned
much.
Frankie Fallon also makes an appearance in this film briefly too, which is kind of cool. He's actually technically in 3 of them. I just didn't even think it was him at first. I guess I don't know what the fuck happened there. But anyways, but he also reappears as the one of the nurses. So quick little synopsis here. Living in exile, Dr. Hannibal Lecter tries to reconnect with his now disgraced FBI agent Clarice Starling and finds herself a target for revenge from a powerful victim. Finds himself a target. So
the scene at the beginning, the shootout, is the most retarded thing I've ever fucking seen in my life.
Dude, it's so stupid. I know, I agree with you on that.
Dude,
Because-
you know
and
what's...
the fact that she's blamed for this botched
Yeah.
thing, it's so silly. Like, clearly it wasn't her.
She called it off. Yeah.
So
It just doesn't fit in the last narrative. You go from Silence of the Lambs to fucking shootouts in a fucking market. It's like,
Well,
what the hell is this stupid ass
it
fucking
leads into my first problem with this movie, man, which I alluded to before, man. So this movie right off the hop disgraces an amazing Clarice Starling character by making her, in the eyes of the FBI, incompetent of her job. Basically, she did the right thing in this situation. She gets blamed for what happens. They eventually give her it's just, they disgrace her character. They totally botch the Clarice Starling character in this story. And it's fucking not cool, dude, because it leads into one of the worst narratives I've ever seen in a fucking sequel to an amazing movie. This whole movie has the worst fucking narrative ever. It's so stupid what they do with this. They should have never disgraced Charlize, I did it again. Clarice Starling.
Charlize Theron.
I know. I don't know why the fuck I keep doing that. Clarice's character. I mean, in my opinion, the storyline should have been so much different in this movie. It should have been an actual sequel to Silence of the Lambs, of her still pursuing Hannibal, and so it is 10 years later, and then having her going after, not being in the fucking back shadows of this story and having everything else revolve around not around her, because she's disgraced and she can't really do anything. She, you know, the storyline in this movie is fucking stupid. At core, what this story is a really, really lame revenge story from a character that was completely, so basically what
I think the last movie in the series is that.
Well, I mean, honestly, dude, think about this. This in a nutshell. Clarice is shamed by the FBI. She's kind of got her star status pulled. Very stupidly, very, very much pulled. So Hannibal, basically at the end of Silence of the Lambs, is in, I think he's in the Caribbean. So basically at the start of this movie, well, this is 10 years later. Now he's in Florence, Italy, and he's made a life for himself. You know, he's over there teaching, doing what he does best because he's very knowledgeable as shit. He's teaching like history and things like that.
No, he's a curator of a library.
Yeah, well, that's what it is. Anyways, he does like these weird teachings and so like he's teaching all type of shit and stuff. But that's where the whole narrative is so retarded because, is that like she's not pursuing him per se. In the storyline, basically the core narrative here is we've got a character played by Gary Oldman, Mason Verger, who was at one time a patient of Hannibal Lecter, and Hannibal Lecter.
Gay lovers, right?
Yeah. So
no.
Well, he was gay.
So Hannibal Lecter essentially disfigured Mason Verger to the point where he didn't want to kill him. He actually wanted this, you know, it was kind of a mean-spirited thing, right? He really just wants Mason to live with the disfigured and stuff like that. There's a whole story to that. But the core narrative of Hannibal is this character now who, this is 10 years later, or not 10 years later, it's all these years later. He's a huge, rich, deformed person. So he's got a lot of connections, he's got a lot of power, and he hires on a bunch of people to basically, you know, he wants them to capture Hannibal so he can basically feed Hannibal to his fucking boars.
It makes sense, though. It makes fucking sense. Hannibal Rising, you see why Hannibal is scared of boars. It makes sense why he would feed them to boars, because in Hannibal Rising, his whole family gets eaten by boars.
Yeah, but how would Berger know that?
But Jeremy,
he wrote it down in a diary.
But Jeremy, when you're
when
you're watching this in sequence, you don't know any of this, though.
I know. I'm just saying that's the only good part about Hannibal Rising.
But I'm just saying, at the core of this story, this is a revenge story for this Mason character, right?
Yeah,
that's what it is. And so we get all this kind of subplot and stuff with this cop in Florence who figures out who Hannibal is. And there's obviously a reward. When he starts working with the Mason Verger camp and stuff like that, there's a reward out there. And, you know, I just feel like they forgot about what the sequel should have been. You know, I know this is based off a book and stuff, but why the fuck is Clarice just on the fucking back shadows? And like, I feel like the narrative here,
it's more of a Hannibal movie.
Yeah, but
it's not though.
They ruin the character.
They
to
do.
Me. Like they don't have any of that poetic, awesome stuff that's going on in his dialogue and him. They don't really utilize his smarts that much either. What I wanted out of this film, when I heard, okay, they're making a Hannibal film, or, you know, I knew that I didn't even care back when it came out, but whenever going into this, okay, Hannibal, the sequel, I figured it was going to be about Hannibal on the run from that previous encounter in Silence of the Lambs, and he was going to be sending Clarice tips and riddles and different things like that, and being like one step ahead of her all the time because he has this fascination with her, and it was going to be sort of this you know, cat and mouse type thing that was very cleverly done. Maybe he would kill and eat a few people along the way, and she would fight. It was like, you know, a serial killer procedural. I thought that's what it was going to be, and this is just fucking blah, dude. Like, the whole movie is like, why do you care about any of this?
Dude, they fucked up the Hannibal. Like, Hannibal Lecter at this point, this is 10 years later, he's kind of doing his own thing and stuff, right? And then they throw in this, and like, I don't know what the fuck they were thinking, man. We're gonna make this a revenge film with this character that doesn't even really fucking matter. He's never been mentioned before.
That character in a away.
I like
how fucking freaky he
I
looks.
think Gary Oldman does it perfect.
Why he wants to spend all this fucking money to hunt him down because
no, of course,
ruined his life.
But I'm just saying, I wish this wasn't even the story. I wish this wasn't even the story though. I wish they hadn't have fucked up the Clarice character, and I wish it was still a cat and mouse game between her and Hannibal. All these years later, she's still trying to hunt him down, and Hannibal's being Hannibal. He's doing his shit. But I think that would have been a lot better movie. But like I said, they basically kick her to the curb. They create this whole narrative with this revenge angle, and then they have this cop. They have all these parts of the story, which nothing really is that great about it at all. There's a couple decent scenes in this film, which I feel like are kind of forced in there because you got to make something of this horrendous fucking story. The narrative is so bad in this movie. I think the guts thing is okay.
I like the brain stuff. I thought it was cool.
I think the brain stuff is cool, but I don't think it's aged the best. It doesn't look. It's more of like what you think in your head, like, oh, he's like picking at his brain while he's alive. And I don't think I don't know if you could really do it like that.
I don't even want to go there. I don't even really care. But I think the whole third act in this movie is messy as fuck too. I mean, dude, the demise of Mason Verger is so stupid.
Oh yeah, why does his fucking assistant just push him off the goddamn ledge?
Because Hannibal Lecter is in control of everything.
I mean, there's these points. They make Clarice so fucking weak in this movie, man. She gets caught up in this. She gets shot. She gets saved.
Honestly a bad performance.
She gets saved.
Though.
She gets saved by Hannibal. Fits. He brings, and this leads into the whole brain thing. Like she wakes up, she's all healed and stuff like that, and then it comes down to this showdown again. And of course he escapes like fucking Batman in the night. Like, dude, this movie sucks. It is a fucking terrible, terrible movie.
You've actually talked me down.
Yeah, me too.
Further, I was actually a little.
I'm
higher,
telling you, man, I can't stand anything about this movie.
You get what I'm saying about like how a movie like I truly think that a movie like TerrorVision, and TerrorVision's a bad example because I don't think it's like great, but a movie like that or something is a better movie than this.
Yeah, and I agree, man. And honestly, dude, okay, I get it. So Julianne Moore stepped into the Clarice character and stuff, and
I like her, but she's not good. Like I actually do like her.
But unfortunately, she doesn't really get to play the character properly because they made Clarice a piece of shit. They made Clarice a fucking they made her a shitty character, right? So like you're looking at Julianne Moore going, okay, so you're stepping in here into a classic role, but then the script is so bad, and you look upon her as going, oh, she didn't do good. No, it's the script, dude. The movie sucks. Straight up, dude. Like, they just ruined everything. Like, Hannibal's characters, the scenes feel so forced. Like I said, the fucking disemboweling scene's cool and all, but look where it derives from.
What do you think about the cop stuff?
What, the Italian cop stuff? Or
sucks too.
That's what I'm
stupid.
I hate it. I hate that whole thing because, like I said, they take away from what the narrative really should be. It should be Clarice going after him, but no, they incorporate this angle, and then he ends up working with the mace. You have all these things that I'm just like, oh my god, man, this story is very easy to follow. It's just not good. It's not good. I don't mind some of the scenes with Gary Oldman because I think the makeup is
$87 million budget.
It's completely over the top, and the scene where he starts smacking his non-lips, waiting to drink the wine from the straw, and he's like, oh my god, dude, that shit makes me, I laughed out loud. I'm like, it's just fucking funny, man, because Gary Oldman's one of the greatest actors.
It's creepy, man.
But that character, but I mean, just to incorporate, this thing that Hannibal did to this person back in the day and just put it into the story, and this is what the core narrative is. I'm like, it's just a revenge story. It's fucking stupid.
So I think this factors into it, Mood. So the Red Dragon novel was written in 1981, and it was adapted in 1986.
Yeah.
The Silence of the Lambs novel was written in 1988.
Yeah.
And it was adapted in 91. But I don't think it was written for the purposes of adaptation. Hannibal was written in 99, and Hannibal Rising was written in 2006.
Mm-hmm.
I just think that it has something to do with just
cashing
a cash grab. Make another story in this.
So my question is,
then again, the novel might be good. I don't know. But the movie,
sometimes I wish that I had read the novelizations of these stories, because I want to know if the Hannibal story is what we got for the most part in this movie, because if it is, man, it's just a really bad follow-up. Like, you need to do some. I just don't like the story. Like, the filmmaking here isn't that bad. honestly, the performances in the movie for the most part are pretty good. I like Julianne Moore. I liked her in Boogie Nights and shit, but I love Gary Oldman. Anthony Hopkins doesn't really get to showcase his range in this as well as you'd like him to do because the screenplay sucks. Ray Liotta's Ray Liotta. For the most part, the acting is decent in this. It's shot pretty well. There's a lot of good locations and stuff, but the problem is the story. It just sucks. I know
that in the book, the Verger character has a lot more, and he was a big child molester in the book.
Yeah, they talk about that in here too.
Raped his sister and stuff like that. So
no, makes sense.
Right.
Yeah, fucking weirdo.
I know.
I think dude. This movie just it's nothing. Do you ever when you actually think what happens if you put it all on a timeline? You're like, this was the most pointless movie ever. There's no real
get away.
One of the biggest problems with this movie though is the Mason Verger Hannibal Lecter relationship. They go into it a little bit, but they don't really go into full effect of why Hannibal did exactly why he did. And I mean, I guess a little bit and stuff, but it just seems like they just kind of rushed that backstory, and then this is what we're getting all these years later and stuff.
It doesn't even feel like that's something that he would do. Cut yourself. That whole thing,
right? It just
cut your flesh. It just doesn't feel like something that he would do.
With a lack of a better term, and no pun intended, it's not fleshed out enough. It really isn't. So, even at that point, it doesn't matter to me. I just think everything that's happening in this movie is really stupid. It's really fucking stupid, man. I used to actually kind of like this when I saw it back in 2001, but rewatching it all these years later, which I think I've seen it again. I think I saw it maybe 10 years ago. I know I rewatched it sometime because I had the Blu-ray.
With a critical eye.
But now watching it, especially when you watch it right after Silence of the Lambs. I literally did a double feature one night. I watched Silence of the Lambs. The only night of the week I did 2 in a row. I did Silence of the Lambs because I know Hannibal is a direct sequel. And I just wanted to put that whole timeline in my mind in one piece, put those pieces of puzzles together. And I tell you, man, and it's not a direct comparison to Silence of the Lambs. I'm talking narrative here. This is a terrible movie. I don't understand.
Dude, honestly, you talked me down more. I was coming in.
I was at a 6, but that's not going to be the case.
Right.
Now.
It's bad,
I was
man.
actually at a 6 too. And again, I think I got blinded by the fact that it looks like a real movie. It's it's shot well and scored well, and it looks like it got quality actors in it. It does have Anthony Hopkins, even though I do think he's wasted. But sometimes that distracts me from the fact that the story sucks. It's not cohesive. It doesn't make sense as a sequel or a standalone film. The only things that I really actually like about it are the weirdo Werner character, and I only like him because he's weird, not actually because he adds that much to the story. I just like how he looks and just creepy. And I know people praise the brain scene. I don't think it's that good.
No.
I think that it's weird, and it does make me feel queasy because brain stuff does. But in terms of narrative and fitting in the story, it almost feels comical. You know what I mean? The way that the lobotomized dude is acting and stuff. It's played for comedy, but I don't think Hannibal Lecter really fits that tone.
I totally agree. And there's certain things in this movie that are so fucking stupid. You get the impression, maybe minorly, that Verger's doctor doesn't like him, but it's never fully flushed out that he loathes him to the point where he's gonna listen to Hannibal at a moment and say, just throw him in, and he doesn't. I mean, you gotta remember, this guy's working for a billionaire. He's getting paid so damn. He's just gonna dispose him like that because he's in that spot. We're never led to believe that this guy hates him that much that he's willing to just listen to Lecter and throw him in because he didn't have to do it. You know what I'm saying? It's certain elements in the story.
Honestly,
it's stupid.
And why would Werner not Werner would have vetted out somebody to be that close with him over years? You know what I mean? He wouldn't just pick a random dude that's gonna backstab him the moment the chance arises.
It's a messy fucking script right from the fucking start of this movie, from the opening gunshots and the complete crucifying of Clarice's character, to the scene at the end of the movie where Hannibal's on a fucking plane with refried brains and he's feeding him, but it doesn't make sense. like, why even show that scene?
Because that feels like Hannibal Lecter to me.
But, I mean, in the perspective of what we're seeing here, it's like, what the fuck? Anyways,
that little conversation. I mean, I don't think it makes like sense for the movie, but I'm saying like that little conversation he has with the kid.
Don't get me wrong, like, it's not a bad scene.
Feels like a Hannibal Lecter moment to me.
It just feels like it's an add-on in there too, though. It's like he's on a plane and it is what it is.
It's messed up. He feeds brains to a kid, man. I like that scene.
But I think it's kind of funny that they fed him to an Asian kid, though, too. It's like Asians will eat anything, right? Oh, my God.
Come on. Now
he's racist.
Go right Fangoria, dude.
You're entering into Jeremy category.
No, it's more of a stereotype. I'm not fucking being racist. Honestly, dude, my wife lived in Romania.
She's the untold story. They fucking ate anything.
He's cultured.
My wife is the only person I know personally that's eaten brains before. Not human brains, but sheep brains. When she lived in Romania, she told me she ate sheep brains one time, and I was like, what was the texture like? She's like, it was kind of soft. And I'm like, ugh! I couldn't even, like, when she said soft, I was like, oh my God. I don't know about that.
Yeah, I can't do brains.
But I don't know, man.
Liver.
I just
great.
Fuck this movie, man.
I can't do organs, man.
Chopped liver, bro. It's so good.
I wish I could eat liver again. I love liver actually, but I can't because
put it on some rye bread.
All right, man. Organ meat grosses me out.
Yeah.
You're a pussy.
I don't know, man.
You get no pussy.
What?
I said you get no pussy.
Well, we already know that. Thanks for rubbing it in even more. I'll add that to my list. Thanks.
Ratings?
Do we have anything else on it? I just don't know how you can have. I'm just flabbergasted by this, man. I don't understand how you can have such an amazing, like a big name cast like this and just totally fuck up the whole movie. Because
now, even if it doesn't almost make you a little bit relieved that Jodie Foster isn't in it.
A little bit, yeah. I just feel bad for Anthony Hopkins because he didn't really get to, like, if you really break down the scenes that he's in, man, nothing is, like, he's good in the scenes and stuff, but the screenplay is so bad and so poor. It's just like it's very comical.
What did your boy? I think your boy Ebert hated this one too.
He gave it 2.5.
I guess he didn't hate it. Moods might come in lower than Ebert.
I think that he might have. Wow, really?
That's above average for him because he rates on a 4-star system.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. A 4-star system and 2.5 is way above average.
I'm saying Moods might come in lower on a 10-star system.
Yeah, dude, I don't know. Honestly, man, I cannot understand why people even like this movie at all. Like, what is good about this movie that you're pulling from?
Oh, it's
the
watchable.
Brain scene. That's what everybody says. The brain scene.
It's watchable. I didn't want to kill myself like when I have to watch movies like File and Shit 3. And
I don't know. I was not having fun with this one.
I'm not saying it was fun. I'm just saying at least it's watchable and it has performances that aren't total shit. And that's about it.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's well made.
It's well made.
It's not
for sure.
well made.
But it's the narrative. It's just the story sucks. I mean,
it's technically not well made.
I like the shit that I think they actually shot in Italy too.
There's aspects of it.
I'm a big fan of shit that's actually shot in Italy.
Like the lighting and all that. Technically, not like.
It's an odd looking film though. Like it's kind of dark though. Maybe it's the Blu-ray.
It is a little dark.
It is.
Well, I watched the 4K, so.
Okay, so like the Blu, I don't know. It looks quite dark. Like how does it look on 4K? Because I don't know. Like I see
heard that transfer wasn't the greatest.
The cinematography. Okay. Honestly, the Blu-ray looks like shit. It looks like you're watching DVD. But
do you remember when Kino announced this and they were like, Hannibal didn't sell that well, and it's like, well, maybe don't release Hannibal as your first 4K. Maybe it has less to do with it being on 4K and more to do with the fucking film choice.
The quality of the movie, yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. I hate when they look at that. They'll take that into account, like, well, that people must not be interested in the 4Ks because we put out Hannibal and it didn't sell well. And it's like, no, it's because you picked Hannibal.
You know what I find so disturbing about this movie is the fact that like Ray Liotta's character is at his smartest peak when he's getting his brain picked. That's how fucking dumb this fucking story is. Like every scene with Ray Liotta leading up to that, he's a dumbass. This guy is supposed to be a bigwig, and I'm like, what the fuck, dude? It makes it's so dumb. It's such a bad story. The screenplay's horrible.
Okay, I want to hear your rating.
Well, I mean, you know, for an enjoyment factor of this movie, I actually really hate this movie. I think it's garbage.
Like,
I think it's utter garbage.
Okay, Moods. You got to watch Hannibal next week. Where you know, you got to watch it for another show,
dude. You know, it's not a death tunnel. You know, it's not intolerable by any means. You know, cinematography, acting wise,
get the fuck
just
no,
anything.
because it's only an hour and a half.
Anything with Anthony Hopkins, I'm not going to complain. You know, at least you get to see some names that are decent in here. You can associate with these characters, even though you don't get to see Gary Oldman, which, you know, to be honest, Gary Oldman doesn't really look like Gary Oldman in anything he does because he's so much of a character actor. He's always looking different, but Gary Oldman's amazing. You know, honestly, but his character's so...
Yeah, he's like an old man now.
It's like so ridiculous. The fucking Virgin character is so stupid. It's the stupidest shit I've ever seen. All I can think of is lip smacking with the straw and the wine. Yummy. I still think the one part in this movie that makes me laugh, and it's the one redeemable quality, is when Hannibal says to the dude that's like, he's got him there, and he's like, and Hannibal says to me, he's like, I think your brother is about smelling as bad as you are right now.
Yeah.
And he's referring to when you slit that fucking guy's throat. Yeah. I love that fucking line. I was like, that's such a Hannibal thing to do, dude, man. He says it so calmly to him.
This movie made $351 million at the box office.
Dude, but you got to remember, everyone's going to see a movie called Hannibal.
Yeah, because everybody loves Silence of the fucking Dicks.
Yeah. Right. So
it's not a Dicks.
Oh man.
Come on, Moots, lay it on me. What are you gonna give it?
So from a technical aspect, you know, there's definitely some decent things here. So I'll give it props for that. But there's so many problems with this, man. So many fucking problems. I have it at a 4 out of 10. Probably not as bad.
A little higher than I was expecting. A little higher than I was expecting.
No, I'll give it, man. I mean, you know, but I can't not ever recommend. I mean, 4 I think is still a pretty shit score for a movie of this level.
Oh,
right.
Yes, for sure, man. If you have all these key players, you have this $87 million budget, and you're coming in at a 4, bro, you done fucked up.
Right.
Jeremy.
5.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with what Mood said. I'm right there with you. It's a 4. It's definitely below average to me because here's the reason why. Like you say the technical aspects are decent, and I agree. But when it's a 2-hour movie and it's boring the entire time, there's maybe like 2 scenes that I like in the movie, and one is literally the bookend scene, and then you have like a story that is this incohesive. Like, to me, that is, it brings that lighting and shit don't matter at that point.
You know what I mean? I would really like to like compile a list on, maybe this is a show. I don't know. Maybe this is an idea for an entire show of the absolute worst direct sequels to like a classic film. Like,
so
this is one of the worst direct sequels to a classic film I've ever seen. Like, it's horrible.
So we do a top 10 worst list. We've never done it,
right?
But I think that would be kind of fun.
Like, there is movies out there, you know, that are very well known. Like, maybe not classic is such a broad term. Broad terms it's such a broad term for classic, but I'm saying for a phenomenal film and then a direct sequel to be, you know, an abomination. It's happened. It's happened.
Man, I like that movie.
I mean, some people might even say
that would be fun.
This puts into perspective how good The Howling 2 is right now.
Well, just because of the ending.
I still don't fuck with The Howling 2 that much.
Come on, man.
It's got Christopher Lee in it. I don't know if I have 10 that I hate that much, though.
I'd have to think about it, but I'm sure that
this is definitely one of them, right?
Oh, it's on a different level, man.
Cube 2.
Oh yeah, Cube 2.
Oh,
definitely.
There you go. See, there's another one. See, if you really think about it, I think you could probably compile a list. But let's not give it everything away, just in case this actually materializes, because I think this might actually be kind of fun.
Jaws 2.
Yeah, dude. I usually stay away from doing war
Jaws
stuff.
3 is better.
I'm not a big fan of war stuff, but this is actually kind of fun to think about.
Yeah, it's a thinker. It's a thinker for sure, but I'm sure we could compile a list.
The big difference is I'm not prepping for this show.
No, absolutely not. Just go off memory.
I mean, go watch all the worst stuff sequels to see was it really that bad?
Well, just put it this way. Put it this way, JP. We've been prepping for that list our entire lives.
Yeah, at least the last 7 years.
We've already done the prep. So
at least the last 7 years.
Right. Okay, so that was all the ratings, right? Okay. So yeah, that was Hannibal from 2001.
Dear Doctor, I have admired you for years. I wanted to tell you I'm delighted that you've taken an interest in me. I don't believe you'll tell them who I am. Besides, the important thing is what I am becoming. I have some things I'd love to show you. Until then, I remain your most avid fan.
All right, so moving into 2002 with Red Dragon, of course, the adaptation of the book, also called Red Dragon, directed by Brent Ratner.
Yep, he's pretty well known.
Yep. Know the name. What else did he do? I can't even. Actually got to click on this now. My brain is just not functioning properly.
X-Men, Rush, all 3 Rush Hour movies.
Yes, the Rush Hour movies. That's where I knew him from.
Yep.
You know what? This one actually did really well at the box office too. $78 million budget with a $209 million return.
Right. So, yeah, this guy's got another guy that came from a background of doing music videos and stuff like that. I mean, we've talked about many directors like this, but man, this guy was doing some hip hop, man. He did some LL Cool J, Heavy D, Jodeci, Mary J. Blige, D'Angelo, Lionel Richie. Crazy.
Don't know him.
He directed the Triumph video, JP, by the Clan.
The Wu-Tang Clan video?
Yeah, he did that.
Cool.
He did that in the same year he did Money Talks, of course. That's a fun movie.
I love that.
But yeah, man, he did I'll Be, the Foxy Brown, Jay-Z. It's crazy. And then even though he did Money Talks, Rush Hour, he went on, he kept doing videos with Drew Hill, Mariah Carey, Madonna. Wow, dude. This guy really fucking mixed up Mariah Carey and then went back to making movies, Rush Hour. Fucking crazy filmography, man. Really cool, man. I always love when guys go from doing music videos into making big films and shit like that. Pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff.
I've worked with people.
I'm not a big fan of the Rush Hour movies, to be honest. Like, I'm a massive Jackie Chan fan.
Is that the movie where he's like, do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
But that's the problem, is that Jackie Chan was, he's beyond one of the biggest stars in the world, before he even came to America and shit. And this got too comedic for me, but they're okay. They're okay. Even though he did a lot of comedy action films.
Comedies.
I blame these movies for not getting Chris Tucker back in Friday. He got too big.
You know what's actually that's actually the reason. What's actually kind of funny? I saw a post from Ice Cube today saying, "Hey, Friday. Post this, repost this if you want a Friday sequel." And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like,
I would love one final one.
Dude, it's been
only if you could bring back Smokey. You gotta bring back Smokey,
dude.
This is gonna be the last one.
Apparently, there was one in production while it was going to be one. And then I think there was backlash, like, you got to get Smokey back, man. You got to get Smokey back. Right?
If you want to make a fucking Day. Just get me
no
Smokey.
Fucking Day. The only problem is with making another Friday movie for myself is no John Witherspoon. That is devastating to me, because he's like legitimately the funniest guy in the industry. He's the dad.
Oh,
it's Ice Cube's dad, John Witherspoon.
I thought he was the Wayne's dude. He's not a Wayne's.
Well, John Witherspoon actually, ironically, you saying the Wayne's brothers, he actually plays the father on the Wayne's brothers TV show.
That's why I thought he was a Wayne's.
Yeah, so John Witherspoon was a fucking comedic legend.
He's awesome, dude. He's so super funny in all of them, really. But
he's one of they like, after like hearing people talk about him, they're always like, he was one of those naturally funny guys. You couldn't even be around him without laughing. Everything he said was funny.
Dude,
right?
Those movies are
best comedians.
So quotable. Like, even though I don't like Day, like, he still has some quotable things. Top flight security of the world, Craig. Not just the city, but the world, Craig.
Man, one thing I always remember about part 2 that is kind of sad is that fucking Casper from Kids was in that movie. And he ended up killing himself actually shortly after that movie.
Suicide, yep.
Yeah, it's kind of sad. But anyways, 22 shots of digressing and tangents and whatever else.
Let's just do the Friday show.
Right. Okay, so Red Dragon, of course, again, this is Anthony Hopkins. We have actually quite a crazy cast in this movie. Anthony Hopkins, Edward Norton this time plays the Will Graham character, the FBI agent. We got, I'm not really too sure who the guy is, Ralph Fiennes. He plays the Tooth Fairy killer in this one. I'm not overly familiar with him, to be honest.
Did you say Harvey Keitel?
No, I haven't got to him. Harvey Keitel,
do like Harvey Keitel,
which is legitimately one of my favorite actors of all time. He's what's the one thing that you take away from Pulp Fiction, man? For myself, it's always the wolf character, and that's Harvey Keitel. He plays Jack Crawford around this time. Mary Louise Parker actually plays Will's wife, Molly Graham.
Yeah, I was like, oh shit, there's the mom from Weeds.
Yep, from Weeds. I think she would have been doing Weeds at this time too, so yeah, that's probably why she got the part. And then of course one of my personal favorite actors.
I think this was a little before Weeds.
Yeah, was it? Okay, so
I think Weeds was like 2005, right?
Okay, so probably okay. Maybe this is what got her the part. I don't know. And then, of course, one of my personal favorite actors of all time, rest in peace, to Philip Seymour Hoffman, who plays the Freddie Loundas character in this, which I think he's actually legitimately amazing in the character. And then, of course, we got Anthony Held, who plays Dr. Frederick Chilton in this one. He reprises his role, which I mentioned before, which is really cool. Frankie Falson, who plays Barney again, is also reprising his role from Silence of the Lambs. Pretty cool stuff. Synopsis: a retired FBI. Do I have to say that?
No, it's just to say it's the same as Manhunter.
It's the same as Manhunter. Absolutely, it's legitimately the same story. It's a remake, like we already said. So, it's just an updated version. I mean, of course, once you've had 2 successful films, you might as well do the prequel to Silence of the Lambs and Red Dragon with Anthony Hopkins. It's probably all about the Anthony Hopkins character, and legitimately, I feel like this is the reason why the movie got made. Because these movies were so popular, we can remake this movie. We can throw a lot more Anthony Hopkins, aka Hannibal Lecter, into the movie, and really sell it that way. And you get a lot more scenes with the Lecter character in this movie, which is pretty cool. Among things, this movie essentially is the exact same movie as Manhunter, but we get a little bit more exploration. Hence, in the beginning of the movie, we get to see the battle between Will and Hannibal Lecter character and what happens, him getting stabbed and how he gets stopped and how he gets shot and basically how Hannibal Lecter gets caught and how Will ends up, retiring from the FBI. So we get that scene. This one obviously ends a little bit different. I think the major difference in the movie...
I think that's like that's how it ends in the book,
right?
From what I was told.
See, I'm assuming in the book they probably go into the Red Dragon a little bit more, which it alludes to it in Manhunter. In this one, they really they exploit it a lot more. They go into the Red Dragon.
I feel like they also go into the relationship a little bit more too, of the Hideback and Dollarback and his girlfriend.
Yeah.
Right. Well, of course, because
that has a different ending too.
Yeah, see, I think they do that because they play off the whole dual personality and stuff. Like they almost tried to at times almost make you feel bad for him and stuff. Like he's trying to prevent his death, but at the same time, the other personality is telling him, you can't do this kind of thing. You need the power, right? It's that whole driving agent and stuff like that. So they really do they really exploit the whole Red Dragon thing. I'm not even too partial to the whole Red Dragon thing. Like I don't think it's needed to go into it that much. I think I got the point.
I really don't care about it.
Yeah,
honestly.
Him eating the fucking painting. I'm like, what the hell is this shit?
Well, of course, because at that point he's gonna feel like he's one with Red Dragon, right? Like he feels like if he has the actual painting. But what an asshole! You just ripped up a priceless fucking painting. You just ate the motherfucker.
It's just like out of nowhere. It's just like. It's like.
Right.
This guy's fucking crazy.
Right.
I do think that the stuff with Lecter is really good. Again, it reminds you of how it was done in Silence of the Lambs.
Well, especially the scene when he's on the track and he's walking around and he's restrained and he's talking.
Oh yeah, that's a good scene. That's a good scene.
When he jumps at him.
Yeah, that reminds me of
I think the coolest things in this movie. The things I really do take away from this movie is the fact that I think they shot in the exact same sanitarium or the exact same hole or whatever And I love that because, you know,
Is
knowing this
Silence
as
of the
a knowing this
Yeah.
as a prequel, they shot in the same location, which leads into the final scene, you know, of course, like, oh, we got another FBI agent here, you know, what's her name kind of thing, right? Obviously leads into
I was
Silence of the-
getting a vibe that it was a set and they just rebuilt it, but you could be right if it's an
It
actual
looked pretty
location.
similar.
It did look very similar. I like it. I think that it was really cool to see it like tie directly into Silence of the
If
Lambs.
it's a set that they built and recreated, oh my God, they did a great job because it legitimately even shot the same way as the original Silence of the Lambs. Like the scene where you're coming down the hall, it's crazy.
The hallway. Yeah.
It's really cool, man. It's really cool because I like that they went that extra mile and that's knowing that they were going to incorporate obviously it's a prequel anyways, but it looks the part. It does look the part. It's cool.
I
It's
think
really
Ed
cool.
Norton does a good job. He's
I
not
actually like
horrible.
Ed Norton.
Yeah,
a lot.
he was good.
I'm a big fan of him in general, but like I think he's good in this role.
You know, Edward Norton is one of those actors that once you have seen American History X, every movie you see him in after, all you picture is this big swastika on his chest, curb stomping black people.
See, I always think of him from his role in Fight Club. That's where I always picture him.
I remember him from Fight Club, but man, there's nothing that the movie American History X is so fucking powerful. Like I'll never forget those scenes, dude. It's just it struck me.
Oh, dude, that's an all-time favorite movie.
It's just so brutal, man. So brutal. But I think he's so good in that movie. Like acting, oh, fuck, it's amazing.
Dude,
it's amazing.
that's Ed Norton has such highs and lows. You know what I mean? Like he can be in like some bad movies, but when he's on, he is phenomenal. I think of Fight Club and I think of American History X, specifically American History X for like brilliant performance.
Ah, dude, what's the movie where he plays the handicap guy? It's like a murder. Oh my God, what the fuck? Someone's screaming it at the fucking. But then it turns out like
it's a
he's
murder mystery.
but he's actually not. It's crazy.
I don't know if I've ever seen it.
Oh, dude, it's legit, dude.
It's
It's legit, man. It's such a good fucking movie. I'd have to look it up right now, but I'll find it eventually here. But yeah, Red Dragon. Your guys' thoughts on this adaptation of the book?
Like I said, it goes into psycho territory at some point where it's like it uses the same lines and the same beats and everything like that. It feels like you're watching a shot-for-shot remake, but then at the same time, it goes and it tries to at least, you know, differentiate from Manhunter, where at least you're not just watching the same movie and you're like, oh, fucking shoot me. At least we got the ending that's way, way, way different. And you got the beginning, which is you learn more about, as Mood says in the beginning, Hannibal and Will. So, you know, I don't like it as much as Manhunter. I think it doesn't have the flair, and the killer's clearly nowhere near as good as Manhunter. But I didn't mind watching it. It's not a bad movie.
Yeah.
I think this one is my second favorite. It's my third. I meant in like the Silence of the Lambs 4 films.
Mm-hmm.
I do think Manhunter is better, and obviously Silence of the Lambs is better. But I like aspects of this. It's almost like I wish I could take the killer from Manhunter and the way that it's shot and insert it into this one, because I do like a little bit of the like more fleshed out narrative stuff that's going on. It'd be minus the Red Dragon stuff. Like I think that the relationship with the blind woman kind of adds a little bit more of a level to the killer. But it's a double-edged sword, because in the original it's scarier, but in this one, I guess maybe because I already know that story, it's more interesting. But I could see how, you know, again, it makes it less scary a little bit. I think that the killer looks way better and he's way creepier in Manhunter. I guess there's a little bit of an OG versus remake in the middle here, but I do like Ed Norton. I think I like Ed Norton a little bit more than the original Will, but they're pretty close.
William Peterson.
Now Anthony Hopkins, again, I would want to keep him over the original guy. I forget his name already.
Oh yeah.
Cox.
I don't think anybody could play Hannibal anymore.
Yeah, but you know what? He never really got it. He never really got a
good.
chance to showcase. Yeah. And you know, there's scenes in Red Dragon though too that they try to kind of duplicate, because again, it is a direct prequel in this case.
Oh, there's like a big section of dialogue that's where I assume it's directly from the book.
Well, they're also doing the same thing that, you know, in a sense that, you know, Lecter did with the Clarice character though too, right? You know, he's
Right.
playing mind games with it, or like that scene, you know, in the basement and stuff, like that whole shit that's going on there, which we don't get to see in Manhunter and stuff. He's kind of playing off that, and it is kind of leading you to saying, you know, this is exactly what we're doing. You know, it's leading into Silence of the Lambs, and I think that's kind of clever how they do that.
Yeah,
you know, they're
I
playing those mind games, that psychology. It really does work, but it also gives Anthony Hopkins you know, to get back into that Lecter character, and of course he kills it, man. He does a really fucking good job, and you know, it's probably my favorite scenes in the movie are those scenes, even though they're kind of, you know, they're alluding to Silence of the Lambs, but it's fine. It's fine. I think they're good.
I also think they spend a little bit more time. I could be wrong because I watched these so far apart. When he figures out the killer, like how he's doing it and stuff, when I feel like they spend a little bit more time on him.
Can somebody explain the ending to me when her blood gets all over?
You know what, dude? That doesn't make any sense, because if he staged his own suicide, yeah, where does the blood splatter come from?
Yeah,
it doesn't make any sense. Because essentially he put the co-worker's body in there and burnt it. That's how he got away and stuff, right? That's how they thought that he was dead and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I don't understand that. That doesn't actually make any sense either. I have that written down too, so I think it's just one of those things. It doesn't make any fucking sense, because he didn't shoot himself. Where the fucking splatter come from?
Was the body on the ground, but you didn't see the body on the ground, so...
Right.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because she's reacting.
That part was confusing to me.
Because she's reacting to him shooting himself, right? Mm-hmm. That's how we're being perceived. It's like it's pure trickery, right? Because the camera pans over from her freaking out to him with a shotgun in his mouth, and all of a sudden her face is covered in blood.
Yeah.
So we're led to believe that he literally killed himself because of the whole psychological battle that he's having between his two personalities, which has been very much showcased in this film. And I think they kind of overdid it. It kind of takes away from the whole mystery of the Tooth Fairy character a little bit and stuff. I honestly thought they did too much with the Red Dragon stuff. I thought the whole reveal of his back with the tattoo and shit was over the top.
Oh, that's
him
crazy.
Eating the painting I thought wasn't very cool. I think it's all done better in Manhunter, to be honest. I think that stuff is just, you get the idea. You understand what's coming from, but they really tried to play off that type of angle and get a little bit more depth to the Tooth Fairy character.
And
in this case,
they casted is a little too every guy. Like, I wanted to see a little bit more of a unique looking person.
I think the material was just, I think they just, you know, again, yeah, I think the casting is a little bit, he's miscast a little bit, man, for sure. He is too normal. He is too normal. But I think there's too much there too. I think you have to cast somebody that can play that type of character a little bit more if you're going to give that type of material. But again, I don't think the screenplay is that great for this either. I think they go over the top with the Red Dragon stuff. I mean, I like the more subtle approach in Manhunter because it's there. You still know what's going on. You still know what his motives are and stuff. But this one, they really try to expand it, which I get. You know, the redoing the movie, you got to put something else in there. I just don't think it works as well. You know, it's a little bit.
I do like Harvey Keitel as Jack Crawford more than the original.
Oh yeah,
Harvey Keitel is legit.
He's good in everything, though.
Everything.
He is.
He's amazing. He's still doing it, dude. He's like in his 80s and he's still killing it, man. It's crazy. He never stops.
Yeah, I love my favorite performance is Mr. White personally, but
Bad Lieutenant, man.
Oh, Bad Lieutenant, man. Dude, when he jerks off on those girls in the car, oh my God. I'll never forget that part. I'll never forget that shit, man. Fucking crazy. Yeah, he definitely has a lot of memorable parts, man. The fucking wolf.
Yeah.
But, you know, I think that, you know, the story of Red Dragon is good. So as long as you competently cast it and, you know, shoot it half decently, it's going to be half decent of a movie, you know?
Well, that's actually my other complaint with the movie too. I don't think it looks as good as Manhunter either. I think
it doesn't.
I think Michael Mann did a better job of filming and framing the film for what it is.
Money.
But
yeah, because Manhunter has flair to it.
It does.
Like it has a look.
But it's also, I mean, the big thing is, you know, the look of Manhunter is there, right? I mean, some of the casting is definitely stronger in Red Dragon. But the big selling point is
you can mash both of them together.
Yeah, if you could frame that, and you could take like fucking Tom Noonan, you know, like Tom Noonan, it's just like that's the fucking Tooth Fairy killer. Like that's one of the biggest flaws of this movie is that there's too much Tooth Fairy killer in this, and they kind of changed it up a little bit and stuff. But for the most part, most of the shit is pretty much the same in Red Dragon. There's not really a lot of difference. Like I mean, there's almost line for line
Yeah,
Like there's
a lot of
there's verbatim,
which I assume are from the book.
Yeah, there's verbatimness in this film. Like literally, when you watch them so close together, like you actually legitimately almost have the lines memorized.
I did like that they went into the like molestation by the grandmother a little bit more.
Well, they did that so they could play into the ending and use that against him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, because that's how he saves his son and stuff. He starts going, man, the scene where he calls his son a faggot. Oh my God, dude. I was like, you can't do that shit anymore. Right? Because he's like, say I'm a faggot. I'm like, what the fuck? But he's using it against the killer and shit. I'm like, holy fuck, man, that's crazy. But I mean, there's a point to why he's saying what he's saying
his pants, you dirty boy, you faggot. Oops, I said I wasn't going to say it anymore.
But no,
well, I was quoting the movie.
Quoting.
No, it's fine. You can quote anything you want. You can't be in trouble for that. But anyways, but I that was kind of interesting. They went into that. I mean, it gives a little bit more depth to the character, but I feel like they go overboard with the Tooth Fairy Killer, and the fact that the guy is not really right for the part kind of hurts the movie, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But I do think that the fucking death of Freddie Lounds in this one is insane. Like when he captures him and then he fucking glues him to the chair. Like literally, he doesn't even tie him up. He fucking glues him to it, man. That shit is
that's just a crazy fire stunt.
Dude, that's ridiculous, man. That scene is crazy, man. Fucking crazy. I don't know, man. I just honestly
I do think it's a lot better than Hannibal.
Oh yeah.
I do too. I honestly, I would rather watch Manhunter over this one. But I don't think this one is bad at all. I don't think it's bad at all. I think there's some good parts. Like I said, I think my favorite parts in the film are the differences, with Will Graham and Hannibal Lecter's character, those type of dialogue scenes.
And also, because even in Manhunter, you want more of that. So it's like they did give us more of that in this one.
Well, it's because it's different than Manhunter, and then of course the end of the movie.
Kind of prefer it
where they directly lead it into Silence of the Lambs. It's literally the scene where Clarice is walking in.
Yeah.
And it's cool because you're getting the same characters. You're getting, Anthony Held and Frankie Fallison and shit like that. It's cool, man, how they do that.
Mm-hmm.
But, again, going back to it, there's pros and cons to both films. I still think Manhunter is the better version, in my opinion. But
I agree with that.
Mm-hmm. I just like the ending of this one a little bit more than Manhunter, I feel like.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, they try to get a little bit trickery on you, though. But but again, the only problem I have with the ending, I like that they tried something completely different and stuff, but the trickery makes you question it, though.
Yeah, it's kind of bullshit.
It is kind of bullshit.
I was trying to think of a way that you can make that make sense, and I'm blank.
No, I've thought about it a couple times, and I'm just like, I don't know what to make sense of that. I mean, because she's reacting to the gun, and it doesn't make any sense. Right? It just does nothing.
Yeah, where'd the blood come from?
Yeah, exactly. It makes no sense. So, I don't know.
Ratings?
Yeah. Is it back to Jeremy?
It is back to Jeremy, actually. Yep.
Red Dragon, as Mood says, no, I didn't like it nowhere near as much as Manhunter, but it's still watchable. I feel everybody does a good job with the performances besides Tooth Fairy Killer. I give it a 7.
All right. I'm kind of right there with you, just a little under. I gave it a 6.5. It's something I would watch again in the future, but nowhere near like anytime soon. But yeah, I think that if I was going to watch a version, I would choose Manhunter. But at the same time, I do like this one.
I'm exactly right there, man. That's what I got it rated at, a 6.5. I think it's it's decently solid. I prefer Manhunter. I give them kudos for what they did with certain scenes and stuff, and casting is great in this. But again,
we're all, me and you hit the same on every one.
I know, it's crazy.
Well, that wasn't the original rating on Hannibal.
That is true, but I did walk it down.
Wow, that was not me. Anyways, that's the perfect way to wrap up.
It's my dick diet. What do you expect?
It makes you gassy.
You would assume it would make you not gassy.
The dick diet makes you gassy. Wow, that is really funny.
You got a lot of air shoved up there. You know what happens.
Right. You got to fart it out sometime. Jesus. Going back to JP's last week, I think everyone's half gay. All right, so
at least a little bit.
All right, so that is Red Dragon from 2002.
Do you recall the events that led to your family's murder? The little boy Hannibal died out in that snow. He was raised in a work camp.
Let's hear you scream, little master.
What he is now, there's no word for it.
All right, so moving into 2007 with the latest and final film in the Hannibal franchise, which is, of course, a prequel to the entire story, and that is called Hannibal Rising, directed by Peter Weber. What did Peter Weber do?
Hopefully nothing after this.
He doesn't... Wow, he did... Oh, he directed the Stretford Wives? I don't know if that's a typing error. I don't know. He does nothing I recognize on here, except for an episode of 6 Feet Under.
Emperor...
Yeah, I don't know any of this stuff.
I was a big fan of 6 Feet Under, so...
Nope, don't know anything, and that's a good thing after this movie, so...
Yeah, so... Okay, synopsis. After the death of his parents during World War II, young Hannibal Lecter moves in with his beautiful aunt and begins plotting revenge on the barbarians responsible for his sister's death.
It's a fucking revenge movie, not a goddamn Hannibal Lecter movie. I feel like I'm watching The fucking Horseman or some other kind of revenge movie.
Don't you think that this movie just gives no credit to the brilliance of the Hannibal Lecter mind?
Yeah, you have none of his witty dialogue, none of his smart things. He's very bleak. Like when he kills the butcher, it's like out in the open. He doesn't do any of his mind tricks or anything.
You got to remember,
I think this movie fucking sucks.
You also got to remember though, he is still a kid and stuff. He's still kind of learning. He's not getting developed in that type of thing.
Well, he's just getting interested in things.
But my problem is,
why would he eat people after it fucking happens to his fucking sister? It's bullshit.
I don't know. Why do people molest people after they were molested?
It's the trauma. It's the trauma, man. He's a product of trauma. I mean, that's basically what they're saying here, right? I mean, a lot of serial killers, you can relate. It always comes back to one thing: it's their upbringing. You know, the psychological and physical and mental abuse that these people endure and stuff.
It is very common occurrence
in this case.
Serial killers and people who commit murder to have been abused or have some kind of childhood trauma. So I do think it fits.
So in his case, he basically. The psychology of it is, he watched his sister get cannibalized, and that's what he does. That's how he deals with it, kind of thing. But, my problem is with this movie, or the making this an origin story this way. It's so elementary, man. It's so elementary. It's strictly a fucking revenge. I wish they had to just come up with a better story for this. It just seems so elementary. It really does. Yeah. It seems so elementary. I don't see any depth to this whatsoever. It's literally because he's such a smart kid. And then, he has this traumatic thing happen to him. Like they kind of allude to, even when he's a kid, he's really, really fucking smart. He's really fucking smart. And, this is what happens and stuff. And I'm like, this is the story that they came up for Hannibal. Like, it could have been so much fucking better. It's a revenge.
There it goes. JP's going to say that he likes
But you got to remember, the core of the Hannibal Lecter character now, as we know it, is strictly a revenge story. He eventually, honestly, you could probably make 2 or 3 movies between Hannibal Rising and Manhunter in a storyline, right? Because he's a kid when this one ends still. You could probably, create this monster otherwise. But this is the core narrative of Hannibal. This is what he did. He just revenged his sister's death, which, I don't, of course I respect that, but I just wish they'd come up with something a little bit better than a simple revenge story. Come on.
Okay. I'm with you to an extent. Like, I do like the prequel to the prequel stuff, the stuff when he's an 8-year-old kid. In my head, you guys ever watched a movie and completely misremember it? Remember a couple weeks ago when I was like, yeah, Hannibal Rising it's like pretty cool. So in my memory, I thought the entire movie took place in that section where he was a kid and those people held him captive.
Okay, so we'll give you a timeline.
It was funny when I was rewatching it, I was like, holy shit. The only part I remembered was the part at the end on the boat, but I thought the majority of the movie was the flashback stuff.
For the people who haven't seen it, we'll give a timeline here. So when he's an 8-year-old kid, it's 1944. And if you guys know your history, which I'm very versed in World War II history, this is a year before the war ended, right? So this is pretty much at the end of the war. And so basically the first like 20 minutes of the movie or 25 minutes of the movie takes place as a kid, and we get to showcase his parents being gunned down and killed in an attack. And what happens is these basically Russian turned Nazi, I think, soldiers or whatever, essentially are surviving at this point, and they have no fucking food. They're stuck in this area. They have no food. And so basically what's left is Hannibal and the sister, and they basically eat the sister.
Right.
So
so
it jumps 8 years.
Like that part.
So it
the
jumps.
Part,
I just want to say it jumps 8 years. So you get, this is the backstory, and then it jumps 8 years into the future, into 1952, and now he is living in France.
School in his castle.
Yeah. So
he's
basically,
in his own castle.
So he goes. So basically, he makes his way over to France to go live with his uncle and auntie, and he finds out when he gets there that his uncle had passed away. So he's basically just living with his Japanese aunt, who actually, which is kind of cool. I like the fact that they give her a traumatic backstory too. She escaped Japan after the bombing of Hiroshima, which is kind of cool too, because like she's like, I do kind of like the whole sword thing and stuff, but it doesn't really fit into his personality as what we know him. When you give a backstory, it's like he's all of a sudden this samurai warrior, not to the fullest extent, but my point is his first killing happens with a fucking samurai sword. Probably came from Kill Bill and shit. So
yeah. So to go back to what I was trying to say,
sorry.
No. It was fine. You finished explaining the story. That's the right way to do it. But I like the backstory, like that part of the backstory, because when I think about it, I'm like, okay, why would Hannibal Lecter eat people?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, it kind of makes sense, right? Like he was forced to eat his sister essentially, and they killed and ate his sister and stuff. Like,
well, that's actually the twist in the movie. That's the twist in the movie when he goes to finally, because you know how these movies break down. He kills all the lackeys, and then he has to kill the guy that's responsible for all this type of shit. And then this guy reveals in one of the final scenes in the film that,
you ate her too.
Why don't you? Because he's like, you're killing everyone that ate your sister. Why don't you kill yourself? And he's like, what? He's like, because you ate your sister. We fed your sister to you in that broth.
So up.
But my situation,
it makes sense.
But my thought was,
sense to me.
But I started thinking at this moment, I'm like, okay, I get this, but why in the fuck were they feeding Hannibal as a kid?
Well,
when they were trying to keep him alive, they killed his sister. Why weren't they going to kill him?
Some use out of him. He's not going to eat that much. That stuff happens sometimes. There's stories of people, feeding prisoners. The guards feeding prisoners, even though they were the prisoners, and they were in a life or death situation and stuff. It could come into play.
Okay,
I could see that happening.
To explain this, to further my explanation here, another thing I was confused about. So if this is the explanation, if you're in the mentality that, hey, we're going to keep him alive, maybe just down the road. I mean, these guys were starving to the point where their first thought was, we need to eat one of these kids. They chose the smaller, petite girl with the less meat on her to eat first.
Because she was sick already. They thought she was going to die anyway.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then also to keep in mind, they could eat Lecter later, too.
Thank you.
Like, if he's still alive.
And you know what I hate about this, man? This is Hollywood bullshit. They justified it in the movie. They apologized to the audience by eating the girl, by dignifying it that she had pneumonia already. She was going to die. Mm-hmm. They threw this in there, and I was like, fucking shut up, man. I'm like, that's so fucking stupid, man.
But
you just ate a kid. You don't need to apologize for it.
Psychology-wise, right, the soldiers, when you're going to do something like that, you'll make any excuse to do it, right? Like, you'll want to justify it in some way, even if it's for you personally. Right.
Well, because there is such a thing called war crimes, right?
Cannibal stories, true life cannibal stories, and there is a lot of that stuff where they dignified it in some way. Like, there's a story of these French people who are on a raft, and the one person drank the ocean water, and they're like, he's gonna die of dehydration anyway. Like, why don't we make him the one that we kill? Instead of drawing straws. So I get what you're saying for the audience, because I do think that does matter too. But for the psychology of the characters, I think there's an argument there that you can make.
Okay.
I would rather just die.
The revenge. No, I'm eating people. I'll eat my sister if it comes down. If they kill her already, fuck it.
Well, in this case, he didn't know, right? So, but I mean,
right.
But I do like. I mean, it kind of works in the end when they reveal that because like his sister was everything to him, right? So,
yeah.
But again, you know, I mean, just coming back to the whole idea of this just being strictly a revenge movie is just
that's where I'm coming in. So I was saying the prequel stuff with the sister and the World War II, I like all that stuff. But the actual, like, when it flashes forward 8 years in 1952 and it's the revenge tale, it just doesn't feel like Hannibal to me. And I get it, he's like 40 or 50 or something in you know, the Silence of the Lambs and those films, so there is a lot of time where he could change and develop, and he is very young, but it just doesn't feel like
Hannibal.
He would have a revenge aspect to him at any point in his life. And I get it, there's a lot of time that goes past, but something just doesn't feel right with it. So I agree with you guys there.
Yeah.
I don't think he's a good Hannibal either. I mean,
no, he doesn't feel like, I can't see that kid growing up to be Anthony Hopkins or
Thank you. And I didn't think, you know, honestly, in, you know, a film like this, man, we're showcasing Hannibal becoming Hannibal and stuff. And I don't really think the kills were overly that great. I mean, as much as I like samurai shit, like I love samurai swords and shit. I think it's really cool. But seeing Hannibal wield a samurai sword and cut off heads and stuff, I'm like, what the fuck? Really?
Yeah, that doesn't feel like him either. The like sophistication of him doesn't feel like, you would think in a prequel they would sort of plant that stuff a little better, and it would show more about him beginning to be cultured and stuff like that. I just don't feel like it's the same character.
I don't like the progression of the
when he's an 8-year-old kid, it feels like the same character to me, but when he's like the teen, he doesn't feel like he's gonna grow up to be Hannibal Lecter.
I think they advanced the character a little bit too fast too, because you know, they go from, you know, he basically moves to France and stuff. We have a general, I mean, what is it like? He's 16 years old, and he becomes like the youngest medical student in France history and stuff like that. But it's like, he just gets there and all of a sudden he's in there. It's like, how the fuck did he, it seems so damn fast in the story. And this is like a long movie too, right? You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's 2 hours.
This might be the longest.
15. It is the longest.
Yeah. And it's like, holy shit, man, he moves there and all of a sudden he's like in medical school. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, that's so crazy. They just spent like 25 minutes in his backstory. He moves there, which makes sense. You know, you have to jump in the future somehow. He's got to be grown up. But all of a sudden he's like in medical school. I'm like, what? How the fuck?
Well, we learned he was a mute, and then he was living in his castle at like this military school or something.
No, he was in an orphanage.
It was an orphanage.
Okay.
Yeah, but it was a it was a castle.
Right. And then he escapes there. Yeah, and then he escapes to go live with his uncle.
It was called Lecter Castle, though.
Because that was the castle at the beginning of the movie where they were escaping from before.
You know, one cool thing about this movie I thought was really interesting is how they connected the sodium penenthal to basically, is it in? Yeah, it's in Manhunter. They mentioned it in Manhunter and in Red Dragon too. How they basically, you know, how I guess Hannibal Lecter, when he's over and stuff, like they tried that on him and stuff, and he gave him a recipe for fucking I don't know, some type of recipe.
That is interesting.
It's in the book.
So in this movie, he sees the forces basically using sodium pentanol to get the truth out of this guy, and he realizes that he can use this to recall who is responsible for murdering his sister and stuff like that. So that's how that comes into play, and then eventually it becomes a thing, not like a big thing later on in the franchise and stuff, but they do bring it up
the boars, man.
because that it just goes to show like how smart, because he had used this before and he had it all figured out. He basically had it figured out, right? You can give him, you can take this type of drug and stuff like that. And
I feel like I'm the only one that ever saw the boar connectivity to Hannibal. I don't know. It has to be there. I feel.
Well, yeah, I think the writers probably thought about connecting it in some way, but
yeah.
So, did they take the boar aspect of Hannibal?
Well, I feel like
and just incorporate that.
The guy in Hannibal knew that maybe Hannibal Lecter had a traumatic experience with boars in his past, and he thought, "Oh, I'm gonna feed him to something that he's I'm gonna feed him to something that his parents were killed by." His parents were eaten by boars, so he's like, "Oh, I'm just gonna treat him the same way as his parents, and I'm gonna feed him to a boar too."
I mean, I guess
Another
it's easy to
thing that-
backtrack on it though, right? Because once
I
you
think it's
already
more
had
about
that
the
story
writing.
written, so you can just take this aspect and then because you're writing a prequel, it's written after, right? So even though it's a prequel, you can just take that aspect of the Boers and incorporate it into it. But yeah, you're right though. I mean, it's still there. Yeah.
Does anybody think that at least the flashback stuff should have been subtitled instead of in English?
Dude,
I always feel like
I
always
always
feel like that when I
bugs
watch
me, man.
These kind of movies,
It's Americanized.
and they're in like foreign countries and they're speaking English.
Dude,
it's like,
we have Germans, we have Russians, we're in Lithuania, we're in France, we're in 4 different fucking areas with 4 different fucking language groups, and all we get is pretty much English.
Yeah,
that is so stupid, especially during World War II, man. If you're like, fuck off.
I know it was bugging me, like
They didn't wanna do
especially in the World
But
War
it's Americanized. If you had this movie subtitled, it wouldn't have done any. Well, this movie didn't really do that great. I don't even really think this movie made a lot of money.
No.
It actually did better than you would expect, but yeah, it had a $50 million budget and it made 82.
So it probably made $5
It
million
lost.
after marketing.
Yeah, but this is also when DVD sells, and it says here when the DVD was released on May 2007, it sold 480,000 units in its opening weekend,
Wow, dude, I don't even understand how this movie could be so popular.
generating a revenue of 10 million in its opening weekend on DVD.
Generally, prequels don't really do that well, do they? Like
Me and my grandma saw it. I thought it sucked
historically,
back then.
knowing that you're going to watch a prequel, they don't necessarily do that well, right?
They really don't make a lot of them in the mainstream, like
Right.
in like the cinema. I can't think of the last prequels. Like maybe like Dumb and Dumber 2 or something.
No, that's not a. Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. I literally forgot about that.
Dude, I
Dumb
love
and Dumber 2. Shit.
the one scene in this movie I do like, man, is when he fucking stabs that
When
dude
Harry
through the
met Lloyd, right? Is that the name of it?
yeah. When he stabs a dude through the fucking jaw and it comes out the top of his head, I thought that was pretty cool. It's probably my favorite scene in the movie, actually. Just the way it happens is kind of cool.
The story there, the Hannibal Rising book. So I got a quote here. It says, in the 2007 issue of Entertainment Weekly features a quote that suggests that the only reason Thomas Harris wrote the story was out of fear that a Lecter prequel origin story would inevitably be written without his involvement. Dino De Laurentiis said, "I say to Thomas, if you don't do the prequel, I will have someone else do it."
Oh shit!
So he wrote this. So he wrote this under pressure, basically, and this is why it came out like this.
And then De Laurentiis went on to say, "I don't want to lose the franchise rights, and the audience wants it." And he said, "No, I'm sorry." And I said, "I will do it with someone else." And he said, "Let me think about it. I'll come up with an idea." So it was out of pure pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Derek Richardson played Harry in fucking Dumb and Dumber, and then
up.
he did, and then he went to fucking play Josh in Hostel. That's the only reason why I'm saying.
You know what? One thing I thought was actually kind of clever. I don't know if anyone caught on to it, but the fact that he escapes to France to go live with his aunt and stuff like that, and France is what is France known for besides bad attitudes and probably smelly males? Is what'd you say?
Cheese and wine.
Cheese and maybe I thought you were gonna say croissants or some bullshit like that, but what they're really kind of known for is their high class fancy cuisines, right?
Right.
So it kind of makes sense that he would grow up and have that
have a
exactly
cultured taste.
Right. So I mean that plays out through the whole franchise and stuff too. So I mean they did that right.
That actually is clever.
It is clever because they actually showcase that even as a kid he took, it's not just because he was cannibal, but he was actually into cuisine and stuff like that too. So. But yeah, it's what France is known for. Good cooking.
I just feel like on the surface, like it has cool ideas to be like a prequel. Like I would want to see a prequel of Hannibal Lecter as a kid growing up in Paris and World War II and stuff. But I do agree with you guys heavily that I just feel like the revenge thing is just too simple for it.
Yeah.
It is.
I want to see the story after this.
But it's so stupid too, because even like when Hannibal goes to track down his these assailants and shit like that. So when he gets I think he gets off the train or whatever, and he's back in like the old country and shit, and the guy sees him. Like, what are the fucking chances of that? The dude sees him.
How the fuck does he get to Canada?
Well, and that's
a long fucking way.
Yeah, I know. That's another weird thing. Yeah, he ends up in fucking Saskatchewan of all places, Melville.
Yeah, that's
It's in fucking Melville. Like, I remember, like, you're in Melville.
You had to take a boat, right?
Melville, Saskatchewan. It would have been right on the border of, I think that's right above where Minnesota is, to put it geographically for you guys. But yeah. So he ends up, so he goes back to hunt these guys and stuff. And of course, this dude sees Hannibal get off there. And then, of course, he goes to attack when Hannibal does his thing and stuff. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, it's just, they made it so convenient.
Yeah,
they made it, that's so
it's like
dumb.
If you actually tried to find somebody in like a country,
dude,
it's so
like,
big. It would
big.
take me fucking forever to find somebody.
I know.
You know what I mean?
I actually chuckled
They
when
make
I was
it look
watching.
so small, like it's just a town.
Whenever I think of convenient filmmaking,
Even
I
if
always
you
think
had
of
to find
JP.
somebody that lives in your town. Like, how many days do you think it would take?
It used to be one of JP's huge critiques on things. He's like, fucking convenient filmmaking. So every time I think of something, whenever I notice something overly convenient in a film, I always think of JP. I thought maybe you'd bring that up because that's really the definition of convenience.
I think I was like kind of by this point, I was just like wanting it to be over and done with this franchise. So I wasn't paying as attention like to those types of details. But you're right.
Yeah, I mean, I could probably detail this one to death, but I mean, honestly, this isn't the worst movie in the world. But
no, I don't hate.
By any means, like I actually don't really like it either. I think it's well made, for the most part. I really like the war scenes and shit. I think everything's except for the kind of not overly bad CG plane crash.
It wasn't great.
It's not great, but for the budget
part of the movie,
but
is all that stuff in 1944.
But the budget though for $50 million, man. I mean, what they did with the war scenes and shit. Even though it's about 20-25 minutes to film, they still go back to it a little bit and stuff. It still looks pretty damn good for a $50 million budget.
Yeah, and I'm like when it comes to like World War II, like I always pay attention to like what rifles or guns that the people are carrying to be like accurate. And I'm like, okay, so the Russians have the Pipishals, which is correct, and the Germans have the MP44s or the MP40s, which are also correct. So I'm prepared for that.
Well, it's true though, man. It's true. There's nothing worse than watching films and just noticing those type of fucking detail errors. It's terrible.
If I see a German carrying a Thompson submachine gun, I'm like, what the fuck? That would never, you know what I mean? Like, it bothers me so much because, I just know that that's the American gun. So, and you see that in like low budget full moon films. Like, I think I saw a full moon film and I'm like, the
Puppet Masters, bro.
Well, the Puppet Master movies actually usually have the correct guns. I did notice, but there was another full moon film that had a World War II.
Yeah, like the generals and shit that were using Lugers and shit like that, right? I mean, there were certain guns. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, the details, man.
It's all about the deets.
But I don't really have much to say else.
No, you're first up, bro.
I love how they make like the main dude. I love how they make the main. This guy's basically like just slanging women. By the end of this film, I'm like, this guy's
the end of the boat.
Yeah, he's just such a fucking dirtbag, man. Fucking dirtbag. I love that. It's kind of sleazy, but of course, this being such a mainstream film, they really didn't go that route and kind of show the sleaziness that they probably could have. It's not like we're watching a Nazi exploitation film at this point, right? So it's kind of a shame. But I do like the fact that he just like blatantly shoots at that chick that was shaving his chest at the end of the film.
Right in the head.
Yeah, it's fucking great. I'm like, this guy sucks. It's terrible. All right, JP, we might as well get into ratings, man. I'm pretty much done with this one, so.
Yeah, I don't think that we'll see any more Hannibal books written. The writer is now 80 years old. So I think if we saw any more films, it would be a sort of like reboot type thing. I don't think it would be in the same franchise. And also, I mean, we have the Clarice show, like Hannibal did end, and now there's a Clarice show on that's currently airing.
CBS.
I was actually going to ask you, have you seen any of that?
No, I plan on watching the first episode, but I did run out of time because I ended up watching way more of the Hannibal show than I planned on it.
So my question is it like a spin-off, or are they actually going to incorporate, the character directly from the movie? Like, is it not related at all, or is it just a total spin-off?
What, the Clarice show?
Yeah.
I don't know if they're allowed to do the Hannibal, like if they're allowed to have Hannibal in there or not. I'm not actually sure.
Mm-hmm.
If it's a prequel or so it's about so that Buffalo Bill is in it.
Okay, so
it is the Buffalo Bill story.
So
but is there no Hannibal?
Okay, so it is a period piece then. So they're taking it back to the early 90s, like in the timeline.
Yeah, it's set in 1993.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, a year after the events of Silence of the Lambs.
Okay, so that's what I was wondering if they were going to incorporate it into to that, or if it's just going to be like a modern day spinoff.
Interesting. So yeah, it is a sequel to Silence of the Lambs essentially. Interesting.
So they they realized that Hannibal was really fucking shitty, right. And they're like, we need to kind of replace it in the history.
It's kind of interesting because this franchise minus Manhunter does have all continuity. Like you have the Hannibal TV show takes place before Red Dragon, and then you have Red Dragon, and then you have Silence of the Lambs, Hannibal, and I guess Clarice would be between Hannibal and Silence of the Lambs, and then Hannibal Rising. Actually, Hannibal Rising would be before all that.
It makes sense though, Bam, because they're using the same characters, right? You got to have some type of continuity in there, right?
Yeah, but how often do we watch franchises and there's no fucking continuity?
Well, it's because they also don't use the same characters though either. Most franchise sequels are kind of name only, right?
Right. Yeah.
They're using the same characters. You kind of have to connect it at one point and stuff. But that's really cool to know that that series is a direct sequel to Silence of the Lambs. It's actually kind of interesting. Just hearing you talk about Hannibal too kind of got me interested too. The only thing I'm a little bit concerned about Hannibal is that I know it didn't end properly, right?
Well, apparently from what I heard, they had word that it might not get renewed, so they did end it, but they left the door open type thing if they wanted to bring it back.
Oh, that's still not that cool though, man.
Yeah, that's still, I know, it kind of, but I'll tell you what, man, it's cool
cliffhangers
to
are never
see that
good.
They took all the characters, because I forgot to mention too, Jack Crawford is that's, who was it? I forget, that's like the lead cop in it. You know what I mean? So he's like Will's boss. So they have all the characters, which is neat.
Yeah, he's one of the FBI directors. He's a director of. He's not the head of the FBI. He's the guy that directs the crimes. Yeah, Jack Crawford. Yeah. Whatever his name is, whatever the position name is.
Anyway, back to my rating here. Hannibal Rising. I remembered when this came out. I did watch it in 2007 at my friend's house, and I was like, "Oh, that's cool!" Like. That they're showing like how Hannibal became, Hannibal and a cannibal and stuff like that. And I the stuff with the World War II stuck with me because that's what I thought the whole movie was in my memory. But it's really just because I held on to it because it was the good part. So it's the only thing I really remembered. And I still like that. And I do think it fits for his character and why he would turn out the way he did. The revenge stuff doesn't really necessarily feel right to me. And I feel like that's the majority of the film. So I don't think it's it's not, I don't think it's like great, but I don't think it's bad either. I think it's like good, but not great. And I gave it a 6.
Yeah, I think there is some decent filmmaking here. I actually really don't like the story. I don't think it's as bad as Hannibal. I think Hannibal is an abomination. But with that said though, man, I just think that they just kind of copped out with making, even writing the story so elementary wise. I think there should be more depth to this character. We've already established that Hannibal Lecter is an intellectual. He's capable of doing things a lot more clever than just
but
strictly.
He is a kid. He is like a teenager though. That does help a little bit.
A little bit, but I also think that they imply at certain points when he's a child, he's really, really well off smart. And I just think at this point, he's 16. He's already in fucking medical school and shit like that when he starts all this stuff. He's very highly intelligent, man. Very highly intelligent. I don't know, man. I personally, I don't think I hated this movie as much as I watched it the first time. I thought it was pretty much rubbish. There is a lot of problems, though. I think it's just such a cop-out. Like I said, to have this set with Germans, Russians, France, like it's English, dude. Like this is so American to do this, man. And
every movie does that.
It makes it so unbelievable. It's so unbelievable because because this is period pieces, dude. Right? Like they're not speaking English in those days. It's not like 2021 where if you don't speak English, you're just nobody. I'm sorry, but that's the way it is. I mean, tourism relies on the most common language in the world, and that's English. I'm sorry, that's just the way the world operates.
Well, you look at when I watch videos of people in other countries, I'm like, English is on all the signs. Like, you know,
it doesn't matter where you go nowadays. Like, I mean, you can go into like my uncle. He you know, he just goes down to Mexico for 6 months a year. And, you know, he doesn't go to resorts and stuff. He lives with the Mexicans and shit. And, like, he lives in these, like, little fucking Mexican places and shit like that. And because he has a place down there. And them motherfuckers speak English now.
Ask him if he's seen my cousin next time you talk to him.
But my point is that
I was going to say
English is everywhere. It's fucking everywhere, man. And my point is, you know, back in these days, it wasn't. So they weren't speaking fucking English. I'm not saying everyone wasn't. But it's highly unlikely. It makes it so unbelievable.
The concept that, you know, this 4-man, 5-man squad of Russians and then this 4-man, 5-man squad of Germans all also speak English.
It doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense. It makes literally, and especially in those days, because there was no reason for soldiers like that to speak English, right? You know, German, Russian didn't make sense. It just didn't make.
I mean, you
would
usually have like a interpreter,
maybe,
you know?
but not a whole crew.
Right.
It just wasn't happening.
Like one guy who could interpret.
It's not.
In a squad.
It's
you
not
see
like
that a lot.
It's not like today, man. I bet you if you had a team of SEALs or something like that, you know, go into a country and shit. I mean, I bet you there's a bunch of guys that are speaking those native language because that's how organized shit is now.
Right. I think it's Saving Private Ryan with the dude who speaks German. They take him along just because he speaks German.
Yeah.
But yeah, one guy, not a squad.
Right. But yeah, Hannibal Rising, man, is, oh man, I almost feel bad giving it this rating, but at the same time I don't, because I just think this origin story could have been and should have been so much better. This is a frustrating franchise, man. This is a really frustrating franchise.
There's one movie that I love in it.
Right.
I like Manhunter a lot, but like Silence of the Lambs is really, like, I could leave all the other.
You know what's funny? I've never even watched the actual high-def theatrical version of this movie. I've seen Manhunter director's cut like multiple times.
That reminds me. I wanted to tell you fucks. So, you know, I go to Walmart and I only own Silence of the Lambs, and yeah, those are the only ones I own. I had to rent or whatever the other films. So I go into Walmart the other day.
You got the Blu-ray for $9.96.
No, of Silence of the Lambs?
No, there's a trilogy of Manhunter stuff.
Oh yeah, I actually own that on DVD, but I don't know where it is. But I go in there and I'm like, you know, oh cool, Hannibal Rising on DVD for $5. Like normally I would want the Blu-ray. I don't even know if it has a Blu-ray.
No,
but
it doesn't.
Normally I would want the Blu-ray, but let me just cop this DVD since it's only $5 and we're doing them this week, literally. So I pick it up and I go home and I'm like, damn, this is a heavy ass DVD. Like it was back when they made like the thick DVD cases, you know. And I'm like, I like these cases.
Before the Eco.
Yeah, I pop it in, and not only that, it was just like a heavier material too. I pop it in, and it's immediately on the screen. It says this film has been modified from its original version to fit the screen. And I was like, what? I was like, how are they selling a full screen fucking DVD in 2021? And it doesn't even say full screen on it. Like on the, like, you know, normally it would say it right on the cover, like full screen version. But yeah, I fucking had to watch it in full screen.
Oh, that sucks.
So yeah, I actually, it's the only one I don't own. I don't own the Hannibal Rising physical copy. So I watched the copy that we had, but man, that was a really nice trend. Like that's definitely a high def fucking widescreen transfer.
Yeah, I watched Red Dragon on HBO Max.
But that widescreen transfer is fucking beautiful, man. Like it looked amazing.
That was 720p too. I couldn't find a 1080p one.
What the fuck? That shit looks so damn good.
Yeah.
Like really fucking good. I was like, holy shit, man. Because like, I mean, last time I don't know. I probably rented it. I probably rented it because I don't own it. So 2007. Yeah, I would have probably rented in 2007.
Well, that's your fault then.
I'll be fucking damned. No, hold on.
You actually want to hear something funny? So I watched Red Dragon on Netflix, and because I own the DVD, but my DVD is fucking full screen too, and I was like, fuck, I ain't watching that shit. I didn't even realize. So
I just bought the Blu-ray. It was $10.
Excuse me.
What's your rating? You never said.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna come in pretty subpar on this one at 4.5.
Yeah.
I really, honestly, don't really think this is a great movie for what it should be.
Damn it, Moods! You had to break the cycle.
Yeah, I know. I came in a little bit lower on this one, but
So
honestly,
does it say
dude,
full screen at the top or what?
it's not as tedious as Hannibal, but man, dude, like, I don't know, man. Not
I just
for me.
never thought to even look.
Well, that's your fault then.
Dude, it's 2021. Why is there a full screen edition anywhere?
I actually
Because
kind of,
back then.
I kind of understand that. Well, unless is it a re-release of the same shit? Like they just.
No,
No, this is an old. I think like I'm telling you, bro. Like this case is like this is an old DVD case. Like
I give it a 4. I think this movie fucking sucks. I haven't been a fan of it since I saw it back in the day.
so
Still
you
don't
like Hannibal better than Hannibal Rising?
Yeah.
Yeah, for a franchise that has potential to be really, really damn good. I mean, I'm sitting on an 8, 10, 4, 5.5, and a 4.5. Like,
yeah.
Like, dude, basically 2 under par, pretty much an average. That's
And a
crazy.
10.
That's crazy. And a 10. Like, how can you get any more unbalanced than this? Maybe. I don't know. But that's crazy, man. Crazy. What a weird franchise.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, man. This was a rough one for me. I did not enjoy this process. Like I said, I was way more into the TV show.
It's tough, man, because when you spend 10 hours plus watching these movies, and then talking about them for 5 hours, it's like, it's draining, man. People don't understand.
I am so, and you know what? I was telling you guys, I was like, I just want to get this show out of the way. And I'm so glad that we got it out of the way and like, we're done with it. I agree that most of the time, I mean, I'll say most of the time, even like the bad stuff, I find enjoyment out of. But like bad long movies that are big budget are way worse than bad low budget movies to me that are short. So
yeah. This is. I mean, let's look at it this way. So we got 5 movies. Oh no, I guess there's only 4 movies next week.
4.
And I think every one of those movies is relatively short kind of thing. And stuff. Actually, no, we got 5 in a couple weeks. When we do Return to Living Dead franchise, there's 5 movies there. Lower budget movies, everything's relatively, 80 to 90 minutes and stuff like that. It's going to be very enjoyable to do.
Dude, I can't wait. Like, even next week with Evil Dead, like, shit, I'm going to have so much fun. I got Evil Dead on 4K. I got Evil Dead 2 on 4K. I have a Scream Factory Army of Darkness that I never even opened. So... should be fun.
There's 4 movies to do, and I know the Evil Dead's pretty short. I think Evil Dead 2 is a little bit longer, but not long. Like, none of these movies are even that long. I think the director's cut of Army of Darkness, I'm trying to remember, because I know there's a couple differences in time. Like, one of them's like 20 minutes short. I mean, it might be the TV version, but I can't remember. But relatively, it's going to be a fun week.
Yeah, I'm excited, guys.
No more
It's
Hannibal.
gonna be fun.
No more Hannibal, man. I mean, we're knocking out these. I mean, just put it this way. We don't have to do it again.
Right, that's what I'm saying. And it is something like this is actually a show that I brought up doing years ago. I was like, what about the Hannibal franchise? I remember saying that when my room was in the other position that it was, and I used to record over against the other wall.
Right.
I remember saying that when I was looking at the Fangoria, and damn, I was dumb. I didn't. This is a bad idea. But no,
damn, I was dumb.
Like they're not like horrible movies. It's just 5 movies at 2 hours each, even with the great 10 out of 10 about something that I'm really not that interested in outside of Silence of the Lambs. It was just, I just wasn't into it,
Mm. Yeah, it's very unfortunate, man, because when you have a movie like Silence of the Lambs, right? Don't you just want everything to be so good?
Yeah,
right?
You want it to be like
because
that good.
The problem is with it is that you feel that there's just heavy loads of potential there, but they fucked everything up.
Yeah, I would like rather watch the Tremors franchise.
Wow, I mean, Christ, yeah. I mean, not to downplay the Tremors franchise, but by the way, fuck the haters on that shit, man. I've been hearing ever since the Tremors 4K came out, everyone's like, yeah, man. And I watch a lot of videos. I know you guys probably don't, but I've watched a lot of videos lately. And when people watch, or they mention they're showing off their Tremors 4K, And the consensus is, and the most common thing I've been hearing lately with that movie is, it's the only one to watch.
Yeah, fuck them.
Why is there so much fucking hate? And again,
dude, part 2 is genuinely good.
This is where I'm going back to this now. I'm gonna reiterate this into the conversation because we've done this many times on the show, and I'm going to say these fucking people that are saying that Tremors, the first Tremors, is the only one to watch in the franchise have not seen all the sequels. You're being a fucking hater. You're prejudging. You're not watching because it's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. If you like the first Tremors movie, you should like the second one. And the third one too. The fourth one is debatable because, you know,
but definitely the second, because the second one is actually like a good movie and it has a lot of good practicals and stuff, and it's
but if
still
you're
a
having,
buddy film.
But it still carries over the fun factor from the first movie. The first movie is legitimately a well-made, probably one of the best movies of the 90s. In what I just said that, and we've said that.
It's
many
in the
times.
22 Shots Hall, dude.
It's a really damn good movie. It's super underrated because I don't think people really give it the full credit it actually deserves. But, you know, the fact of the matter is it's 7-film franchise right now, and there's no real shitballs at all.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't crazy about Shrieker Island.
Yeah.
I think it's the worst one, but I still thought it was passable.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, the thing that the ending fucked me up a little bit.
I did like it, but it was
mentally, I was not prepared. Even though I thought maybe something like that was going to happen, because, you know, you got to admit Gummer's getting fucking old.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, Tremors talk. Maybe we'll be doing a roundup on that again. Probably.
We do have to get to Shrieker Island.
I feel like that's like the running joke.
Oh yeah, that's right. We actually have to do that because it's kind of funny. We already did a fucking episode with the Tremors one in it. So, dude, we have so many to get to. It's ridiculous. Phantasm, Tremors, fucking
the two leprechauns.
Oh my god, man.
There's a few out there.
There's going to be the new Jigsaw movie, whatever it's called, Spiral, I think.
Well, actually, we didn't. Wait, did we do? Yeah, we did Jigsaw.
Yeah, so the new one.
There's a couple more. I need to get a list together of all the ones that we need to do.
You know what? I'm really kind of surprised that no one's ever done, unless we did this and I'm totally tripping balls right now. No, we didn't do this.
What?
Jeepers Creepers? Did we ever do 1 and 2? Because I know we haven't reviewed the third one.
I would like to do that trilogy.
I'm surprised no one ever picked that trilogy just to hear us talk about, you know, we've always brought up Victor Salva many times on the show, but I'm surprised it hasn't been picked as a trilogy. I don't know why that just entered my mind, but weird.
Yeah, I mean, I would really like to do. Well, there's actually a fourth one coming out now, so we might as well wait.
I know.
Oh, Child's Play was the other one. We got to get to.
That's right.
The Child's Play remake. So maybe we'll do like Phantasm 5, Child's Play, and Tremors Shrieker Island.
I finally picked up the Blu-ray. A couple updates ago? Like, I'm just way late to the party on that, and rewatched it again. And you know, it's a solid movie. The worst part about the movie is Andy, the Andy character. He sucks. Terrible. I
love that movie. That's a good movie.
I thought he was a terrible act. Like, I mean, honestly, it was kind of hurting me. It was just kind of making me laugh. He was like really bad with his emotions and shit. But I actually really liked the Child's Play remake, and I think a lot of people just give that one shit. I think what they did with it was really cool. The storyline was actually kind of cool, right? You know, it's simple, but it works. It works. They totally got away from the supernatural thing, and that was kind of cool. And the ending's bad shit. It's really bad shit. So, but fuck the haters on that one. And with that said, we're done.
All right.
That is episode 208, the Hannibal franchise. Patreon pick going out to, I don't know your fucking name. I'm really sorry. I'm very unapologetic for it though, because I don't really want to apologize because it's not my fault.
We'll do a correction. Just message us and tell us, hey, I picked that show, and then we'll do a correction on the next show.
Right. Okay, so yeah, I mean, we're done. We need to get the fuck out of here. Jeremy, take us out.
All right. Just in case you didn't have any of this episode, got to move my chair around. Thank you, everybody, for listening to episode 200.
This is Jeremy's segment right now.
Of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast. As always, if you want to follow the man Moods himself, you can do so at youtube.com/mood616. Remember, JP currently has a $500 reward out there. If anybody knows where his cousin is in Mexico, you could subscribe to him on YouTube, though, at youtube.com/doubleshotj. Follow me on my channel, youtube.com/ NES22. If you have any questions, you can leave us a voicemail at 724-426-6665. Leave us an email at the 22shotsofmoodsandhorror@gmail.com. It's 22shotsofmoodsandhorror@gmail.com. Follow us on Twitter, twitter.com.
Wait, hold on. What?
What?
22 shots of
moodsandhorror@gmail.com.
You said moods of horror, I think.
Whatever. Twitter.com/22shots podcast. Join us on the Facebook page, facebook.com. Search bar 22 Shots of Moods and Horror Podcast. Remember, use the hashtag Make Jeremy Great Again. And please follow us on Patreon to get the sand sucked out of my vagina. Patreon.com/22 Shots Podcast. And please support the show by buying a t-shirt. All right, everybody, that should do it for episode 208 of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror Podcast. We'll be back next week with episode 209. We'll be joined again by the Mr. Watson, coming talking about some Evil Dead films.
Mr. Watson's
so that should be
back
a fun
to do some
episode.
singing.
What song should we get him to sing?
Yeah,
from
he's
childhood
he gonna do
next
some
week?
singing, man.
Crossfire.
I'm sure there's other childhood board games that have songs. We'll have to look into that.
And make sure everyone out there still listening, you donate some penises for Jeremy's diet.
Yes, please. They have to get. I need some
I
more
believe it's
air.
Peni moods.
Okay.
I need some more air up my butthole so I can lose some weight. Thank you.
For extra protein, uncircumcised.
Mhm. I don't like the anteaters, so no, thank you.
That's a Hostel quote.
Unless you like dip it in fucking chocolate pudding and you're fucking like.
Oh my god.
What the hell are you talking
Stop
about?
with the chocolate pudding. That's disgusting.
Chocolate pudding cup.
He's talking about buttholes. All right. We're out of here.
Game over.